Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は96日目です。It is day 96, and we are working with the aftermath day. Yesterday we leveled up. Hopefully today it brings a great news for my short-term memory. Find out. I think there were almost all of these, like 115 or so. 115 to 120 of the reviews are completely novel from yesterday. See how it goes. First, let's review this stuff. So, lack. And we blocked it off because lacking. This is also gonna go with important thing. Important matter actually is part of this, even though I think that was the thing that was blocked off. Oh no, important task was blocked off, but we can use important matter or thing. And this, yes, shortcoming / drawback, but not in the sense of a drawback, but we're shortcoming. Oh wait, but I didn't add shortcoming, so let's do, what was this, weak point? Most of these were, and this is before, right? Before or previously. All these are dealing with the English side of things, which is kind of nice because I can negotiate the English side of things, not so much the Japanese side of things. And then yeah, we took care of that. Oh, I didn't go over the stuff that other stuff, but this one, reminder. Right, as opposed to after and behind. And then always, and have to consider the possibility of Saki. Saki being tip feature first, but then can pivot to last, right? Last and before. And that's about it for yesterday. Get into this. All right. Cool. I feel like this had something near road, near way, near way. So that's like the road that's nearby, shortcut, which is, this one's different, right? Shikamichi. Accept something. What am I? I think I was stuck on this yesterday too. doesn't help that the read is based off of the same thing. Am I accepting? So I had 2 of these, right? I want to say it's this one is the base thing off of uni. Is this a uni thing? Ukeru?
Ukeru.
I don't know how it's tied to the uni though. There's a creature in front of you that's about to receive some. Oh, the uni education. That's right. And then this sets up for the other uni, which is this one. Uketoru.
Uketoru.
So now uketoru is to take something or to receive something. But this one, the difference, I actually, in terms of English, the difference is a little tough actually. Yeah, passive reception versus stronger connotation of actively taking possession. Alright. I want to say to take something as a form to remind myself, right? Every degree or every occurrence. Every degree, every occurrence. So every time, frequently. I'm gonna use every time to help me with this one. And this would be Maido.
Maido.
Tanoshimu. Oh, wait.
Tanoshimu.
Tanoshimu. I need to be careful about this. Yesterday I wrote something and it wasn't accepted, but it pretty much means the same thing. Banme.
1番目
Alright, okay, that's fine. Self-explanatory. Then how did this go? Yeah, give you a lifeline. What else did they write? I wrote first. The first. The first. Okay. Angle. Kudo. No, oops. Kudo. Angle. Yes. I don't think. I have. No, there are only ones.
Kakudo.
Kakudo. That's an interesting observation, I suppose. Evan, you. Angel. So 10. Drawing a blank on that. 10 years. Sheep, right? 10 sheep.
Tenshi.
10 sheep. Business. Yo. Ne? Oh. Suppose that's interesting and you find it impressing. Thank you. Oh, machi. Chikamichi.
近道
Okay. So this one, the way I phrased it yesterday did not. I think they just have to have fun. Did I add to have fun or did they? Okay. There's something I didn't add the thing that I said. Oh no, wait, that's probably for Tanoshimi.
Ateji.
Ateji. I totally forgot how they define. Oh, we just write Ateji. It's fine. Circumference. Word around. Revolve. Right? So it would be 10. Conference. No. Oh, this is investigate. Joel. And slide. Shiwaru? This is to be taught. Right. So nothing for the wa. I don't remember. Oh no. Yobaru sounds not great. If you're being taught something, you're basically saying, oh, so, right? So, oh, so this is that. To learn something. Oh, wait. This is not being taught. Oh, yeah, it's to be taught something. Yes. Osowaru.
教わる
How many times? So? How many times? How many occurrences? Or what degree? I think we're fine.
何度
Indo.
辛い
Right. This is. I'm gonna use to be taught something. Okay. Listen. What do we listen for? Ear to the door. Across buns. Alright, so we have synonyms here. So try and test. Examination. Examination. Ken. Shigen. That's fine.
«試験
World still. And then this is the other one. So it's still test, but it's slightly different, except to take a test or take a test. I added the two myself, but take a test, right? Which is who can? Who can? Doesn't sound right. You can. And then taking a test or an exam. A bit off. Oh, that's an English thing. It's fine. Kyukan.
空間
Kyukan, not Kyukan. 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 The question is this listen or hear? Or both? Probably hear. Is this blocked? No. Okay. Listen would have been marked incorrect.
Juken
And this is the alternative, right? Sekai.
世界
Space. Pretty sure this was space. Or is it atmosphere? Or both? Okay, what is it? So this has got to be space. Yeah. Kukan, but yeah, I think atmosphere uses ki, right? Wait, how many times? Tsukitsuki. And Tsukitsuki is next after the next successive. Oh, I have terrible nightmares about this English word successive. I'll do one after another. They use successive in succession. Yeah, successive is going to be marked wrong, possibly, or successively, unless I added them, which I did. All right, we're gonna stick to one after another. Totemo. Oh, we got some freebies yesterday as well. Was this retroactive? I feel like this was retroactive. Yes. This one was a little special. A service location. So it's like, I'm gonna use public office. I like public office. One place. Ikkasho. Ne?
一箇所
Itsuki.
次々
Tsuki. This is to bump into, right? What is it to run into? No. How did they phrase for the primary? To bump into is my thing. To meet by chance. Deau. To reflect. Or wait. To be reflected. Oh wait. No, wait. Yes, to be reflected. There's one, what was the other one? To enchant or to bewitch. Oh, I don't remember what it is right now. So this one is kind of fun because to be reflected means like to be projected onto from things, and it relates to be photographed, and that makes it a lot easier to remember actually. So utsuru, this is deau.
出会う
Deau. Duck. Yesterday scarred me. R and Cloud. This is 10. Revolve. Yakuba.
役場
The heck? A point. Oh, this is to be lit, right? To be lit. And what is being lit? We use tsu, right? Tsuku. Because two things need to turn on a light switch, and so is the two. What do I need to light two things for? For Tsuku. Yeah, this is definitely to be lit. And it's Tsuku. Tsuku. Yes. The yellow tree. Uru.
映る
Uru. All right, so this is research facility, right? You made a salad? What kind of salad did you make? NQ. Oh. Not weird and make it like Tokoro, is it? No, there is definitely one that is Kenkyu and then or something, and Tokoro was separate.
研究所
This is research facility. Is it Tsuku? Am I confident it's Tsuku? I think so. %. I'm feeling like 80%. Can't think of anything else.
つく
Good. So determine decision, which is still a decision. Or is there something else? Okay, if you're determining. What does this read as? I think this is shortened. So te. Oh, take this one might take both. So decision and or determination. There's a noun form of that. Yeah, yeah.
決定
Yeah. What the heck was this? A stole on the tombstone. The heck was Yoko doing by cutting down the tree marked with an X? Clear? Was she clearing something? Oh, no, beside. This is the side, right? Yoko's side. The side of the house. Hoang. Car. Ka. This portion. Green leaves. That's a little bit nondescript. What type of leaves? 120 grams. Olives. What type of olives? 90 grams. Interesting. Sun-dried tomatoes. Solid. Feta cheese. Solid. Grape sliced. Interesting. Grape sliced. Garlic, olive oil. Sounds great. And then honey plus balsamic glaze. Honey and balsamic glaze. That sounds delightful. High protein. Like you're tracking your macros. Pretty nice. Or it's a really balanced salad. Provided the honey balsamic glaze is within a certain amount, I suppose. Request. What am I requesting? I see that's a grocery list. That's fair enough. Green grapes, black olives. Nice. Are we doing like for the green leaves? Are we doing like romaine lettuce or that what do you call that? The things with the purple stuff? Avocado? Fair enough. Fair enough. First meal of the day, perhaps, or is this? That's the bag of green leaves. Ah, okay. The mixed. I forgot what they call it. They call it something, some sort of mix. One with like the kelp and the arugula and stuff. Request. What do we got for request? What am I requesting? Keyword for request. Oh, wait, no. Very light on the honey glaze, half teaspoon each. Ah, maybe a bit more. Okay, okay. This is a cucumber thing, but I don't know why it's a cucumber thing. I think. Yes. Oh, requesting to wipe up the drop of water on the ground. Mm. Mm. Boo-boon. Oh yeah, this
部分
boo-boon. Decision or determination. Calculate. Research facility. Done. Private college. Winter thread end. Was this supposed to be end? Finish, right? I think we're gonna go with finish because end. So it's the guy, right? The guy finally finished his thing. If oh no, this isn't the guy who finished his thing. This is the winter thread, and then the thread goes in the shoe, lacing up the shoe with iced threads. And let's see.
話
This is special. Eh? Esa? Esa? Oh no. Do I have anything to help me with it? It's Kesa, but yeah. Kesa. Oh, saw? No. I don't know why.
今朝
Hit me up with the mnemonic. Oh, quesadilla. That's right. Quesadilla for breakfast. All right. The special, or was the shite? Gotta be the shite. Watashi dai? No. Yeah, ain't no other.
次第
Dai. Help hand. I guess like to end. I think it's finish as well. Road. Beforehand determine. To determine beforehand is to plan. Planetary. And then yolte. Yolte sounds fine. Estimate. It might also be schedule. I don't know if it also qualifies as reserve. I think I'm thinking of yo. Something else. It starts with yo, actually. It might actually be the same yo. So yo. Bango. Oh wait, this one changed. Two separate words. Bango. Da. Alright. A numbered tag. Bango. Da. Making sure it's not the other one. The other one is big. I don't know why it's Fuda.
番号札
Bango Fuda. Maybe something dealing with. I think I used it for food. But they had a different mnemonic for it. What was the mnemonic? Fooled. Yeah, and I just use food. Food. Yeah, it's full. The tag is already in your hand. Okay. What was acceptable for this one? Either time or degrees, right? Degrees or time. Which is nice, because it reminds me of all the other things.
Do.
Well, right.
Yote.
Yote. Winter mouth, right? The winter mouth. What is that? A kiss? Help. Yo. Yote? That seems good enough. Yote. Assistant Jote. Well, I'm still not sure if I have an onyomi read for hand. Oh wait, I do. Joshu? No, Jo. This is not Sha, which is that person thing or someone. But this is the Shu for the other, right? Picture. Picture was the relevant one.
助手
Joshu. This refers to the picture one. Yes. Okay. Omowazu. No, wait. Is this different too? Okay, so we're doing to think. So Omowazu is fine. And Wazu is supposed to negate. And you're negating something that you're thinking, but thinking is more deliberate, right? Intentional. This is unintentional. The? How do I know this is an adverb? I really don't. But I guess zoo kind of adverby. That's fine. Enoshimi. This one was objectable. What is it? To look forward to is probably what I wrote, and then they wanted looking forward to. Did I write to look forward to? Yes. But not in the sense of a verb or predicate phrase. This was changed to Yamamichi, right?
山道。
Oh wait, actually it takes both. Sando is more formal. That's right.
楽しみ
Oh, to go. This is using to go as opposed to whatever they were using it for. So how was this interpreted? Oh. And then what the heck? The heck was the read on this? The elbow and soil. This is to leave, right? And you're leaving because you gotta leave because a saw is coming at you. Or someone with a saw is coming at you.
去る
How to help? To be helped? So to be helped is same one. So tasu. So taskaru.
助かる
Portion of the neck? Part of the neck. The neck supports everything. So it's a radical. Right? This was radical. And radical we had kubi? No, we did not have kubi. Did we have kubi? Ukubi sounds ukubi, that sounds awful. This is a read for neck. Oh, what about radicals? It just falls down of a chute, right? Whatever you have, it's so two.
ブッシュ
Ushu. Something about when you need a radical to make a new kanji, you just press a button and it just comes tumbling down the radical chute. Yeah, okay, Ushu. And then it's radical. Beans. To leave. I think I'm going. Oh, wait. Means pass. Yeah, we're gonna add a little bit like to depart to. Is this blocked? No, to go to. To go. Not to go to, but to go. Not in the sense of to go to something, but to go as in to leave. We're going now. Left, leave, departure. There's departure. Hasn't gone away. Has gone away. Has left. I see. Okay. To go is the backup, but to leave, to depart. Okay. Near place. Near place is neighborhood. I feel like this got changed, so Insho. Oh no. I know what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of kitchen. Daidokoro is the one that changed. Kinjo is fine. Oh, this is rendaku. I just, yeah, this is rendaku. Kinjo. No, kinsho.
近所
It's a very familiar word. Be helped. To be decided, right? To be decided, because we have quite a lot yesterday on intransitive, the rule intransitive and transitive to be decided, which is i naru. しかし is if. Oh no. しかし is however. I kinda want however. But I also want but. There might be a slight chance for although, but let's not stretch that. I think but can come up. When I'm reading Skashi, I'm like, but. Yeah. Definitely but. Kimaru?
決まる
Neighborhood. Neighborhood. Sure. Neighborhood. Mowazu. Oh. Yeah. Mowazu. Right? It was also that changed. Oh. Mowazu.
思わず
Omowazu. Body test experience. I can? No other. No other change. Can I Dendaku? No. That'd be a weird one.
体験
Experience. Email. And a machine. Also had Kana yesterday. The heck? A bitter. What is bitter? Or bitter taste? Oh, this one sucks. Nigai. Yeah, we're just Nigaiing this.
苦い
Because knee guards? Yeah, knee guards. Bitter taste, you fell on a knee. You were knee guards. Yeah. Oh. Made for. Muke? Wait. Muke sounds fine. What is another one? It would be Kolke? No, Muke. Muke sounds.
向け
Yeah. A bitter tasting. I know that's circumventing the adjective to noun, but we can negotiate that. Temporary determine. If you temporarily determine something, you are presuming, provided, assuming, if, right? And that's pate. Pate. No, not if. Not provided. It's. I added presume to this, so it's probably assumption. You're assuming. You're temporarily assuming. Yeah, it's this. Or assume. It's so much more than that. I guess I just put presume and presumption because not sure. Oh, we have 2 of these. I think we have 2 of these. Or to win. It's not ready. It's something like use machine like very quickly. Like they start right away. Start to begin. They start right away. Begin. Okay. Begin learning. Yeah, begin learning right away. Okay. Hajime. Alright. Hajime. This time. But this time, how did this work? It's this time, but more like next time, right? And then we use next time, even though it's this time, or something silly like that. Like this time we'll do it, or this time it'll work out, something like that. So we're not gonna use this time, but next time. Building the roof, building tells you an origin, institution. I kind of sort of got stuck on this. This one's tough for the thing. What, like, who is getting? Oh no, this isn't tough because institution is the mnemonic. So in iru. No idea what the E is for.
いる
Iru. Eagle. You just think of an eagle because you really need an eagle. Okay, that's you do to be eagling just because. Think of an eagle. That doesn't quite work anymore. I think of it retroactively. I know it's E, so then I think of an eagle. I don't look at it and think of an eagle and then find it's E, dude.
家庭、
待って。And
かつ
that's pronunciation. Oh, we have one rendaku. Okay, Hitsu is gonna be a little tricky. I forgot which one's which. This is good. We're ready for this. Parent. Ondo. Are you weird, mister? Are you weird? Ondo. I don't think you're weird.
今度
Oh, this is the Finnish one. Public. You need. Oh, wait. But are we gonna get bopped for not saying to be needed? I think it's safer to go with to be needed. I think it's safer to go with to be needed. It probably has to need. We're just gonna stick to be needed. Parent. Hitsuon. Pretty sure it's not shortened. It is. Wait. Oh, Hatsuon. The typo. Hatsuon. My bad. Daidokoro. Daidokoro. Rendaku.
台所
So annoying. Harry. Burp. Mouth. Bird. How does the chirp work? Bird and mouth. What was a key word for bird and mouth? Oh, nacho. This is un. I don't know what un is. Umbrella. Umbrella. Public. Oh. To answer or to return? Oh, to return something. Or to return. What am I returning? It's kaisu. R E? I don't know. It's kaisu. Partially because it's I relate it to kairu.
返す
How did they go about it? R egg. Oh right. A is for egg. And it's actually used multiple times. Birth a little car. That's kind of rough. R egg. Alright. Hatsuon.
発音
Wakairi. Okairi. Let's see. He finished. And then what did he do after he finished? Two barbs, right? Two barbs, fishing row. Ryo. Response or return. Okay, so return a matter, reply or response. I think we have two reply or response at this point. Henji.
返事
Now use now two. Did they go with two cars? Oh right, because you're so big you use two cars.
Skau.
This is to return some. A victor, winner. Shosha.
勝者
This is either learn or study, and I think I added study to this as a backup, and they want to learn. Pretty sure. Yep. Feathers, white feathers, wanting to learn what white feathers are. Oh, sticking white feathers on your shoes. I can fly or learn how to fly anyways. Oh, need points, right? This was a little controversial yesterday. Need points is main point. What do I need? 10 something 10. Yo 10. Yo 10 main point. Yes. So yo 10.
要点
Yo 10. Spicy taste? Hot tasting? Spicy tasting. Ain't no way this is karakuchi. Oh, karakuchi. Oh, it might be karakuchi. Karakuchi no rendaku. Spicy. Or a spicy taste, I suppose. It's probably a noun. Winner. Winner. This is the to throw, to attach something to. Oh, to throw at, to throw towards, to attach. Oh my goodness. No, wait. No, this is substitute. I'm thinking of the other thing. This is substitute. So this is, now we're replacing the egg, right? Replacing the egg. Or exchanging the egg because it's gone bad. How the heck? Sun, ear, and folding stool. Somehow, sun, ear, and folding stool, or a stool, is gonna get me to thigh. Right? How does it get me to sigh? I've obviously remembered the read already for these. The heck does it get sigh? Oh, cyborg. You're taking in as... Yeah, this is cyborg. You're taking in the most of the sunlight. The heck is this? So, swimming? Oh. Oyogi.
泳ぎ
Oyogi. Oh, wait. Sell? Was there anything with a day in it? Oh, rare? And then this is ureru, right? You rarely expect to sell something so well, which means also to be popular. So to be sold, we're gonna use to be sold, but the popular thing stuck with. This is the main point. Kairu? Oh, yeah, dude, this is Kairu as well. Oh my gosh, we have so many Kairu right now. Yeah, I mean, we already anticipated that there's a lot of Kairu. I mean, we're already aware there are a lot of Kairus. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. This. Because the last time we substitute was a car, so this is still Kairu as well.
変える
Pretty sure is karakuchi without a rendaku.
辛口
Okay. Is this the one with the hot tsu? By oh yes, this is hot pie, right? This is the one where we have to convert pie to pie, and since it's hatsu, it's hot pie, for like sounding purposes. Are you sure? It kind of sounds like oh no, maybe not. There's one that has pie, but which one is it? Or it could be it's definitely a hatsu one. What do we have? We have sell. This is sell. Announcement. Sell announcement. Something with C. Departure to C, discovery. And then pronunciation. I think those are the four. So I don't think this. So hatsu. Hatsu bai.
発売
Hatsubai. It might be the C one. Hakken. It's Hakken. And then the announcement one was, how do you express? That's it. The announcement one, which is Yo. Yeah, Hatpyo. What do we have here? Rakusho? Rakusho. Rakusho sounds good. I think Rakusho. Okay. Which is easy win. Rakusho. time is it? Okay. We're still making pretty decent time. Raksho. No. Ain't no way is Tanoka. What about Raka? No, Raka. Am I just winging these words? No, I'm using mnemonics to help me. I'm using mnemonics and sorting out the mnemonics in my head. There isn't many things that I'm winging in my head. You spend most of your time developing mnemonics and going through all the reads to learn these. These are the newest ones from yesterday, so most of the time I go through them carefully. There's about 120 of them from yesterday.
楽勝
Us. Okay, so we have throw plus attach. Oh, this is to attach to something. So you're throwing against something, right? And that is Skeru is the common one. This is nugget skeru. Skeru. Nugget skeru.
投げつける
I mean, it would be very, very confusing if I was just winging it and it says 99%. So obviously, or it would be very unlikely that I'm winging it. If I'm winging it, it's probably going to be a normal distribution. Selling de would make it. Does de make? This is a kun. And what was a kun? We're selling. This is our first instance of the kun. I think so. What is the mnemonic for this? Oh, it's rare. So Reru, sold well, popular. It's uni. Uni is the thing that's sold well, right? Ureru. And I made a comment where uni was easy to sell was the other mnemonic, and then we're using the other mnemonic to figure out this mnemonic, which ends up being rare. I was associating with rare, but something easy to sell is not rare. Oh, well, actually, I take it back. You could argue something rare is easy to sell in the sense of not supply, but in demand, right? I can work with that. Yeah, I can work with that.
売れる
And then this is to throw against or throw at something. Easy win. Swimming. Next, I think we're still going with ski. Oh, yeah, ski. Ni.
次
Oh no. What are you? Saltwater fish? We can default to saltwater fish for this. Right. Instead of worrying about ocean fish versus saltwater fish. Although ocean fish is the other thing. This is the Japanese mustard, which was karashi. We're just gonna refer to it as karashi from now on. Like ateji before it, and kana before that, and sushi and katana. Oh there, Curdle. I'm doing pretty well. We gotta wrap it up earlier today, but catch up on some anime with the cowpokes. I have taxes to do this afternoon. That's gonna be exciting. There's something funny feeling when you don't make any active income and you still have to pay taxes. I have the privilege of paying taxes without an active income. Am I rich? Nope. Barely scratched the 10th percentile. Why not? What do you mean, why not? Because accruing wealth does not bring my life satisfaction, I suppose. A young man's game, accruing wealth. Smart people are not rich people. Am I a furry? Are you a furry? The answer is no. But I could appreciate people that are into that, so maybe like adjacent, maybe. I saw toys. Well, yeah. There was a time. These aren't foxes, but these are red pandas. But you know, at times people like to give gifts to other people. And before the world was only characterized by that type of culture, there was another generation. A fox is not close to a red panda. Yeah, not even the same species. But also, when you're asking, like, when you're using categorizations, that would probably imply that you're probably belonging to a different generation. So, as a way to be a little bit more explicit, before the things that you're referring to, people give gifts to each other as knickknacks. So, red pandas used to be an endangered species. So, in the zoo, when you make a donation for the preservation of panda, someone made a donation in my name, and then you receive a gift as a donation reward for the preservation of animals. So it's a very different thing. And I have knickknacks and gifts from a lot of my friends. Right? Is it a donation if you get present? I didn't donate it. My friend, as if you were listening, my friend donated something in my name, and it was a present for me. So I'm not the one that is making the donation. People give gifts to other people in the form of knickknacks. They are sentimental gifts. And it doesn't necessarily imply some sort of personality. Yes, it was for a fox panda. Thank you for being, I see how you interact with people. Well, I guess that's the last question I'm going to answer. Okay. Yes, it was for a fox panda. You got it. Nailed it. Good job. Let's see. You know, having described what the donation was for, and then suddenly you just say you mean the charity, I think listening comprehension requires a little bit of a touch-up. Granted that you have the no audio sign activated as well, so I don't see how you would be listening in the first place. But I'm being pedantic now. You lip read? I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. Let's see. This is Express plus Express departure announcement. So発表
発表
発表 sell departure sell sale ちょっと a little 乗せる to give a ride to give a ride to someone to give a ride to to give someone a ride give someone a ride. This is kind of risky. Okay. Next. What did I say? Karashi?
からし
Oh. Kai. Wait. How do I know this is Kai? Lantern? Oh, alright. Lanterns and gates. Something to do with a kayak with lanterns and gates? The open gate is in the water though, so yeah, okay. Sui. Oh. Kai Sui. Gyo. Kai Sui Gyo.
海水魚
Kai Let's see. Express. Street degree. Oh, this is something about, I made a comment about the degree, the flatness, the incline of the street. Oh, this is the thing about degrees is the exact degree. Or exactly. Although they did something about 180 degrees, something 90 degrees. Is exactly.
ちょうど
Although exactly, but exactly 100 degrees. Oh, because they were talking about temperature as opposed to degrees of the degree angle. I see. Yeah, I'm sure you find it very interesting too. Either you're incredibly young or inexperienced, or I have to say something in the most direct way I can say. You talk, either you're a very much older person who's experienced, who talks in a way that's very underdeveloped, or you're a younger person who has maybe some communication intent or deficiency. But I have to say that many of the things you asked and say in your talking pattern would suggest that you have a very high tendency of pathologically lying about things and excusing yourself. So, with all due respect, I typically am not very responsive to people who find that their behavioral pattern is acceptable when communicating with someone or a stranger. So when the things you're talking about, perhaps you may want to use a more casual tone or something when you talk to people, but generally speaking, I think I'm relatively old enough to discern when someone has a lying problem. And when you say things like, oh, excuse this, I'm deaf, I lip read, the possibility of these things all coalescing with the same behavior is very unlikely. So I just wanted to make it clear that you're either someone very young who's not used to talking to someone else, or you're possibly in a much older person who finds it very fun or entertaining to be disjointed and detached and very emotionally unintelligent. So just wanted to leave it out there. As opposed to distracting myself now, I find that a lot of the things you do, I'll try to answer them to the best of my ability, but I would like to encourage you to understand that whatever you're doing now, lying and making excuses, it's not like you're being clever. Like, I'm not that ignorant. I'm 38 years old. I've been around people and talk to people quite very frequently. So it's pretty clear that you find it acceptable to talk like this to other people. But generally speaking, the intent when I'm streaming and talking to other people is actually to do the very thing you're to prevent and or mitigate the very nature of how you're talking to other people. So I'm glad you Googled endangered, or you might have Googled red panda, but you didn't mean to distract. That's not the point again, but listening comprehension is very difficult. I cannot imagine. But you want to hear, if I wanted to be really concise, you want to hear what you want to hear. You're either doing it intentionally or unintentionally. And that, to me, you're gonna find me not very responsive to that. So you either choose to comprehend something or not, and I'll let you go about your way. You can continue typing whatever you want to say, and I will try my best. But generally speaking, lying or needing to lie is something of a problem that I would say might be concerning for your future. For myself, I'm not easily offended or emotional about these things, but if you go around and continue to do that with other people and whatnot, I would see that as potentially something that if you're younger and you grow older and you continue to do that, I find that you'll probably find more confrontations than you may want to. So just my 2 cents, offering some 2 cents about it. Let's see. Noseru. Noseru.
乗せる
Certain need, must, necessary. This might have changed. Hi, so hitsu, right? So hiyo or hitsuyo? No, hitsuyo is one. Yo.
必要
Feel exactly open. Cern win, shore win. Use, utilize, utilizing. I don't usually offer advice here. That was just an observation. So you can take whatever observation you want from what I'm saying. But ultimately, you get to choose to use it or not. Use application. We're gonna use application. Oh wait, but application could be confused with application for a job or enrollment or something. Huh. Severin. Chio.
使用
This is also response, right? Kai. Bamboo. Wait. Kai koto. Kai kota. No, kota? Oh, wait. I don't have the onyomi for this. Because kota is kunyomi. So Oh wait, no, I do have the onyomi, don't I? No. It's Tokyo again. Kaito.
回答
Give me your answer and I'll take you Tokyo. Yeah, we don't have this yet. Okay. Answer is response. Yes, and reply. So we have two. At least three. Actually, we have three. Atsu. This is the. This is new as well. Ken.
発見
That's new. Ken. Su. Oh. That. Sure. No. Oh. Yo? No. Sorry, it is Hitsu. Oh, it might be Hitsu. What else could it be? Oh, I don't think there's a rendaku, but there is definitely a shortening. Isho. And then everything checks out.
必勝
Isho. Thick. Certainly necessary, right? Necessary, needed, essential, right? Must. I think I added must. Temporarily. Temporarily. Supposedly? Oh, this is if. Fighting. Kunyomi. Oh no, wait. This might not be Kunyomi. Actually, car. Carry? I think carry was the thing. Kari. Yeah. Kari ni. Something about carrying something.
仮に
Kari ni. If you don't mind, could you carry this for me? I see. Supposing it's not too much trouble. Yeah. If. Supposing. I think I added like presuming or provided and assuming. Okay. So if I agree, high level, high occurrence, it could be frequently, but oh wait, High level, I think high level works, but high level altitude. Temporary name. Oh, this is kana.
かな
Kana. Can I write kana for this? Oh, please tell me I can write kana for this. What was the other thing? Like phonetic character? Or something like that? There's no way I can describe this in English. I think I'm just gonna write kana. Oh, that's because there isn't anything. I see. It's a very difficult situation. A curdle. That's or like it's one of those difficult situations. I don't wanna do like the whole avoidant behavior thing. So there's no reason to make, honestly, I was trying to avoid making people feel guilty about things if that is the situation. But if the person gives, like, I've encountered trolls before, right? So sometimes if that person is like, if I can ascertain if the person is trolling, for example, I'm curious why they are trolling. So I would still kind of say the same thing and maybe ask what is it that they enjoy about doing so, and maybe kind of change their mind from there, or offer my 2 cents. But alternatively, you can't ever rule out that someone is genuinely struggling to communicate. So I don't want to rule that out as well. And there's also the problem of myself being able to empathize with the way other people talk online, because I don't talk like that most of the time. So that the combination of things, I wanted to emphasize that either you might be not used to hearing someone talk about the way people talk because young and inexperienced, or it's normalized, and or could be a very much older person who's masquerading as a younger person or throwing people off intentionally. That has happened multiple times. I think right now there are at least 4 or 5 people who actually consistently and frequently interact with me that I'm pretty sure are masquerading as different types of people. And I guess if I go around telling people or sharing that, oh hey, I focus on communication and behavior, it can be really fun for older people and or maybe adolescent people to challenge that notion. And I just wanted to be clear that there isn't any pride or prejudice or discrimination here. You either enjoy trolling, which feel free to continue trolling, or genuinely speaking, the thing that I'm most concerned about is inadvertently presuming something about a younger person who might actually be ignorant and or inexperienced in communicating. And that is probably my bottom line. I do not want to discourage someone who is, in fact, earnestly having trouble communicating. Especially me, who probably have too many things to jostle around in my thoughts when interacting with someone. So for the trolls, they're probably used to it by now, like normalizing the thing like, oh, are you playing me or if I'm playing you? Which to this day, I think again, there are 4 or 5 people who think that they can continue playing me for a fool, which I play along. I mean, it's all fair in games in the Twitch streaming, in Twitch streaming and whatnot. I think that's actually a fairly normal way people interact with each other online. It's certainly not my usual method of interacting with people, but yeah, people troll people all the time. They ask blatant questions, but the point I was trying to make is it's difficult. That's when it gets a little hairy, where is it a normal form of speech or is it someone trolling? Oftentimes trolls try to mimic trendy comments, and it's very difficult. It's getting farther and farther difficult to know if it's a young person thinking it's normal to behave that way because that behavior is normalized by older people who still haven't experienced communication maturity and speech. So it kind of, you might think it sucks or something like that, but I don't think it sucks between people who know what they're doing, and I'm not one of them. So it may kind of suck for me, but it's a challenge. It's a challenge that I take up all the time. When someone like says like, oh hey, did you see my Lambo in the backyard? I'm like, that's great that you have a Lambo. Like, what makes you decide to get a Lamborghini? It's like, oh no, I'm just kidding. You know what they say all the time. Like, okay, but so you're just telling me I learned nothing about you other than you're sarcastic and you tell pervasive lies to behave or something like that. Like, I can't relate to that. So, and while those people older, right, they're probably turning 30 at this point or like getting close to 30, kids, younger kids will think that's normal. And to me, like in the Discord when I was talking to Fictitious yesterday, that's kind of my concern all the time. In my opinion, like I spend most of my free time thinking about that. Like, is this person genuinely communicating like that because they spend so much time on the internet taking cues from jokes, which are adults who don't take, in my opinion, adults who don't take responsibility for their jokes, and constantly normalize behaviors to kids? Or is it YouTube's fault? Is it Twitch's fault? I think it's all of the above. Everyone shares responsibility, but it does make it very difficult for me, who is concerned oftentimes about younger adults and young kids interacting with me versus just adults and adolescents who clearly know what they're doing, but they're intentionally trolling and making like snide remarks and little jibber jabber that kind of mutually insults my intelligence while also telling me a lot about them. So I play along most of the time, but my ulterior motive is to understand what satisfaction do you get from not expressing who you really are, like talk about yourself without lying and subterfuge and jokes, and then treating me as though maybe we can be friends or communicate, as opposed to relying on skibbity toilets, you know, yeah, and stuff. That's kind of disappointing. If there's anything that I feel is a feeling of disappointment whenever this comes up, but I don't openly use it as a way to be malicious against anyone. I'm typically unmoved by trolls, but I am disheartened and disappointed by truly younger people who may be struggling with asking or interacting with people nowadays at the expense, like they are the expended collateral of an internet culture that do not take accountability for what constitutes as normal behavior. So every time I hear someone say bruh like 10 times in a row and say one word in between, that's, in my opinion, is accountability. Some people might say bruh 10 times in a row and really mean it, and some people say bruh 10 times in a row to be trolls. You can't discern between them anymore, especially in a text form. So that's why I was being very sharp about this. You don't have to be, in my opinion, I want to encourage the person to spend more time being able to express themselves with words that describe them, as opposed to relying on trite commentary to maybe like elicit an emotional response from the streamer or elicit an emotional response from someone else. And that's kind of how people interact. I think, to me, if there's a metaphor for this, I would think it's akin to taking dog poop, putting it in a bag, lighting it on fire, and putting it in front of someone's doorstep, expecting a reaction, and they giggle and walk away. Like, that's normal, because if everyone else is lighting dog poop in a paper bag and putting it in front of people's doors, it's obviously acceptable as a way to introduce yourself. So that's kind of how that works now. And at least, I suppose, in that metaphor, you have an opportunity to see who lit the fire of the dog poop on fire. In this case, I do not have that luxury. So I cannot be predatorily aggressive towards someone who might actually be 16 to 13 years old, because Twitch allows interactions and 13 and up. And I can't even begin to fathom how many people underage interact on Twitch, right? Because me and Fictitious was talking about the YouTube for kids YouTube stuff, which is 12 and under. On Twitch, I think you just can't go on alone when you're 13, but there's no like, here's kids friendly Twitch streams and adult, and mine is always marked for adults, so 18 or older, and it's up to however Twitch negotiates that type of thing. And it's tough. Like, I don't want to be someone who doesn't encourage young people to practice saying meaningful things, at least in my opinion, meaningful things about themselves, or while talking to someone else, responding meaningfully in a way. It takes a lot of effort, but it can be take less effort over time when you practice it. But yeah, that's more of the underlying feelings of what I was saying. Something about these type of interactions make me very, very disappointed and disheartened. You throw away comments like that, and some people might actually be the way they interact with people. You ask something, they ignore you, and then they only want to hear things they want to hear, and their responses only correlate with things they want to hear, which follows the pattern of normalized behavior on Twitch. So when someone says something and they only pick up on trendy words, that is what I mean. The chances are you're either a kid who thinks that's normal because of what you watch all the time, or you're an adult who clearly is being maliciously trolling and or emotionally farming for something. So what are buzzwords, right? Buzzwords, VTubers, furry, unattractive girls, thirst trapping. It goes on, and all of those basically contribute to narrowing it down that you are probably someone who's intentionally and old enough to understand what you're doing. And with even the slightest chance that this person could be a minor that think it's normal, I wanted to make sure that I'm taking that into consideration. I take this stuff very seriously. I think when you take things like this seriously, you could really truly affect and indirectly elevate someone's future quality of life. I personally do not want to be negligent and responsible for maybe when I turn 60 or 70, another 20 years, there's going to be like a 30-year-old or 40-year-old who says, well, you know, this guy did it this way and it was acceptable. Like, I don't want to be that person. So, it kind of sucks a lot of times when you're watching things and you see kids like yelling obscenities or asking incredibly obtuse and asinine comments and questions as though that's the normal way to interact with someone. And it probably is. It probably is in the circle that they tend to interact with. But to me, if you're going to go to work, if you're going to work with other people, if you're going to do something professionally, if you're going to be a content creator, for example, I guess people like to be content creators. If you're going to be a content creator and you want it to be a business in which you can make money and also interact with other people, all the things that are being normalized, in my opinion, the substantial things that are being normalized for entertainment is not appropriate. In my opinion, it's rarely low success appropriate for the workplace. So yes, all those things will get harder when you spend so much time behaving a certain way. So, get started now, I suppose, in my opinion. Start practicing expressing yourself, taking care of yourself, treating others the way you want to be treated, kind of deal. Like, so if you're constantly saying, sorry, I wasn't listening, I think all the girls on Twitch are unattractive. The question is, in the future, are you going to be also a person who gets upset when someone calls you unattractive and boring and all these things? Because that's the environment you're going to be in. It's all like, it is very likely that will be the environment you're going to be in. So I don't want that. I don't want people to, it doesn't bring me pleasure when someone who acts really weird is confused when everyone else around them also acts that way, and grow up unaware that what you do outside and what you do practice expressing attracts similar things. So I would push against that if I can, right? So earnestly and honestly, if you want to talk to me, I want to make sure at least I'm not responsible for making people talk as though they don't care about what they say, right? And then also not care about what other people say. In this internet, the hot take is you say whatever you want, you say whatever you like, and you actually don't even care about what you say because everyone else says it. So that's perfectly normal. And then because of that, you also don't care about what you say, how it affects to the other person. And that to me is like 70 to 80% of the internet. That there is no responsibility or liability for saying things over and over again. As long as you put an asterisk, it's for entertainment, right? You know, hey, I was just saying, hey, it's just a joke, right? Well, hi, nice to meet you. If you spend 95% of your time saying it's just a joke or just saying and not listening to me, then I will probably say things that I expect you not to listen, also not take seriously, and therefore we can't be friends. Right? We can't be friends. There's no mutual understanding. And good luck with the rest of your life, right? I hope that you don't struggle with introversion because everyone's going to dislike you because they don't actually know who you are because you never practice expressing yourself. And then if you feel lonely in the future, I hope that there is someone who's nearby who understands you, loving family and friends, right? But the cycle continues. You grow into your 20s and your 30s. You're alone, learning and discovering your maturation in human communication. You know what's funny? You did the 10K today and it was a good day. Your ex told you she started seeing and felt some type of way, and we talked about, oh, that's cute. But you're just reassuring, let your actions speak, just hit different today, so thank you. Speaking is actions too, right? Let's speaking, combination of actions, nonverbal cue, right? So oh, she started seeing someone. That's I'm sure you have some feelings of regarding that, but you can always talk through it, right? Right? Spend some time talking, observing. You know, speech is a very useful action. Anyways, that's a digression. Are you happy for her? Do you want to also start? You could start double dating. You know, that's kind of a thing. That'd be kind of cute. You talked to yourself, and I think it was more she was trying to hide it, and I told her I still have your best interest. I wanted you to be happy. It's just not with me. That sounds like you are finding way, are very secure moving on. Hey, you might, who knows? You could be surrounded with very understanding people in the future. That's very mature of you. Obviously, preoccupying yourself with the thought is something that you'll probably have to negotiate a little bit here and there. Just respond? What did I settle on? Respond, answer, reply, any of the above, right? Bundle. Aido? Aido. Akato, no. Oh, no. This is onyomi. So, oops. Kodo.
Kodo.
Yeah, it's hard because half of you say we're best friends, and I believe that we can come back. We can, but at the same time, I don't see us growing old. But yeah, I don't know what. I don't know. Thank you, man. You helped me more than you'll ever know. I appreciate that. She ran the 10K with me. She ran the 10K with you and everything, and she even told me, hey, thank you for going to sign up with this CrossFit gym with me, and that's cute. You have a best friend for life, possibly, right? You know? I feel like if I had a personal share, I'm best friends with someone like that. But we weren't in a relationship or anything. But I am acquainted and or best friends with someone who shares those same feelings. If I have time, you would love to talk to me on Discord sometime. Unfortunately, I would have to pass on that. Private conversations tend to be something that requires a lot more time too. And what I mean is requires a lot more understanding and detail before I engage. I don't openly do these things too often, the private conversations. Most of it is going to be in public. Because she didn't feel secure going alone, so you're just like, I know my character and I know what I deserve. That's fair, Colonel, that's fair. Temporarily in... What was this? If, right, this is if. Assuming. If assuming. It could be in public. I mean, you could do it here. Oh, they're Valentine's. Komaku. 今日も漢字を勉強しなくらしなくちゃ Interesting. しなくちゃ頑張って Thanks. ありがとうございます Valentine. How are you? What are you up to, Valentine? The last 4 minutes of what you said was actually valuable and quite interesting though. It took you a while to get there. I had no idea about your history or what it was I was triggering you for. I'm not entirely sure if you were triggering me. However, could I spend some history? I talked about my motivations. So, yes. It's motivations. Triggering would be a different type of word. Yeah, I was just sharing my perspective. It doesn't really change my emotional state. I've been doing this for quite some time, so it could sound like I'm detached. You can see how your own way would be problematic for yourself and also why you would see it that way. Fair enough. From my perspective, it's fair enough. I'll take it as a mutual understanding. Although that invitation to speak privately, I'm probably going to have to formally reject. That's largely due to the nature that safety and precautions. Such is life, indeed, such is life. Indeed, rapport as a form of public discretion. I would like to keep myself exercising due diligence for interacting with people on a public stage and a personal stage. Personal stages are often, most of my free time is dedicated to interacting with people that I've already established extensive rapport. So initial impression aside, actions through speech and consistency in habit formation allows that privilege. So hopefully you have plenty of people around you that engages with you in whatever you feel that's a normalized behavior, right? Obviously, my concerns are typically being held accountable for encouraging or normalizing such behavior. That's just that's one of my professional discretions. So outside of private communications, I suppose my private communications might have a different type of feel to them, but largely I try to say publicly accountable, regardless if I'm doing this professionally or not. So I don't get paid to stream. I have a privileged life. I like to encourage people to study language and whatnot. Well, this is private too in its own way. I see it's more as relational. Fair enough. If you consider it private, then I would probably double down on my disclosure and my fairly direct conversation, like revealing my direct perspective just now. So placing myself in a form of vulnerability while revealing and expressing feelings publicly, but also holding accountable for what I say is as much of an extension as I can for professional criticism, despite not being a content creator professionally in any way. I still hold my integrity from most of the years that I did operate as a professional, right? I spend most of my time in education, and my entire life's calling dealt with the education of youth and adolescents. It wasn't necessarily to pioneer discoveries or be trailblazers in some sort of specialized field. It was largely for the communication of youth. And sure enough, it has become more and more deceptively formulaic when individuals try to confound the relationship between younger people and older people who intentionally subvert. Am I familiar with Violet Oaklander? No, I am not. But I can look at it. A therapist. Violet Solomon Oaklander was a child analyst center known for investigating Gestalt therapy theory. That therapy sounds familiar. Oh, she's no longer around. Gestalt. I might be familiar with the therapy thing. Sounds like something that reminds me of Psychology 101. But I'm not a trained psychologist, nor do I practice psychology. So most of the stuff I'm talking about is anecdotal, unfortunately. In a different life, perhaps it was something, but I don't do anything professionally. And so I want to make it clear that most of the stuff I say is anecdotal and out of a perspective and concern, not offered as professional advice in any way. But you're more than welcome to explain to me the stuff that interests you with that. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with that person by name. So, let's see. 朝に自転車を乗って、それから、wait. それは買い物に来た。近日。So recent. Injitsu is Injitsu この道この町に I have no idea what that is. この町に something 祭り Oh, that's Sakura probably. Sakura Matsuri Matsuri ga aru. Oh, there was a cherry blossom festival in town. Nice. And Tanoshimi. Oh, you're looking for oh, there will be. Ah, okay, there will be. Anata wa genki. Oh, okay. Genki ka. I did not go to any cherry blossom thing yet. I think peak cherry blossom over on the East Coast was last week, something like that. And I believe the DC Cherry Blossom Festival has occurred this past week. Didn't go down to look at it. And I see you're riding your bike and you were doing some shopping. What did you get anything, Valentine? Tune down the word therapy. My sense was you were placing a lot of emphasis on it. It's more about an approach and understanding. All right, sure. Oh, just that she specialized in working with children and it stuck out to you. Oh, I see. And building system around safety and exploration. I see. Tune down the word therapy. My sense is I was placing a lot of emphasis on it. I might have mentioned therapy a couple of times, but I don't particularly think I was emphasizing therapy, but more about how one may interpret my statements. But okay. And building systems. Yeah, because by sheer coincidence, yesterday we were talking about these safety and exploration things when it comes to the context of social media. I don't know about Twitch's initiatives, but a person that I've encountered online for some time, we were talking about YouTube's safety and restrictions and whatnot, and we were talking about that in the context of Balatro. It was sparked by Balatro, and specifically content covering Balatro on YouTube. So then this other person did some exploration of what is it that youth see before they become of age and 13 years old in order to have access to all these things. This would include Twitch's rough moderation of things. But I'm pretty confident that for my thing, you would have to have either clicked or affirmed that you are 18 plus. I don't think most of the things I talk about here, and the whole therapy, tuning down the therapy, if you're seeing that how you're talking now, I would probably say that the things I say is largely in the nature of, in case someone who isn't aware of these things may take it for face value, right? Like, oh, you're doomed to be alone, for example, if you exercise these patterns or behavioral patterns. I'm like, that's not what I'm saying. It's not offered as advice, which I wasn't emphasizing the idea that it's therapy, but more as therapy offering advice. So I'm not a therapist, and I'm not someone who practices in psychology, and it will require, oftentimes these topics tend to be more familiar to people that think. That would be your one criticism. Well, I'll take it with a grain of salt because I prefer not to be taken out of context. But perhaps when you have, like, if you interact with a lot of people, I don't know if you interact with a lot of people. I don't know if you interact with a lot of people, but I don't like being taken out of context. Yeah, I don't like being taken out of context. However, I'm very long-winded, so I'm incredibly long-winded and not concise. That is an attempt to alleviate being taken out of context. However, social norm is that short format things, conciseness is more likely to have context because people don't stay that long. They don't have They don't listen to the whole thing. So if you're long-winded, you probably actually end up having less success in being more concise than someone who's attempting to be concise but still will be taken out of context most of the time, or without context. So I don't have a I have chosen not to express myself in a manner that is hyper summarized or hyper generalized for the sake of brevity. And naturally, because of that, I have this very frequent tendency to disclose disclaimers and iterate on disclaimers over and over again. So I do have an emphasis, a deliberate and intentional emphasis on making disclaimers that the things I say are not substitutes for professional advice, whether that be therapy for behavior or financial advice and or purchasing decisions. It happens to be that this conversation is about behavioral things. However, obviously, we talk about video games, like coding designs, language learning. Most of those things are not professional advice as well, largely because I typically do not share streaming or content that involves me being expert in it, or it became about it. Sure, fair enough. If it became about it, that's also a fair thing. I wouldn't say or, I would probably say both, and it became about it. My background, right, is in a thing that I don't display publicly. So that was by intention. DC no DC's cherry blossom is early here. This month, 26th to the 27th. Oh, cherry blossom was early on the 26th to 27th. I see. Japanese cherry blossom. Yeah, Japanese blossom is the earliest, exactly. Yeah, Valentine. Context helps frame discussions. It certainly does. However, you don't get to choose if people stay for the context. So you don't get to choose. This is being emotionally intelligent to the people you interact with. So however I choose, I understand that there are consequences to them, and I behave in a way to respond to those consequences or to mitigate possible things. I do not cater to short, concise hot takes and trendy generalities a lot of times, and they tend to be out of context, lacking context, and or even lacking content. So without the establishment of rapport or understanding of that person who continues to talk at the person as opposed to with the person, it's very difficult to express anything, to frame discussion and or content. We are now doing that though, as we speak here. We're framing and providing context and content for discussion, right? However, with that in mind, I guess we're belaboring that this may be becoming too pedantic, and I'm just gonna continue my exercises now. I do have to meet a certain end time today. You're moving on too? Good luck. Take care. Good luck with the rest of your I guess the rest of your pursuits. Anyways. Let's see. To go. To leave. To exit, right? To exit, departure, which is departure. Or is it something different? Interesting stream. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that one could be able to communicate in that capacity. So it was the former, not the latter, right? Former, someone clearly intentionally understanding what they're doing and how they're behaving, as opposed to the most disheartening and disappointing thing. So that's kind of nice. I mean, there was a silver lining involved. Clearly the person was very articulate and understanding. Sometimes though, like my complexion, I suppose, like whatever I do a lot of times can be a little, I don't have control over people who generalize things and interact things, so I don't usually concern myself with that. The person is clearly very competent and understanding of whatever they're doing, so it's nice to have a more direct conversation and subterfuge, lying, or using euphemisms as forms of lying. White lies won't hurt if both parties are understand what it's being used for. So I would say whatever I talked about or exchanged in the first like 5 or 10 minutes, it was not reflective of the person's aptitude and intelligence, right? And really spoken like a person who isn't necessarily 13 years old or underage, as I suspected, I suppose. Does that leave me with anything? It leaves me with some thoughts. More about that in the future, I suppose. This is we already went over this. Shoot. No, we didn't go over this. Shoot, Patsu. Which is to departure, just to go out, depart. Leave. Patsu. Right? Shorten because it's shutsu. And Patsu gets moved to Patsu.
出発
Which, by the way, if you want something, you can probably confirm for me, Curdle. You can probably confirm for me. If you click on that person's link or like their channel, I imagine then the person probably has an anime. If I had to guess, that person probably has an anime background. Possibly do something related to Japanese culture, because they mentioned furry, and there are many other things, but I'm pretty sure that person watches anime or been exposed to anime culture, understands a bit of Japanese and or learned Japanese, or very much competent in Japanese, and It's probably a slice of life banner. And it can be any or amount of things, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're familiar with Osu. And or playing any sort of multiplayer game that is probably a multiplayer game thing. If they ever post anything. So if I had to take a wild guess, these aren't like too wild guesses. There's enough converging evidence to suggest that that's probably the case. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some sort of anime content, like superficial things going around, maybe some thirst. And life goes on. You can like anime, but it just depends on how you hold yourself, you know? I know. And there's a lot of other things that narrows it down. I like anime too, but there are converging evidence that would suggest why I would like anime that don't involve those factors. There are quite a lot of ways to get to it, and how I got to it is very different from. So it does depends, and it depends on the things that I observed. So that person probably watched anime. I mean, probably. It's a likelihood. So yes, it does depend. But the things that I cited is what it depends on. It's very not informative when you say it just depends, in my opinion, right? Because you want to know the many different ways. You want to be interested in the many different ways. One can go around and say, oh, everyone's different. Well, how? Let's go about that. Like, well, you can never know everything about everyone. It's like, I know. But the idea is to be academically curious about them. So then you can have times where you don't know what's going on, and you can have times when you do know what's going on, right? And that's lovely. I don't profess to predict people's behaviors, you know, and am always right and whatnot, but I think the likelihood is fairly positive. I would say that person is probably, based on the demeanor and Googling, and then suddenly a switch of conversational strategy, and then what seems like using keywords and jargon with behavior, and then the quotation sudden shift. 28. I'd be kind of surprised if the person's 30 years old. And then looking at the diction and use of the phrasing and language, and then how attentive the person has become, and then also the invitation, the sudden invitation to DM and whatnot. Yeah, definitely on the older side, maybe like 28. Possibly, very likely, from the States, likely. Largely because of time. I'm looking at time now. But those could be incorrect, obviously. Just some likely cases. I'm absolutely not surprised though. It's refreshing. It's very refreshing when that person suddenly start typing things. But here's like one of the big asterisks in nowadays. I have encountered quite a lot of younger adults who use ChatGPT instead to switch their voice. So is it possible to create those things? It is possible. You can take a key phrase, challenge ChatGPT, and prompt it to respond to get some of those things. But hear me out. The one thing that makes this not ChatGPT is because I love the use of ellipses, the inconsistent turn of phrases in the responses, and then how they cherry picked some particular words that I said. So that's pretty reassuring that I'm having a conversation with someone. So that's pretty neat. I'm glad it turned out to be something not exchanging insinuations and generalities. Pretty neat. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? This is a match. I genuinely don't. I should have asked the person. What are they getting out of it? I suppose sometimes these actions tend to be motivated by what are you getting out of it, right? I think there was opportunities to have much more deeper conversations there, considering the person is familiar, presumably familiar with individuals like psychologists and whatnot. I'm not too familiar with psychologists, so it would be really fun to engage in a topic that person is familiar with. Maybe even their educational background was in psychology. They noticed and read my descriptor. I noticed that they probably found that I had a PhD in molecular biology because of scrolling down to the description, to the about section, and that's already statistically inherent that this person is probably older, not younger. At least competent enough to look for converging things. So that was like the third message the person made. They made the observation, because I did disclose that I have a PhD in molecular biology, but rarely does that behavior correlate with someone who's younger. Rarely. Not saying all young people, but rarely. So there, since the first or five, probably since the first or five comments, I was already narrowing down what this interaction was going to be like. The win-lose. Onyomi and Onyomi. Shol. Shom. Shofu? Shofu doesn't sound great. This might use a different read? Maybe? Oh no, it might Rendaku. Shobu. Shobu is fine.
Shobu.
Okay, just so Rendaku. Archer.
Heya.
Yeah. So this can be multiple things, and I kind of added multiple things. So it could be up or get up, rise. What do we have? We have run and self, right? Run and self. Does the mnemonic help us wake up? What does this get to wake up? You kick, you run. I don't actually know. It's wake up. Or get up. I think I added get up. Yes. And rise. This is all. Yeah. All. So for OB. Run into oneself in a dream and you definitely wake up. Oh, that's why I don't remember. You run into oneself. I mean, and one runs into oneself and you don't wake up, just look down your waist if you're wearing an obi. This one's kind of... We know it from... I know it from already knowing it. As opposed to mnemonic. Probably would end up being a rote memory situation. You got any bowling tips? Unfortunately, I don't bowl anymore too often. But if I had to have a tip, it's probably don't forget to square your shoulders. Arms straight, square shoulders. Whether you tip your body or bend or something, square shoulders, straight arms was probably for a particular bowling style, but the reason why I say square shoulders and straight arm is elbow, shoulder, shoulder longevity. Probably. That's a pretty safe one. So like your arm, your shoulder, once it's squared, your arm will naturally swing, and there's a natural swing when your arms are straight and your shoulder is squared. And then you take, it's like a pendulum, right? It's like a pendulum. You take your ball in front of you and you drop it, and as long as you can hold the ball in your hand and you let your arm, your shoulder naturally swing with a straight arm, you wait till the ball comes back and you release the ball as it comes up, and that forms the foundation of your natural swing. Now, after you form the foundation of your natural swing that deals with the least amount of effort, just the stored potential energy from the forward position, and then the kinetic energy that goes from the swing and then releasing it, then you can modify it, right? You can modify it by adding tension, increasing the release speed, accelerating at the bottom of the swing, curling your arm a little to do weird things, dipping your shoulder if you want to do like a swing. But before then, probably the first thing is to find where your natural swing is. This minimizes injury, and it's the most reproducible foundation for throwing your ball. It's in contrast to other sports that deals with throwing, because throwing itself, like football, like a American football, if you will, an American football, and or baseball, those motions are not natural motions, as in they don't take advantage of something that's reproducible. They're very fine-tuned. But bowling, on the other hand, is completely it can be a completely foundational swing response. You hold the ball in front of you, and once you let go, the ball is going to exert its energy, and if you hold your shoulder very square, it's going to swing back and it's going to swing forward, and you let go of the ball as it swings back forward past the, I guess what you call it, the normal line, 90 degrees. So once, right, it swings and like this. So your shoulder's here, right? Your bowling ball starts here. You let go, and then there's going to be some resistance from your shoulder pocket pushing back. So it's going to swing probably about here somewhere naturally, and then it's going to swing back, and then you let go here. You just let go of the ball, and it'll be reproducible. So that forms your foundation of your shoulder joint, and this would be your elbow right here. So when someone goes, right where your shoulder length is, you drop, and everything else is no exertion. There's no additional weight, nothing. It's the weight of the bowling ball. So, and you start from there. And then you can start doing like all your fun things. You can start tweaking it, spinning it and stuff. But that's probably where the bowling starts. It's been a long time since I played bowling, or since I went bowling. But yeah, foundational stuff. And if you're wondering, well, what do you do with your feet, right? So this is the line of scrimmage, right? This is the line of scrimmage, or the fault line, right? And then the bowling alley goes up here, or the bowling lane, and you have markers here, right? You typically have markers. We're looking from right to left in an isometric. This is isometric view. So the person's standing here oftentimes, and they approach the foul line, and they're timing their swing. So what you're doing is you're walking. Usually it's either between 2 to 4 steps, and they're timing where by the time they plant this foot, their bowling ball is swinging right at the peak, right at the bottom of their swing. So you're timing this. But you don't have to start like that. You can literally stand right here, do the same motion without walking at all. It's a standstill. And then you drop it at the last. And then once you get that timing down, it's actually quite natural for how many steps or how long you're doing by feeling where your ball is. So some people usually step between twice and 3 times. And then at some point you can accelerate it even further, and you will be gliding into your 4th step. Or you take a 3 step and you glide into place, right? So you're still sending your body even more further and forward. And all those come after you form your natural swing arc. And once you have your swing arc, a lot of the other things come very intuitively, in my opinion. So yes, you can still be incredibly consistent by standing right at the front of the foul line, right in front of the foul line, and just performing a swing over and over again. And I think that's one of those things where embarrassment comes in. Like people like, oh, I don't want to throw like that or something like that. But that is the foundation, and you can actually do very, very well outside of a few stipulations. Very, very well just doing that. And it wouldn't be any embarrassing just standing up at the foul line, because the results will probably be better than someone who thinks that's embarrassing. It's kind of like disc golf. I actually play disc golf as well. Disc golf is very similar. You have a approach. So this is like a bowling alley, right? And what you do is you approach with 1, 2, 3 steps. And your swing is also timed with the natural arc and pull of your swing. Only this time, instead of thinking of it going up and down like an arc, you're thinking about it pulling back and moving forward and releasing it at a point, right? So disc golf is very similar too, and you try to find your natural pull as you're pushing through. And then I usually just stand still and practice that release, and then you add your steps back into it. So that's kind of, disc golf is another thing which kind of drew me to disc golf as well. I really like the parallelisms between bowling and disc golf. Many of the speed and consistency and reaction time actually is not necessarily due to strength. So both of them are largely finesse-like sports, and I really like it that way. Meanwhile, you know, tennis is a different story and whatnot. So yeah. So if you're ever casually bowling, I just walk up to the foul line because I don't have equipment or anything, right? Like sometimes your equipment also is a crutch. It becomes a crutch. So you take the house ball, you casually walk up as though you're doing something, and you just wait till you hit the foul line, and then you just perform your swing. And as long as you, right, your swing completes, if you can accurately use a marker and you place your ball like here, for example, and your natural swing, and mind you, if you're right-handed, your ball, regardless of what it is, it's gonna curl this way, most likely, due to the natural hand gesture, right? You're not worrying about what your wrist does when you're releasing, so it's gonna curl this way. If you're left-handed, it's gonna curl this way. Now, the thing is, you don't worry about the curl, you worry about where you place the ball, because if it hits a little to the left and you can reproduce your swing, you move to the right. And if you can reproduce the swing every time, you move to the left. Like if you're looking this way, you'll move to the left if you're hitting too far right. So you move your position in order to keep your arm consistent. And then in the future, then you can adjust your arms. Yeah, it's hard, but practicing some of it. Yeah, so you're minimizing, right? You're minimizing the things you have to juggle, and it can be very rewarding, right? It's kind of like CrossFit, I would say. I think it runs along with CrossFit. When you're doing a burpee, instead of doing the entire burpee, you could do a jump squat, and a pilo push-up separately. So when you're good at the pilo, right, a pilo push-up, then you might be able to combine it with the jump squat. You can also do a pilo push-up with a modified jump squat, because maybe your jump squat is not as consistent as your pilo. Or you can do a jump squat completion into a normal push-up and then a pilo movement. So you can break those movements down before you do the entire, like, whatever complex dynamic movement you have for a burpee. Obviously, a burpee is not descriptive enough to know what type of burpee. Like, are you doing a pilo push-up at the end? That's still a burpee. If you do a push-up at the end, that's a burpee. If you don't do a push-up at all and just plank, that's still a burpee. So, progression. That's a progression. And most of this bowling stuff that I'm talking about now, it's only after the fact. So I didn't do this when I was younger, when I was bowling, because I didn't do calisthenics, or I didn't do body movement or mind-body awareness. So most of this stuff is talking in retrospect. I didn't literally do this when I was younger. I teared my thumb. I did my shoulder. I kind of had wrist stiffness, so I needed a wrist aid. You know, I was young. I learned the hard through growing pains, and I was young enough to recover from lots of the strain and whatnot. But now, in retrospect, after learning all of these things, as an older person, I would probably go about it this way, because the goal is to prevent injury while enjoying something. So you want to be able to do something without relying on the idea that your body is spry for forever. So the advice or the tip that I was talking about specifically would be something that I would do if I were to go back to bowling, which I have not gone back to bowling for like half a decade or more now. So it's been a very long time, and I don't know what bowling equipment looks like anymore. I do watch bowling from time to time. It's leveraging human experiences. I think that's the fantastical edge that being an adult gives you. Being an adult gives you experience and edge in applying knowledge you have. There are other people who don't do that. They still go into everything like they're kids, and that's perfectly fine. You can enjoy that, provided you don't injure yourself, right? There are far more dexterous and robust people than myself. So some people go in with it completely intuitively, right? Intuition. Like, yeah, I'm naturally gifted, talented. You go in, you just fill it out. Awesome. I tend to do both. I try to do both. Because the older you get, the more edge you have over your younger self. Your younger self do not have the edge of applying knowledge. Although I would have to argue that nowadays, this is only applying to people who had experience applying things before they learn knowledge. Because this is very different from someone who Googles something and say, oh, I read about, I don't know, how to build a PC, and then constitute that as an expert or like experience as building a PC without actually doing it. So that's very different nowadays. You could get to a point where someone would say, oh yeah, bowling's easy. It looks easy. I watched this YouTube video, and then go and do it, and it turns out not to be that easy, right? But the thing is, it's perfectly normal, or like it's very, very understandable if that person did not have any experience with letting their arms swing, right? Can you think of a moment where you do that motion, where you take something and just let your arm swing? It can be unnatural at first. So when I'm saying establishing your natural swing, that's different from saying it's natural to do that motion. It's probably not natural to do that motion. I don't think a lot of people would say, hey, stick out your arm. Yeah, I'm going to put a 15-pound ball in your hand and just let it swing. Like, that's not going to be natural at first. But your shoulder has a natural moving point. So, and this to me goes back to language learning. So if I had to apply to language learning, no, most things are not natural when you first learn a language that you don't naturally speak, right? So whenever someone goes up and say, oh, don't you want, like, this is how so-and-so is naturally this, it's always like this, it's like, yeah, once you become a native speaker, or like once you become practiced in it. And even then, language learning and like bowling, there will be different natural swings. The particular natural swing I'm talking about is, again, it depends, right? So I'm telling you what it depends on, which is the swing of a I don't know if they still use these words, but there are tweeners, and crankers, and everything in between. There are tweeners and crankers, and the thing I'm describing is closer to a tweener versus a cranker. You'll see that natural arm and shoulder dip and body language is a lot more angular when you're starting to crank things. But that's going into things I think someone who wants to enjoy bowling for the first time, or someone who wants to start bowling, those are things, it's kind of like trying to learn vocabulary in which you don't understand or how to use yet. You can still learn about them. WaniKani, you can still learn about the vocabulary without being able to apply it yet. And that, to me, is what it's like to talk to someone who Googles things and not do it, right? Not use it. So you can read a lot about things but have no application for the knowledge. You're gonna head out to bowling with some coworkers right now. Really? All right, well, good luck. Have fun. I had no idea you were literally gonna go out to go bowling. I hope you have fun. I hope you have fun with your coworkers. Best of luck. Yeah, enjoy. Thank you for hanging out. It's just a cosmic thing and just wanted to ask. I see. Well, good luck. Have fun. Have fun though, right? As long as you're not injured, have fun. I mean, you CrossFit. I think mind-body connection is great. Like, doing physical activities already gives one an edge on mind-body awareness when it comes to sports. I would love to hear how to go, like tomorrow or something. I'll talk to you then, Colonel. 10K, then bowling. What a day. That sounds like a fantastic day. I'll have some short stories to share about that type of thing when you come back. Take care. Take care. This is it Akasu? Changing into a sheep? So what happens when you change into a sheep? You change something else? Oh, this is the bewitching thing, right? This is bewitch. I don't know what bewitching has anything to do with the sheep, but it's definitely bakasu. It's probably because the other change to transform or something is bakeru or bakeru. Laboratory. NQ. It's yeah. Ain't no other way, right? Ain't no other way. NQ.
研究室
NQ. Alt. Retroactive. Match. Showdown. Meisha. Hi, doctor.
名車
Meisha. What did I say this was? Bakasu.
バカ数
Bakasu. Music. Retroactive. Oyogu.
泳ぐ
Yoku. What was this? O? OB? Zenbu.
全部
Alright, 10. Alright, let's do the 10. Oh boy, this is private. Important. A task? Oh, Aaron. Oh, not footage. Footage.
用事
Yoji.
大事
Daiji. Patient.
相談
Soldan. Certain death. That's it. Wait. Yeah. And I made a mistake here. Right. He, she,
必死
she. Shiritsu.
私立
Shiritsu.
画像
Azo. Preserve. Preserve. Tamotsu.
保つ
Truth. These are all errors that I made recently. Shokuji.
食事
8 lessons. Oh, yeah, the 2 kanji from before. Alright. So truth is truth. What are the chances that this is jitsu still?
実
Jitsu? Okay.
実
Onyomi? Okay. Jijitsu? Ain't no way this is jijitsu. Fact. The occurrence of truth is a fact. In fact, okay. Is primarily used as a noun, but it's also being used as something is factual. It's additionally in relatively formal writing, it can be used as an adverb.
事実
Jijitsu.
事実
Jijitsu. Okay. Nothing there. Okay, true strength. Nice. Even though I typed true and it was marked wrong. That's how come we're here today instead of yesterday. Jitsu. Jitsuriki or jitsuryoki? Roku. Oh, it might be jiyoku. Maybe. Can I read Nendaku? No, I can't. So maybe it's jiroku.
実力
No, jitsuryoku. Okay.
実力
Alright, sure. G2 locks. We're good. Essential. Yes, essential. Which also is still necessary or important. Yes, it's still necessary important. And 重要, right? 重要. What is this? 重要.
重要
重要
Which sounds like 重要. 重要. Body weight. 还有 sounds fine. How heavy is your body? Your body weight. Yeah.
体重
Taiju. Oh wait, yeah, it's not yo. Whoops. Taiju. Yeah, nothing.
体重
Taiju. We're fine. It's fine still. So
事実
Jijitsu. Jitsuryoku.
実力
I'm surprised by this one a little bit.
Juyo.
Juyo. Oh. Okay.
実
Jitsu.
体重
Taiju. Okay. And then double heavy. Double. When you have two heavy things, you have double and dual. Okay, the heavy compared to one at least. Oh, okay. I see. Double compared. This word is a prefix attached to other words to show that it is double. So, 20?
20
Okay.
20
20. Alright. Experiment. Truth. Ascertaining the truth through testing. Experiment. A test that tries to find the truth. Yes. So, jitsuken. Or, jiken.
実験
実験
That's more aligned. Jiken. And then, omoi.
重い
重い
Which is omo again. Or oh, more. Oh no. You're lifting something that's really heavy. Oof, you lift it above your head. You're so awesome. You scream, oh, more instead of oh, mo. We could say, oh, mo, get me more, but you know, not consistent. That's fine. We're good. Double experiment.
20
Need to. And
実験
only.
重い
All right, there we go. It's 6. Yeah, we're good. All right. Did we hit? Yeah, we did hit something. It was Hitsuon. Hitsuon is what we hit today by accident. Oh, Hatsuon. Yeah, I said Hitsuon again. Hatsuon. That's the mistake that I made. Hitsuon instead of Hatsuon. All right. So Monix. Radicals only do it once. We'll do specific kanji words again. So Monix, let's see. Tombstone, kiss, beans, alcohol, landslide. This is retroactive. No, not retroactive. Geoduck. Retroactive music. Dynamite, sick, stairs, bundle, turkey, bolt retroactive, sell retroactive in Chinese. And then let's do our poll. Sheep. Obi. The origin of things. What is the origin of things? We're gonna skip for now. Winter shoe. Learning. Shoe. And. Aha. Huh. Umbrella. Kayak. Nori. Gyoza. Row. Car. Santa. Ear. I'm gonna skip that for now. Godzilla. Oh, bun. Nacho. Cucumber. Yoko. Cho. Shin. Cyborg. Oh, wait. That's not cucumber. This is cucumber. What are you? Oh, shoe. Wait, no, not shoe. Centaur. Okay, so what are you? Oh, institution is the actual... Yeah, institution. Okay, so now let's do our reads. So, Koichi. Oh wait. In. Chu. Hen. A. Kai. No. Gyo. Ryo. Ka. San. Go. Na. Oh. Na. Na. Sen. Yoko. Cho. Shin. Sai. Yu. Right. And technically we only have, I'm just gonna do the one today. It was actually pretty good today. Not too bad. But obviously this is a new thing, so we do be due diligent when we're new. However, the Tsuyon is a little disappointing. Wait, is it double slash? No, it's one slash. Right. Not Hitsuyon. Hatsuyon. Keep doing it. Hatsu. I'm drawing a blank on Hatsu. Right, Hatsuyon. This pronunciation. Coincidental. Alright, so that's it for our Japanese today. And our HanziHero. I mean, not HanziHero, our WaniKani today. We're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. Right? Feel free to follow along. As always, you can drop your hot takes. Always be ready to discuss, right? Like today. Excellent discussion. Mixed feelings most of the time, right? Bit of disappointment on the side, but hey. That's how it goes. Until next time, right? For those who are only interested in Japanese, minasan mata ne. Right? And I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第89天。It is day 89. Oh, I have to keep track. Okay, it's 96. Day 89. Let's look quickly here. Review. This is daytime. Was the stop. Yo. Was the stop. And up to. And the reason I stopped was I need to think of sprout. Not across and whatnot. Right. Yes. This one. Che. Gotta think of the bathroom. And this one, who? Frankenstein. It's a loose end here. Alright, let's get into it. Quick. We're a little bit behind. Maybe like 30 minutes behind.
刚刚
Gungun, just now. So just now is just now. Gungun. That's fine. Yeah, this would be then. Yeah, Gungun. 我刚刚走。
他刚刚走。
哦，他刚刚走。我们刚刚看的电影。Okay. Self-explanatory.
刚刚准确
Prepare. I mean standard. No. Yeah, standard. 确 was authentic. Standard authentic. Something that is accurate will follow the authentic standard of measuring exactly. Yeah, precise, exact. Okay. Yeah. 准确地说明
准确的说明
准确的 Oh, this is the right. It's the alternative read for this. And how did it work? It's like it's a li. It's like an adverbial ish. So accurately explained accurately or in accurate terms. Explained accurately. 准确的说明。准确的 information.
准确的资讯
资讯。Okay.
准确答复
to answer copy or to answer return. Yes. Or recover. Return or recover, yeah. Yeah, there's return. Return. So reply refers to response to return in order to answer question. Yeah. To reply to answer. Honestly, to respond. What's he? Sandal Temple. I don't know what that is at the moment. What's he? Something. 你的答复。
我期待你的答复
我期待。Oh, is that die too? 我期待。Yeah. Okay, 我期待 like kind of also holding on to things, right? Japanese，我期待你的答复。张是 no， 张 something， 干 something 答复。
正式答复
Oh, it's still 是。Okay, so this one is overlapping with 是 with an extra radical. 正式答复 formal 正式 prompt reply something 时答复
及时答复
及时答复
答复
or reply
计划
计划 Okay, so to divide, to calculate, oh boy. The first part of my plan is to calculate how best to divide time and effort for the sake of the planning. Okay. Alright. 我们的计划开始场 shape 了，
我们的计划开始成型了。
成型了。OK。你周末？你在周？你周末的计划是什么？
你周末的计划是什么？
Okay, that's Joe.
计划商讨
salesperson and discuss. So discussing. The salesman comes to you with something to discuss, so you discuss it with him. Alright, sure. 我们需要商讨明天的计划. Oh, that's a great way to rope that in. Nice. 商讨对
商讨对策
Okay.
商讨刚刚商讨准确
哦Heck.
答复
How did that work? Dracula auditoriums slap someone a bamboo because of gloves? What the heck is the da for? Something about bamboo and gloves. Dracula slap someone with gloves or hold up. He leans on a piece of bamboo he's using as a fashionable cane. A pretentious guy went by and Dracula calmly takes off his gloves and slacks him. But yeah. So it is that one. Okay, that's fine. Oops. Okay.
计划
To calculate to divide is first part of a plan. Alright, it's fine. Alright, next one. 万道. Dao was drop. To forget, to drop. Something is to forget is by way of dropping it from your mind. Okay. To slip from mind. Ooh, slip from mind. I like that. Interesting. 请不要忘掉你的 promise
请不要忘掉你的承诺。
承诺。他 something 玩到过去的something 疼。
他无法忘掉过去的伤痛。
痛 ，Oh yeah， 痛 ，my bad， 痛 ，which is pain。So 伤痛 pain。Okay, and 过去 past 无法 unable 无法伤痛。
忘掉
拿到忘掉啊，忘掉
字典
Oh, it's not 字典. Oh, no, 字典 is something else. I guess we're gonna get dictionary soon too. But this is 字典, which is a character canon or a record. And take dictionary too. Contains a canon of all. So 这本字典字典真的很大。
这本字典真的很大。
我的手机里有一本字典。
我的手机里有一本字典。
在字典里查一个字。
在字典里查一个字。
一个字。Okay.
字典街道
streetway or street road, just a street. I still think it can probably end up being a road if you're referring to it. 街道两边 both sides of the street. Yeah. 这里的街道很安静。这里的街道很安静。
街道夏天
summertime is summer. Or summer heaven, you know. 这里的夏天 something 别热 特别 yeah 特别
这里的夏天特别热。
特别 not okay I thought it was two 特别 or 特别热。北京的夏天热吗？ OK
夏天康复
康复 return to health recovery to recover yes time to get well. Oh, there's Sub-Zero. What's up? Are you well?朱宁教日康复 Yeah, I wish you an early recovery. Wish 朱宁 formal 朱宁教日 early days or an early recovery. 康复 what was this one? Wu? Yeah, that's Wu. And then something else.
康复无望。
无望. Okay. What are you up to? How are things? What do you got going on?
康复
康复. Okay. 忘掉
忘掉
Didn't we talk about something that I was looking for? Oh, how's Steins Gate? Ah! Oh. Oh, I wrote the wrong. Yeah, that's a typo. Fine. This is
街道
this is lessons.
康复字典
字典 Whoops. Oh, 下 Whoops. 下点
下正
Good,
确
just finished one of your bigger semester projects yesterday. Awesome, way to go. So you went out with a few friends to celebrate. How do you and your friends celebrate such things? Haven't watched much since last time. And now that I'm free of one obligation, I'll have more time. Ah, okay. How does one celebrate nowadays? 正确 So authentic, correct, which is still correct and accurate. We have double accurates again. Okay. 他的打 something 他的打 something 是正确的
他的答案是正确的。
答案 Oh, it takes up that on 答案 Okay. We had a few drinks at one of the guys' place, then we went to this one student bar. Oh, that sounds cute. That sounds lovely. I miss starting to getting a little nostalgic. 正确的方向是什么？
正确的方向是什么？
So the correct direction is what? Okay. 这是正确的方法。
这是正确的方法。
Just method. Because we have those.
正确 关掉，
关掉，关掉, which is to close or to shut or turn off. Do I have shut off too or switch off? We're gonna have to shut off. And then 掉 is to reinforce. Something make the switch drop down so that electricity shut off, yeah. But you don't know. Going out doesn't really hit the same anymore ever since you got in a relationship. Well, I hope it doesn't hit the same. If you know what I mean. Hear me out here. Humor me a little. Were you expecting it to stay the same? I think this is a really interesting question that I tend to think about over the years that I no longer like process anymore. When you have like something change in your life, I don't know, do you often ask yourself it hits the same? Like are you expecting it to hit the same? I usually don't anymore. And one step forward, even one step forward. Not only do I not expect it to hit the same, I expect it for hitting different to be more interesting. If you know what I mean. Maybe that's a different perspective shift in one's life at some point. But usually, as I, with every passing day, I like to think that things don't hit the same anymore. They would hit different. For better or for worse. But I guess when you say it doesn't really hit the same, that's a bad thing, right? Or that's a thing that is undesirable. But you can embrace the difference. It do hit different, Kappa. Do your friends are they not in relationships? You could talk about that. That's always kind of fun. Or maybe not in relationships. I'm not sure what the status quo is.你可以把音乐，你可以把音乐关到，
你可以把音乐关掉。
关掉，好，关掉。Some are and others not. Those who are kind of feel the same. Oh, and whenever one guy becomes single, they all of a sudden want to arrange night outs. Oh, of course. Yes. Companionship, in my opinion, is a wonderful way to indirectly ask for help. Or not in the sense of asking help as in they need help, but more like it's a wonderful reflex for obviously overcoming breakups. It's very human condition, both intuitive and non-intuitive. For those who don't find it intuitive, it's quite intuitive for those who are unaware. 电视 instead of closing one off, right? I would be far more concerned when someone has a breakup and they don't want to hang out. You know what I mean? Like if I had a friend who I knew had a breakup and then they suddenly ghosted everyone, I would be probably far more concerned than someone who says, oh yeah, you know, that's okay, let's just go out and have fun, we have more time, that kind of thing. So it would be far more reassuring to me that someone who is actively still going out and they don't give up hanging out with people after a breakup, because it can be very tough to want to socialize anymore. Who knows? Who knows? You could be that guy. It's like, I got your back, bro. I certainly have some experience with that. Being that guy. The guy that gets called up. Like, nice. Let's go. This day is about you. 关掉。
关掉。划分。
划分。The heck of 划分? Divide into parts. I guess that makes sense. Simply divide into different parts. Partition to divide still, yeah. 我们 something 划分成两个小 group. Oh wait, I should know group. 猪? No, I don't know group.
我们被划分成2个小组。
猪 It's related to 猪 though. 猪 Oh. Yeah, it's related to 猪 though. Bay. Guess I should have known that, Bay. Oh, there, Joe. Long time. Yeah, it has been a long time. How have you been, Joe? 全市划分成四个 district.
全市划分成4个区。
区 Freaking.
划分。
Chill weekend. I've been pretty good. Yeah. 2005, lots of new projects, lots of new little things here and there, lots of stories. Chill weekend. Yeah, I have to make sure I'm on time today because we get to watch some. The gang and I get to watch some anime together, so I have to be vigilant, not take too much time. The group is finishing up because we're moving to the 2nd season of Haruhi Suzumiya. Okay. To live. Yeah. Do they have lively? Okay, that's fine. I was like, yeah, might default to lively. Be alive, yeah. So, Hua. The Hulk is inside. What are you up to now? What have you been up to in this long time? Since the last time we spoke, yeah, more different ways of interacting with language learning. We are now, Japanese, Chinese, and Spanish as planned. "2025 brings a bunch of new things that integrate things I like to do and what I'm currently doing." So the Hulk is inside the office building, sure, where he is now working so that he has money to live. Go on. He sits in his cubicle where his annoying boss talks loudly, his tongue spraying saliva all over the Hulk, rip, who's hunched over in his tiny cubicle. The Hulk seriously consider whether he wants to continue to live under such conditions. Okay, so I like the idea. How do we place him inside the office cubicle? And how do we know it's Hulk? He's squeezing into a tiny little cubicle. Alright, nice. To revive. Oh, copy. To return to life. I see. 复活. To survive. I don't got anything for Sin yet. Hawkeye. Serve right. Should. To live. To should. Should live. Serve right. 活动 activity. To live at move. To live move. Motion. 生活 okay, that's just life and life. Life. Lively life, life. Lots of life.
活者
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Alright, one who? Jeez, that's one way to put it. Yeah, one who. Okay. Alright, fair enough. So James Bond. Right. James Bond is in the basement of the electricity plant. Okay. Something has to initiate basement in electricity, where he works as a security guard. That's electricity planty. He currently escorting an elder as part of a tour. The elder suddenly stops walking, stares James down, and turns into a mini sun, plugging himself into the hanging wires. That's because the elder is the one who can emit sun energy. That's interesting. How do you feel about RNG in games? You for it or against it? I am, oh, that's interesting. You only gave me two choices. Okay. Between those two choices, I am for it because my favorite one of my go-to guilty pleasures are roguelike games. And without the RNG or the seeding or the re-rolling, I have very little to adapt to. Like, without RNG, you are adapting to the game itself. With RNG, you are persistently adapting to the game as the game is going. So, I quite like that. It can be technically, right, we're not talking about the degree of RNG, as in like true RNG or not RNG, but I like permutations. Combinatorial aspects of it. I like to respond to things. So, most of the games I play tends to be like that. Deck builders tend to be roguelike in general. Like Battlegrounds on Hearthstone, most of them. Specifically for RNG and item rolling, not like crit stuff, which I think should be a core mechanic. Item rolling is still an adaptive thing. Have I seen the Switch 2 release? I have seen the Switch 2 release. Are you getting a Switch, Joe? Are you planning on it? I have not owned a Nintendo console since my breathing days, so I'm a little bit emotionally detached from it, but it's an exciting time, sort of, for Switch owners to find out it's a $500 console and titles range from $80 to $90, with essentially a closed ecosystem manufactured by the monopoly Nintendo. You have a Switch and you're very into it? Nice. I hope you are able to acquire the Switch 2 and enjoy it as well. I quite like the aspect of having a hybrid rendering system to allow backwards compatibility. That's kind of a bit an unprecedented thing or motion for Nintendo, so that's wonderful. And also, Dao, we can both enjoy similar titles now, which is great because the Nintendo's wall has been open to import, not export, but import. So in the future, we could talk about titles like a Dragon because Sega has officially imported, and they're an allied import for Nintendo as a side plug for the things that I typically enjoy, which are Sega published things. Yeah, an import. What I mean is the exclusivity wall has been brought down, so other publishers are actively exporting, and that includes Nintendo welcoming the import. And what I mean by that is Nintendo is getting titles from other publishers who don't typically publish on the Nintendo platform, largely because of possible like hardware restrictions or coding restrictions or proprietary royalty stuff. So Like a Dragon, for example, is coming to the Switch, for example. And Like a Dragon being a series that I have a lot of fondness with. So that's an option now. Unless, you play on the PC and stuff. That's perfectly fine. But there's more exposure, basically. For item rolling Sub-Zero, yeah, like lots of titles. Lots of different titles, like the PEGI thing, the rating system. Like, oftentimes Nintendo had been very restrictive on their cultivation of what type of things can be on the platform, right? They had this brand and this idea, but it's a little bit more open now, like because the other publishers are more inclined, like, okay, Nintendo, how do we get our game, like, I mean, Mortal Kombat is on the Switch, although let's not talk about MK1's hardware conflicts, so like problems with the Switch, like the Switch 1, but the Switch 2 could remediate that. So it's going to be neat. I will be able to talk to other people about games that I play that can be played on the Switch. That's pretty neat. I think that increases the exposure and the level of conversation that people can have, because some people are like, oh, I love my Switch 2, and if I say a title, it'd be something like, oh, they don't have that on Nintendo. It's like, oh, that's kind of disappointing. We got to talk about something else. But Switch 2, that announcement was pretty exciting. I think I was the least impressed, per se, or unexpected or surprised by the hardware side of things, largely due to the massive amount of leaking and that and speculation. But the software deal side, that was very interesting. I think one of the interesting developments is that while Nintendo may not be open to exporting their titles and their IP to other platforms, you can see an active welcoming. The bad thing is that you're not sure you can get Switch 2 at first. Oh yeah, because of the embargo. Or the suspension because of tariffs thing, if you're talking about that. Or unless you live in a place that's not affected by the global tariff thing going around and delaying on calculating availability of stuff outside. Yeah, I heard about that recently. That's the most recent thing I read about with the Switch 2 thing. Yeah, you also like RNG as long as it can't be easily manipulated. Well, yeah, that would be an RNG thing. The reason you asked was because there's RNG and weapon attribute rolling, but it's easy to manipulate, unfortunately. Yeah, that's fine. I think when you manipulate the thing, it means that it must be manipulated. So you could have no need for manipulation, which is less RNG. If you know what I mean. So like they could design a game with no RNG and then there wouldn't be a need for manipulation. So I think you're comparing it with something that can't be manipulated and manipulated. So I don't think it's the question of RNG. It's the question of manipulation. At least in my opinion, Sub-Zero. I think you're more concerned about RNG being manipulated than if there is or is not RNG. So the question is, do I care if if RNG can be manipulated. I actually do. I do care about it. Roguelike games, one of the essential things about manipulation is understanding how permutations work. So part of the idea of being good or interesting about roguelike games is that the consistency goes up when quote unquote choices in the RNG process is used to inform consistent success. Errors in height when launch, multi-factors. Okay, I see now. Yeah, I think I agree with you. I agree with you that it sucks when a game introduces a mechanic and is completely superseded by its design. It's completely superseded by a practice. So kind of like, for example, adding magic to Elden Ring and then people telling other people not to use magic. I think it's more that's kind of question here, as opposed to whether there is or is not RNG in the game. For me, RNG is in the game. If you want to manipulate it, up to you. However, Monster Hunter Wilds, it's a multiplayer game. So then when you talk about manipulation, it's about the manipulation, not the RNG, because of fairness, right? It's the perception of fairness. And I can understand why it is unfortunate that if people have to choose or not choose, they're not segregated on their integrity with superseding a mechanical game. As a single player experience, like for example, if Monster Hunter Wild was a single player experience, whether RNG or RNG is in it, I would say yes, I prefer RNG. However, I also prefer not to not manipulate. Oh, no, okay, that's a double negative. I would manipulate it to the best of my ability to increase my success, because the ability for me to manipulate within the game, right? Within the game, obviously Monster Hunter Wilds, I think you're referring to something outside of the game. Within the game, it does involve being able to understand how to manipulate RNG to be consistent in a roguelike game. So that's part of the reward of being it. Now for your hand, I'm totally thinking you're talking about third-party ways of manipulating Monster Hunter Wilds. So something that's outside the system. And I guess that it's unfortunate because that destroys the fairness of the multiplayer game. It's also one of the reasons why I do not typically prefer those type of games, largely due to that type of like ethical and moral dilemma a lot of times. That also includes Elden Ring, actually. So if you're, a Souls-like fan or something like that, and you think of Elden Ring, that also plays into that too. It still exists in most of those type of games. I like deck builders. I manipulate the heck out of the RNG, but I stay within the system, right? The system. So the concept of manipulating probabilities is one of my favorite things about RNG. How you can manipulate RNG even though it's supposed to be random, right? Like, or some random. Yeah. That part is my favorite discovery in a roguelike game. So ironically, an effortful manipulation of RNG is a little different from a effortless outside system non-competitive process that gives you a edge. I want to say one last thing very quickly to be in sake of brevity. When it comes to life though, how big your system is can make it okay for people to try to manipulate it. Despite like maybe the developer saying, no, it's not allowed, then sure, I understand, it's unfortunate. But if the developer doesn't come out and say, no, it's not allowed, then it's life. You are outside of the video game, right? So what I mean by that, if someone comes up to me and say, man, you can't use training wheels to learn Japanese, right? You can't learn training wheels to use Japanese because that's not part of the rules. And I'm like, who says so? No one says it. So I can choose to use the training wheels or I choose not to. It's based on my integrity and my own choice. Because the system I'm outside the system. When someone works in a system, like, oh, you should only learn Japanese using Anki, and I'm outside the system, then that creates emotional unfairness for better or for worse. So that person could get angry because I don't use Anki for Japanese, or the person could be elitist and suggest that I don't use Anki. It's emotionally impactful because it's not a level training ground. Sometimes when people provide advice, they want to normalize the advice for better or for worse. And that comes with where your system is. So when it comes to deck builders and RNG, I manipulate the heck out of it within the system, knowing that whenever I play a deck builder, I already have an unfair advantage because I have experiences outside of the very specific game. So when we're thinking about RNG from that perspective, you can already manipulate the RNG and your success prior to even playing the deck builder. And that can be very close to Monster Hunter Wild situation. However, with one big asterisk, you are being compared to other players. And that's probably why I try to mitigate this feeling of exploration because I choose my multiplayer live service update-ish, right? Tangent, like adjacent games very quick, like very strategically. Actually, because I do understand how kids and players and gamers interact with their systems nowadays. And sure enough, I do not find this surprising, considering Monster Hunter Worlds was set a precedence for that too. And then, hear me out, one last hot take. And then you cue the constant aggressive complaining about De Nouveau or anything like De Nouveau being in video games to prevent these things from happening, but it's still not good enough because in the end of the day, when someone goes around and say, take off De Nouveau because I don't cheat, it's like, well, yeah, you don't, but the world doesn't revolve around you. Statistically, a company continues to use De Nouveau and all the other things, especially in Japan. De Nouveau is still like a Dragon is a great example. Those series is like, wait, why do we need De Nouveau in, well, human condition? So the company definitely knows far more exposure to the illicit activities of their consumer, in my opinion, than a chance that someone who thinks they're the main character in the universe, right? That's a really hot take. But all of this is kind of blending together. I have like a whole narrative that goes from that whole you're sucking my performance because they put in anti-cheat thing that is outside the game, but I don't cheat, so therefore why should it be there kind of thing. You're a bit burned out, your Monster Hunter Wilds already because of this. The endgame weapons have this RNG manipulation. It's probably reminiscent of the post-launch content in Monster Hunter World, and I think that there may be a lot more motivation for you to grind if it wasn't possible to manipulate a game and get the perfect weapon within a day. That's interesting. Comparison is the theft of joy, right? You could argue that it's your own fault for manipulating the system, but when it's so obvious, I almost feel like the game is prompting me to enable cheats right in front of you. Comparison is the theft of joy. Yes, it is a very, very tough world to live with clairvoyance and information about how other people conduct themselves. So the question is, are you a person that's bothered by a system that is abused by other people, or do you choose to ignore it and accept that it still exists, right? And for myself, it would be the same as saying, hey, am I learning Chinese the best way? It doesn't affect me. So, to both those questions, plus minus RNG, plus minus people manipulating RNG, sounds like they know what they want. I know what I want. I'll probably grind for the thing if I want it, but I'm not interested in Monster Hunter Wild though. Procall asked me about Monster Hunter Wild as well. Monster Hunter World is sufficient for my iterative design exposure to like the systems for now. Maybe in another 2 or 3 years, perhaps. But generally speaking, comparison is certainly the theft of joy. Indeed. It's kind of like starting using HanziHero and then someone says, oh yeah, but this thing is so much better. It's like cheating. Like you're learning Chinese and you're having fun and it's the best thing ever. And I'm sitting here, it's like, well, I like HanziHero plenty. I'll smile and enjoy the choices that I've made, knowing that if I so choose, I can go and use those things. And that is a double edge, right? It's a double edge. Some people would say, well, if you can't beat them, join them, right? And that could be act as a benevolent motivation to be helpful. Like someone coming up to me and telling me Duolingo is garbage because they want me to join them, and that's an act of kindness. But I think that comes from an emotional ability to not accept that someone could have fun doing something that they're not doing. There are kind people who would suggest things like that out of the kindness of their heart. And then there are selfish people who project their frustration knowing that other people don't do the things that they do. The latter for the Monster Hunter World question. It's the predicament. It would bother me none. I would not be bothered at all with knowing that people manipulate RNG. In fact, I come to accept that there are going to be that. I also, much like coming to accept that content creators are negligible a lot of times, negligent about their liabilities for the things they speak and talk about, which was part of the earlier digression today in WaniKani, where people tend to normalize and lie right in front of me only to later verify and confirm most of my suspicions earlier, where someone came and talked like they're disabled. They practically lied to me 6 times, and then when I was being direct with them, they were clearly very competent person, spoke incredibly elegantly, as in typed incredibly elegantly, and yet used it in an argumentative way in order to save face and elevate themselves in saying, well, you just don't understand, and then move along, as opposed to continuing to discuss. But they clearly did not, and they clearly tried to act like a 16-year-old kid while being far more competent and far more educated. All related, in my opinion. But yeah, it sucks if you feel that way. It can get you to burn out in the game, for sure. Like, for example, WaniKani and HanziHero, if I knew, these two things exist, like, for example, people speedrun WaniKani, people speedrun HanziHero, and people speedrun Duolingo. And when someone posted their speedrun of WaniKani, they said, okay, so here are the rules that I used and the tricks that I used to speedrun WaniKani. And then immediately, a whole list of threads saying like, oh, well, you can't do that. That's kind of like cheating. Like, oh, well, you did this to bypass the thing. That's cheating because I would have to do it this way. Same deal. Same deal. No, that's what happens, and it sucks, right? I'm not saying you shouldn't feel this way, but I also would hate to hear. Are you leaving now? Take care. Take care. Thanks for stopping by the way. I hate to hear someone I know stop loving or wanting to play a game they enjoy because comparison stole their enjoyment away. That kind of sucks. So sorry to hear that about Monster Hunter Wild, especially when you have a new computer and it's practically for Monster Hunter Wild, in my opinion. I was that one of the reasons too? I don't even know. But I feel like it's almost lined up. So that's like doubly kind of disappointing. Yeah. You personally had a hard time avoiding it once you know what goes under the hood. Now you're listening is what I want to. It's what you wanted to say. Yeah, it sucks. I totally agree though. For like an emotional, trying to be like emotionally empathetic as much as I can be here, or sympathetic at least. Kind of similar to when you discover how RNG is manipulated in shining hunting for older Pokemon games. Yeah. You envy me for being able to ignore it? I don't think it. I mean, thank you. But that also means that you can use it to drive something as well. What I mean is, while you can't ignore it, it can certainly make you do things. So you could turn it into a constructive power. I don't know what it would look like. It wasn't the primary reason, no. Okay, just more of a coincidence that it came out around the same time. Oh, for the Monster Hunter World thing, Wild thing, yeah. So what I want to say here though is, if it annoys you, right? If it annoys you, if it causes you to burn out, I think there are fantastic ways you can channel that frustration. Like, for example, righteous indignation. I think righteous indignation has a lot of practical applications. The I am right, I want to do the right thing, it can be very powerful. And with due diligence and discipline, you can channel that like frustration. Like, for example, someone will come up and say Duolingo sucks so much, it never works, and then your righteous indignation would be like, well, it doesn't do nothing, I can prove that it does something. And then you would like double down and be more creative and try to make it work. That can work too. I don't know how you would substitute for Monster Hunter Wild, but channeling it into like another game that maybe has less of that can do something. Or going around trying to express yourself like, oh, I got this stuff without doing these cheats. Here's how I did it without doing these cheats. That's a way like Souls games and other players do things. Like, oh, hey, all right, you want to use magic? I'm not going to use magic. And then the other person's like, well, I want to use magic. Here's my run using magic only. That kind of thing. That can be very powerful too. So instead of like accepting defeat, so to speak, like, well, there's no reason for me to enjoy the thing that I like to do anymore, but you're choosing to do it. So there's got to be reward that is unconditional. Otherwise, in my opinion, comparison will likely take a hold and like kind of sap the joy out of everything. Like how to properly learn things, how to do things, or doing things correctly the first time ever. That's kind of how, or being talented. Oof, being talented is a deep cut in that. That's probably what I would say. First time you watch the stream, I like this kind of deep convo, but in a way I agree with the view of whether or not you are in the system or outside of it. Yeah, for life I try to be outside the system most of the time. So in a way, you know, the whole like allure or attraction of life hacks, that's kind of why people like life hacks. And I don't really talk about life hacks too much, but honestly, if I had to look at the way I stay happy or the way I stay consistent, it might as well be a life hack, because it's not like everyone does it. And am I sharing it? Not really. I'm trying to show some of it, but you don't share these things. They're kind of acquired and created, in my opinion. Like, for example, yeah, maybe when I was 16, or actually, yeah, maybe when I was 16, I was not happy with how other people had things I don't have. For example, like, oh, these people, they have private lessons, for example. That's like cheating to me, right? I played the violin when I was when I was in high school, and violin positions in orchestra are graded based on your performance. So where you are positioned and how important you are is based on your aptitude for violin. But someone who cannot afford a private teacher is certainly at a disadvantage for someone who is. But if your system only includes the possibility of teaching yourself how to play a violin, then certainly anything outside the system that you're working under would be unfair. So as a kid, yeah, there might be some envy and problems, you know, like frustration involved, but ultimately that's probably one of the examples that I might seem like frustrated, but I had far more things going on in my head that I'm worried about than saying, oh, I can't be as good as these people who have private teachers. In fact, I was actually quite better and above average than the others. So I made do with what I had, as opposed to using a point of comparison. I'm not saying you shouldn't do points of comparisons, both. Comparing things, at the same time being able to decide what is more meaningful for you. I liked Monster Hunter World knowing that, for example, not Monster Hunter Wild, but Monster Hunter World, I knew that at minimum, most people had a RNG hack and a monster locator and a seed generator. So when they when you SOS flare and they come in, they know exactly where to go, well, you could argue, oh, these people cheated their way to competence, but it could also be players who played the game so much that they're expediting the process because there are certain elements that they don't like anymore, right? And that's to be super fair to all the possible motivations, or more than that. There are far more other motivations when people uses like RNG manipulation. For example, they don't want a game with RNG, but they love Monster Hunter Wild. So does that stop them from playing after acquiring the armor? So if you acquire the armor in, like, say, a year's time, and someone acquired the armor in one day, would that one day person still be playing the game for that year? You can't answer that question, but I would say in terms of Monster Hunter Wild things, they are more likely to continue playing the game when they play the game the way they want, as opposed to the game the way only you want. So unless, Capcom can always come by and swing the ban hammer, right? That's perfectly fair. Yeah. Understandable. I'm not sure what Capcom said about it, but I know it already exists. It exists in Monster Hunter World, like all of it. In fact, I literally played Monster Hunter World on stream, and someone used like an ad hoc thing to determine where the monsters are, because chasing after the monsters and watching them where they are going in live is not as great as knowing where they're going to be exactly, and that is already manipulated. So you can have a script that goes that, and that was part of the downtime that people who played like 500 600 hours of Monster Hunter don't really want to do anymore. So that's kind of another deeper example of it. But in a way, being in a system with people using the same path is kind of comforting. It really is. Yeah, like that because everyone's doing the same output, that you will have the same result. Yeah, mostly in a closed system. Yeah, in a closed system. When you're thinking about video games in a closed system, it still won't be exactly the same result because the person is outside the system. No matter what, any video game, the person is outside the system. However, it can mitigate spuriousness. It can mitigate spuriousness of the results. So that creates a sense of fairness. However, for myself, if I am a gamer, right, that you're comparing to, I will most certainly be an outlier in how I approach the game. because I am outside the system. No matter what system I place myself in, I typically bring all of my thing to the system. So like, for example, if I start Duolingo, even if I don't understand Japanese in Duolingo, there are things about me that make me more likely to treat and use whatever's in Duolingo's system. Like, I'm not literally manipulating Duolingo, but because of my prior experience outside of Duolingo, my success with Duolingo is the results of Duolingo is incredibly different. And that's kind of how I view myself and people perhaps like me when playing video games. So the question is, how often does that happen? I don't think it happens as frequently enough for people to be upset, but that's the viewpoint I have. You will forever be outside the system when it comes to video games. The choice is yours to restrict yourself and discipline yourself to play by the rules or not. But hear me out. Your experience is never by the rules. Unless somehow you can unlearn all your legacy. Like, what is a fair system? Introduce a control scheme that no one has standardized. Would it be fair to say that it's comforting when you have someone who never played a Monster Hunter game start playing a Monster Hunter game versus someone who has previously played a Monster Hunter game? That's outside the system. So yeah, it's comforting in the sense that it minimizes spuriousness in the output, but in no way does, in my opinion, taking humans, applying a system, and not taking into account sampling bias, because sampling bias will exist. It is outside the system, the people you are sampling. So does Capcom enrich for people who manipulate RNG or not? I would say in Monster Hunter Wild, not above average. It's kind of below. I think largely Monster Hunter players are far more, like, it's not the norm when it comes to RNG manipulation. So that's a little bit comforting to know, at least in my opinion. This is a little bit bold because I'm playing off Monster Hunter World. However, other games, for example, gacha games or something, that's a whole different story. I think the social norm is to do whatever is possible to manipulate the RNG in your favor, because the overall design favors that. So you choose your environment that you're going into. I, on the other hand, I tend to play single player games with RNG, and that still can be compared. You can have someone who speedruns, who knows how to manipulate the RNG, kind of get at your face and say, why don't you just use this? It's an auto win button. It's like, well, I don't want to do an auto win button. I want to make this janky like build and play with it. Like, well, if you're playing with that, you're playing it wrong. Language learning. You're learning Japanese and learning Chinese wrong. That's RNG manipulation, in my opinion, when it comes to the emotional aspect of system being outside and within a system. And for myself, knowing most of these things make it so that I'm not upset, or I can get along with it. I think it doesn't solve problems. It doesn't manipulate other people's behavior. It doesn't influence other people's behavior, but it certainly makes me not envious or get like distracted by other things. I know they exist and I can leverage them at any time I want, right? I think there's tons of people who advised me on better methods to learn Chinese and Japanese and Spanish and stuff, and like my thought is, cool, I'm enjoying what I'm doing right now. I can totally leverage any of those things in the future. if I so please. So at the time, I'm not missing out on anything. I just simply chose not to do them. That would be an example, right? So I don't feel bad because that doesn't mean I can't do it as well. Like having the choice there is actually comforting to me, as opposed to, oh, here's a different story. I'll paint an even grimmer picture. When you work really, really hard on becoming a scientist, or you work really, really hard on becoming a great developer, and suddenly there's this other developer that in a fraction of your time become the superstar of everything you could possibly be, and you have no idea how to explain that. And that's the cruelty of life, in my opinion, when you do comparisons. So not only is it a theft of joy, there are things in life where it's inexplicable how advantageous other people are, and you have no way to explain it. And having no way to explain it is even less comforting, in my opinion. So that is probably where I can try to sympathize. I'm garnering that type of empathy in order to relate to Sub-Zero's frustration. Like, for example, when you're born poor, when you're born with a genetic disorder, when you're born with neurological diseases, that's something that I would say, well, yikes, right? And it works the other way when it comes to comparison. We haven't talked about where you compare yourself to a less fortunate position and whatnot. So that's the whole idea of taking things for granted and whatnot. Yeah, I digress further for that though. I mean, if it's something that has to be manipulated through third-party software or any tedious workarounds, then I wouldn't mind it as much. If it has to, okay, sure. However, the manipulation as it is now is simply done by just not saying and exiting, saving and just not exiting the game. Okay, that's fine. You're talking about save scumming. It has a name. I feel like it would be such an easy fix from the devs to save the game after each roll, but maybe there's something you don't know. Well, you don't know if those people would stop playing if they fixed it that way. Right, that's the empathy, the lack of empathy. Right, you don't know if half the people just stop playing because of that. Perhaps one day you may encounter a game in which you are pushed to do that and then they fix it and you would just stop playing the game, right? I mean, not that it would happen. The save scumming people stop playing? You don't know. I'm suggesting an alternative. Like they could end up stop playing the game because they're imparting some sort of choice. It's a complicated thing, but you're suggesting righteous indignation, right? Your way, your preferred way is an easy fix, but it's not an easy fix. Otherwise it would exist. In my opinion, the reality is it's not an easy fix. And do they choose to fix it? Well, they probably can fix it actually. Hear me out. I don't think I want to undersell the Capcom developers on providing that easy fix, like mechanically, objectively mechanically, and then it's sentimentally simple to you because you believe it's just. Yeah, but why incorporate RNG in the first place then? Because they can't predict the future. So they might have seen incorporating RNG as a great idea, and then after the game is released to the public, an emergent behavior occurs. Like, for example, FromSoft didn't build a game for speedrunning in mind before there was speedrunning. A speedrunning community would be a great example if you're using the foresight that the developers have some sort of clairvoyance on what happened, what becomes of their design after being exposed to millions of people playing them. So I would say, yeah, but why they incorporate RNG? Probably the same ideas you and I would think of. But why would they choose not to fix it? That is after the fact, not before the fact. So if you're designing a game and you're like programming a game, for example, you design a product and you're like, what would consumers do to abuse my product? Well, I can put in these safeguards and these designs and whatnot. And then you release it and then you realize they still did it. So two separate questions, I suppose. But generally speaking, they probably incorporated the RNG because it was fun. And some people didn't find it fun, so they worked around it. If you were gonna ask why that consolidates both actions, like why not easy fix this and why incorporate this but still not fix it, probably because they thought incorporating RNG would be fun to the design loop of the game, and only to find out that a large significant number of people don't find the RNG fun and they circumvent it. So how will Capcom respond to this? They can choose to fix it by putting in a safeguard, which probably is very doable and easy for them, at the expense of knowing that anyone who's already doing that will be upset. You happen to be on the side that the fix would benefit, as opposed emotionally than the side that doesn't, right? So that would be the most reasonable thing. Maybe I'm wrong, but I've never experienced RNG manipulation for items in MMORPGs. I have, but it's probably not directly manipulating it. So for example, I play a very old game, Neverwinter, and you can get multiple procs and multiple openings based on buffering times of how opening things. So when you do RNG manipulations, like there are MMORPGs where they will release things on a preview shard, and that preview shard allows you to copy and clone your thing, but it wouldn't be on the live server. So anything that happens on the test server, right, would be can be copied and cloned and test for something. So there is RNG manipulation in the sense that someone could automate and open in batches and then see if there's a statistical separation or distribution based on batch opening. So like opening in 10s, opening in 100s, opening in 150s, and then they take that, and then when the patch goes live, they can do like multiple procs, batch opening that would incorporate manipulating the actual gacha thing that comes out. That happens quite often when there are test servers, and or data mining for people who would systematically open or trigger boxes based on buffer times and whatnot. So call it spaghetti code or emergent interactions that are beyond the clairvoyance of the developer. But as a game becomes more and more complicated, especially more and more assets and loot boxes, for example, in gacha games, which MMORPGs have microtransactions like loot boxes and whatnot. Each progressive loot boxes, while humans try to do their due diligence, there are oftentimes things that slip by. So in Neverwinter, several of these have happened before, where one could triple open, and what do? They ban those players for abuse. But it's not like everyone got caught, and who takes responsibility? That is on the PR of the company. So you could ask, yeah, but why would incorporate RPG in the first place? Then you could blame Capcom for their incompetence for not predicting the future. And then when Capcom fixes it using your easy fix, then all the people who circumvented it, being effortless or maybe ingenuity or someone, can blame Capcom too. So then the world spins around again. Capcom takes a lose-lose situation, and then you suggest something easy that causes Capcom to be in a lose-lose situation, right? It's a sucky position. There aren't winners on all ends. You just find it weird how they're incorporating RNG in the first place without considering such an obvious workaround. You think it's obvious after the fact, but I don't think it's that obvious. Oh, and there's the daily bot reminding me that that I'm also live on Twitch. Do you think having faith and being righteously being righteous and being morally ethical is an oversight or an obvious workaround? Because in my opinion, to be devil's advocate here, you are suggesting that the easiest thing is the righteous way. So with that comes obvious workarounds that you will overlook as a designer and a developer. Like, for example, what's an obvious workaround for hot coffee? Well, write hot coffee on the cup. That didn't stop the lawsuit from happening before putting hot coffee on the cup for McDonald's. What's an obvious workaround? Well, don't spill it on yourself. And on the other side, if they were aware of it, it's just weird to me why they could make the conscious choice of leaving it like that. Because you're not empathetic to the other side. It's obvious when you can view it from the other side, but it's not obvious when you're only viewing it from one side. Because it would be upsetting. Those people don't like RNG. You ask me, and you're willing to entertain the idea whether I like RNG in games or not, or I want them in RNG. Well, clearly there are people who like Monster Hunter without the RNG. So if that is a conscious choice that you can't understand, then that's probably something that you're probably going to have to negotiate with your emotional well-being, right? For myself, I can totally see why people don't want the RNG in Monster Hunter World, and they still want to, or Monster Hunter Wild, and they still want to play Monster Hunter Wild. I might even argue that because of that workaround, they are more likely to put in more hours than you do, who is upset with the idea that there's a workaround, but you're not concerned. You're more concerned about how other people play a game than how you play a game. That's probably what I would say. You move on. So if Capcom decides to fix it, what is more likely to happen? You're making the argument that more people will likely put in more hours to play the game, and not ever considering the idea that less people would play the game, which could very much happen. Case in point, MMORPGs. When MMORPGs introduce a loop that enforces a much more stringent way of approaching success, they tend to have a recession in players, a faster dropout in players after the fact, like a post-launch change, not the launch of the game. So we have normalized already this behavior, right? And now you're going to change this behavior through the action. So if they're conscious about it, why are they leaving it like that? It's a tough question and choice to make. So what would I think they might do? They probably introduce rerolls at the expense of introducing something that will remove the re-rolling infinitely. So something in between where, oh, hey guys, I know you don't like this aspect of RNG. Maybe we'll lighten the RNG and make it more predeterministic so everyone gets the loot a little bit earlier. Or we'll introduce a subsystem where you can stack rerolls towards things you really don't want to RNG, right? They have done that previously in Monster Hunter World, where you can stack rerolls, and MMORPGs use this system a lot. An alternative way is to disclose how you can manipulate those odds by showing those odds. And in a way to manipulate those odds is you can contribute certain currency to increase and affect the odds of certain things to drop. So then you can like do a hunt where you would load up something and that odds would spike for a very specific thing. So then they would be actively manipulating the RNG in the game. So then you're helping and retaining the people who like to manipulate RNG actively and those who don't. So then it's in the game, so you can't complain about it. And then those people, that's in the game too, so they can't complain about it. That would be probably a far more complicated fix, but that fix is far from easy, largely because they're not only considering one side of the argument, they're considering more than one side of the argument. It's easy when you only care about your standing position versus multiple standing positions. So MMORPGs do that very, very frequently. How to manipulate pity timers, currency collection, mid-season like virtual currency playtime conversions for increasing odds for things. And I'm not even talking about free rolling and stuff. That free rolling stuff is minimal effort. We're talking about having a mid-season thing where you stack up tokens in order to contribute to manipulating the RNG that comes later with the next drop. So in my opinion, I probably think Capcom is going to implement something like that. And on top of that, probably charge money for it as well, to some extent. Like a DLC pack with a new launch thing where you have currency tokens in which you can use to farm, to manipulate RNG later down the road. Sega does this a lot, especially in PSO2. All the things that you play and stuff contributes to later RNG. So all the augments, materials and stuff, the more you play, the more you can consolidate and change them to manipulate odds for a future weapon set. So all of the things you play, you are actively manipulating it within the system. And yes, they don't have complaints about certain things, but that's how MMORPGs go about it a lot of times. Otherwise, you get the ban hammer, which it's a lose-lose for the publisher. The more they swing the ban hammer, in my opinion, it's a lose-lose for them. It's bad PR. The people that get banned, right, can use the same exact argument you used. Well, why punish me for a workaround that I came up with or that I know? It's your fault that you had an oversight, right? And an oversight could be faith, right? Like the honor system is an oversight. Righteous indignation, morals, and ethics is an oversight. You could say, oh, I didn't put this in because I trust that the player will play by the rules and do fair game and competition, or they will segregate into their own groups and only play with certain players and whatnot because they believe in a moral code or something. A great MMORPG that does this is, I think it's still up, EVE Online. EVE Online is probably the most unadulterated free system, like the largest unhinged system, in which when you leave it to the device of humanity, like a collection of players, all of these things end up existing. All those perspectives end up existing. People who choose to rob other people and take advantage of them, and then people who create their own like solitary area and commerce, you know, like EVE Online is one of the greatest, in my opinion, one of the greatest social experiments that established that when you have rules, all of those systems exist. Now, does Capcom want that? That's an interesting thought, honestly. That's a really interesting thought if Capcom wants that to happen with their game. But excellent points. I totally like, I don't want to convince you have to be happy about this. I totally understand, in my opinion, how much that sucks. And the way I understand it is what I said earlier, where someone is literally born with no choice. And that's kind of how I feel. Like, I would say the closest thing to how you feel is like, there's no other way, there's no other choice around this. You cannot be happy knowing this, right? Or knowing this in other concepts. And for me, I would pick a situation where the other person has no choice. Like a person born poor has no choice, right? In the beginning. So they still have to try to play by the rules or try not to play by the rules. Nowadays, I think video games are so much more about freedom of choice, like however you want to play it. So developers, in my opinion, developers and publishers typically overlook restricting those choices. They negotiate and normalize on their own. For me, I love playing in restricted systems. It's my favorite thing to do. So like, give me a puzzle game and shatter my world, cripple me, disable me in a way that I usually normally think, and I have to play by the rules. I absolutely love puzzle games, right? But you're not screaming for a puzzle game. You're screaming for a game that only fits your rules because you're the main character. A puzzle game would be fairness, as in everyone plays by the rules, but also everyone don't have legacies and morality of what's right and wrong. You are bringing your morality into the game. Your main argument is that endgame weapons should take more hunts to get morality. That has nothing to do with... Yeah, but I get it. I get that you want it to be longer. Without RNG, it could be done through requiring more resources. Sure. Which the resources itself requires RNG. So then you'll be upset that people use the RNG to make the items in order to craft the thing. With RNG it would be less, but incorporating luck, which makes it take longer to get, but all the items could have RNG and they would be manipulated. Right now, it's really just an awkward medium. I wouldn't mind removing the RNG altogether. That's fair. And again, you're talking about ones and zeros. You prefer all or none, and you're playing a game that's filled with many different people. So probably a solo game. You don't know any easy way to manipulate material RNG in Wilds yet. Just because you don't doesn't mean there isn't. And even if it's not easy and it's hard and someone does it, it'll still upset you. When it comes to manipulation and work, I would argue that you're fairly pragmatic. You always think of Occam's razor. What is the easiest way to fix something? Well, the things that you see people doing are the easiest ways to fix things. So when it becomes less easy, they go to the next less easy method. Then that becomes the new easy method. So it's a point of reference, right? You think your problem and solutions are easy until they're not. And then you work up to the new solution. So if you take away the easy way, there's going to be a less easy way to manipulate, and we're back to square one. Technically. From your logic. We're back to square one. Right? One of the best examples is the Minecraft faction server. Yes, that'd be a great example. Yeah. So, not an easy thing. I totally get it. I think it would be a very tough decision to make for Capcom. It's not a tough decision for you. I would agree. If I had to assume your main argument, that your main argument is that endgame weapons should take more time or more hunts to get, then that is clear cut. The current system does not benefit that, and the current manipulators does not benefit that. It is very precise, very all none. Agree to disagree? Fair enough. That's exactly what I would expect from someone. I agree with what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. So you may agree to disagree, but I'm not disagreeing with you at the moment. I think my response and my perspective agrees with your perspective, but it's taking you and other people's perspective in mind. There's no disagreement of what you're saying. Whatever you're saying makes sense to me. So whether you choose to agree with me, that's irrelevant to me. It's not like I'm disagreeing with you. You can choose to ignore what I say. That's perfectly all right. And that's what agreeing to disagree is saying to me. You are agreeing to ignore what I'm saying. So that's fine. Like, you wanted to hear my opinion, right? And my thoughts. Those are my opinion and my thoughts. So choosing agree to disagree means that you choose not to grow from this, from understanding me. So I'm okay with that. I'm not here to convince you. What I'm saying is important, right? Anyways, sucks. I hope you find different ways to play Monster Hunter Wild in the future, I suppose. Since we're agreeing to disagree. James Bond is in the basement of the electricity plant, where he works as a security guard. So he's currently escorting an elder for a tour. In the basement though. The elder suddenly stops walking, stares James down, and turns into a mini. So the mini sun provides energy, which puts us in the hearing is something else as well. So you're ignoring me. You're ignoring the understanding of what I'm saying. I mean, you obviously hear me because you need to hear something to disagree, but I don't think you're choosing to understand or not. And I find that's good enough for me. Like, that's sufficient. I don't think we'll ever come to this impasse when you say it's an impasse, right? I'm not saying it's an impasse. Know that I have not said that I cannot reach someone. I will continue to try. But when you say agree to disagree, that terminates the conversation. You're choosing to ignore it, in my opinion. You hear me, certainly. I say words, you're hearing it, but you're choosing to agree to disagree. Two different things, in my opinion. The elder suddenly stops walking, stares down. Okay. I need a help here. I think we can do profession. Or yeah, it's kind of like profession. Or role. Like an author. So like you're a maker's role. And then this person is doing something with words and recording role. One who profession. I'm not sure if I would say profession. Type profession. I would type profession. In is kind of nuanced that I feel uncomfortable. Let's see. Reader. Is this do? Yeah, do to. Patient. Does this have anything to do with being sick? Oh. Hunter. not enough context. So this one is definitely Japanese. Like we can use this to stack with our Japanese. This one too. Journalist. Okay.
者
What did they want? As who? Who is? Alright, I only remember one who. I'm gonna probably use roll. Spray, Hulk, office building.
火者
划分。
划分
The partition. Gun. Gun che.
正确
Gun che. Yeah, gun che. 关掉。
关掉
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean that's fine. Do we need a mnemonic for yeah? Probably not. Yugi is in the bathroom of the electricity plant. That checks out. Where there are electrified cocoons hung from the top of an ashen white tree that grows in the middle of the large bathroom. Yugi sits underneath the tree and listens. That looks like a boombox. That kind of looks like a boombox. The boombox that they use is this. This is their boombox. Yeah. Boombox. And then this one is, it's white because it's the sun, and then when you add a drop, the drop of the sun is typically white. So it's a white drop, white sun drop. Oh, I know how like I can't wait to draw these things in the future during October. But it's like this. So this is the horizon. And we're adding some waves. And then so you're imagining the sun more like this. And then when you have a drop, it's these things. It's the rays. And they're usually white. Like they are white, and then you have like the atmosphere and stuff that changes the color. So that's how they got the white drop. Yeah. So Yugi sits underneath the tree and listens to the electric music the cocoons emit, which sounds vaguely like electric guitar solos from the 60s. I don't know what that sounds like. Huh. Yeah, that's fine. Orchestra. Yeah, 对, ooh, orchestra team. Or like a music team or an orchestra. 音乐, of course. Sound music. 乐团. I guess the other one has something to do with a group or something. 乐器. Musical instruments, but have something to do with... Oh, yeah, that makes sense. And rock music. Nope. I don't have any context with the other two characters. Whoops.
月空
Kung, empty. That is certainly Kung. Empty. You know, does Kung mean sky? It does. Okay. I was just making sure. Aviation, sky, yeah. Oh, it could also mean air. Oh, but air could mean air. Empty, yeah, no. Okay. So Kermit the Frog is in front of the temple, where it is completely empty. No monks, no activity, only a walking dollhouse that is in the middle of a rock garden. Kermit goes over to it and reaches in and pulls out a crossbeam out of the dollhouse that was inside the walking dollhouse. Now the walking dollhouse is empty too. Alright, Kermit the Frog with nothing to do feels empty too. Oh wow, that's kind of dark and depressing. It's very dark and depressing.
空
I feel a little I feel a little emptier inside reading it. Jeez.
像
Xiang. To resemble. Yep. Yep, Xiang. We finally got elephant. That's fine. Yeah, we're fine. Elephant's good.
像
Stacks. Do we have... This is probably not going to be statue as well, right? Or image. Okay. Xena is in the bathroom of the chapel looking for the holy elephant. Okay, holy chapel. She busts open one of the stalls, bathroom, and thinks she finally found him, only to realize it is actually Slenderman. Okay. Xena has a condition where Slenderman and elephants resemble each other. Alright. In fact, if she looks in the bathroom mirror, she thinks she resembles an elephant too. Her ears start to flap in the reflection. Oh, that's weird. Poor Xena. Let's see here. Oh, there is reflection in it though. There is also image in it. Because there's video camera. Oh, xiang is seem. Okay, resemble still works. Xiang, portrait, that resemble still works there too. Xiang, xiang. Xena has a mental disease. Yeah, xiang. To think, to resemble, to imagine. Okay, I'm okay with this. To resemble. I'm gonna write to look like. I could see myself saying that sometimes. Likeness is something that I would probably say more. I think to look like, probably something I would say sometimes.
像 应
Ying, oh, as in like Ying guy. That's why it still should. A Birdman. Oh, a turkey and Slenderman put together. A super. Wow. All right, I got you. A Birdman, Slenderman, and turkey. A Slenderman that looks very much like a turkey. You know what? I might actually say Turkey Man sometime. But Birdman, that's fine.
因
Okay. Sought, should, or ought? Yeah. So it's a combination of Yingai. Yoshi is in front of the English manor on the immaculate lawn. This is an English manor. Their Birdman, okay, has set up a little shack to stay in. Nice birdhouse. As he is currently homeless, Birdman begs for food in front of his shack, so Yoshi does what he thinks he should and just gave him a tasty heart. Oh my gosh, there's the heart. Did I buy HanziHero for life? I did. I did buy on the promo. Yeah. What was it? 350. Birdman smiles with joy as he eats the USDs. Birdman smiles with joy as he eats the heart. As he should. It's easy to take things for granted. There you go. That was unusually poetically relevant. Yingai and yeah, Ying Dang, Ying Dang. Okay.
因
Okay. It was a timing situation. So right now my 2025 projects are all financially invested. So at the end of last year, there's a promo for all three things. Just by coincidence, the lifetime subscription was offered around the same time as a promo rate. So we have a lifetime subscription, which I disclosed in day one of all the projects. But WaniKani, I have a lifetime subscription, 250, I think 250 USD. This lifetime subscription is 350, and the yearly promo for Duolingo, I forgot how much that was. 60 maybe 60 USDs, and that's for WaniKani and HanziHero. This project is probably gonna go to the end of 2026, so not the end of this year, but the end of next year. And then for Duolingo, that project will probably end at the end of this year, and then it might move to a different thing involving Duolingo going next year, but it would probably require a financial investment of some sort, because we're kind of like going up the ladder as opposed to going down the ladder. I keep typing Zol because this would be Zol for statue. Elephant, Slenderman. Xena. Bathroom.
像
For the chapel. Turkey, heart. Here you go, heart. Yoshi. English manor. Front. Immaculate garden, right? Immaculate yard. Hoang.
空
Or Kermit the Frog.
月
That's legacy. All right, it's time to lock in. Oh, I think I'm gonna disappoint some guys because I'm gonna go really late. Alright, we're gonna try to lock it now. Okay.
其他
有些
We're just gonna go as quickly as we can.
飞往
飞往上海，
与故
Son of a, I keep getting stopped. Spear.
业务
恢复正常业务，
求医
他决定去医院求医，
前往
只身前往，
Like a head. Tianwang. Yeah, to head towards. Straight forward, head towards. We're okay with that. I don't think I'm gonna add straightforward though. But go ahead towards Tianwang in the forward direction, or head towards something. Kind of hard to express, huh? I think I could add go towards. To go towards, probably a good compromise.
半天
他用了半天做完作业，
What the heck are you? Son of a bee sting. We have fins. It's not a goblin. Oh, it's an aquarium.
黄运主办
公司主办的活动，
看法
你的看法不一定对，
太卡断休克
病人休克了，
Son of a bee sting. Cricket and flowers.
万服务
公车的服务非常好，
Nope.
告诉
我要告诉你一个好消息，
坏人
为什么大家都觉得他是个坏人？
渴求，
他渴求成功。
I'm gonna add to head toward to go toward. Um,
坏，老，
okay. Okay.
带来，
他给我们带来了好消息。
Oops, that's the wrong tone. I typed too much.
高，
That's a typo.
大师，
国画大师，
住，
Assist. Yeah. Oh, nope. Oh, wait. What? What did it shake on? Wait, what did it shake on? Hold up. Compass. Oh, I know why it's shaked on. It's fine. It's fine.
高层，
高层办公楼，
雨，
That was a typo. No. It's Hulk House.
湖，狗，出卖，
为金钱出卖灵魂。
亮点，
这旅馆的亮点，
发亮，
他的眼睛总是发亮的。
Stan. Female.
街，外卖，
吃外卖披萨，
月亮，
你能看见月亮吗？
Oh, yeah.
旅客，
旅客们，欢迎你们乘坐本次列车。
Ah! I hit the wrong button. 4 and 1. Wrong button. Oh no. Not a landslide, right? It's an ornament.
沉静呼热查出
你能帮我查出这本书的作者吗？
It's to it's actually find out, but I don't use prepositions a lot of times. So it's still to find out, but I was writing to find for to find out.
常常
他常
几
Oh no, which one is like what do they want for this? Maybe several? Z
知觉
恢复知觉，
Consciousness? Jeez. That one is gonna constantly be
会
questionable. Oh, no.
排队
请在这里排队。
里
It is inside too. But logic. Oh, that is actually a mistake. That is a mistaken identity. I wasn't looking on the left side. So that is bad. Is this still a barb or is it like a hook or crowbar? We're gonna add barb to this because it's a harpoon. We're gonna add barb to unify. It's not gonna change the meaning if it's a harpoon or a barb. Brick, caliper,
风
steel. I'm thinking of I misread this momentarily, right? Momentarily, which is fine. Uh,
几 定
wait. I'm gonna use determine here, but I think it's level or set. Set. Okay, they want to set. Fine. The snake and foreman. Oh.
改
It's turned into. To alter. To turn into. To change. This is link.
亮
茉莉，
目力，
他没有目力。
Chucky，
处，小心，
他说话做事都很小心。
Alright, careful. Think.
思，
What? Oh, consider. Oh, jeez. Uh,
喝酒，
你会喝酒吗？
和，机票，
我买了3张机票。
思想，
他的思想境界比我高。
头，旅馆，
我喜欢这个旅馆的房间。
举重，
我讨厌举重。
举手，
他因为有问题而举手。
高贵，
高贵的品味。
like noble, first class, hierarchy. Yeah. Like high class. Oops. Oh. Wait. Oh, I misread that. Portion. No, not portion. No. Oh. Silenced. It's silenced. Right. Because rules. Own rules. Silenced. Alarm? Did this not use alarm? It didn't use alarm. Right. Slender Man. What is this? Whoa, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. So let's think about it. A guard or a stand. Oh, wait. I do know.
意
Um,
自信
他过于自信。
what was Xing? Did they use just self? I mean, just fate? Okay. I have problems with this one. Halberd, and ground and is it like Superman? What is the other part? Ooh. Oh no. Ooh. Ooh. Shu. Oh, cool. What? Oh my gosh. Wait. No. Yeah, this one's tough. Permit? Oh, wait, no. No idea. Oh. Wait, no, that's fine. I have no idea. I'm drawing a blank. Oh, second wall. Uh. Yeah, this one is that one is rough. Well, is not used enough.
提起
他多次提起你。
也许
他也许病了。
Also permit. Hey. Perhaps? Oh. That's the other perhaps. How does that work? It's also permitted to say so. I think that's just rough. We'll just leave them for it. Largely because I don't have this one either. What's it? It's she. She is the
或许
problem.
他或许能来。
She permit is not good. It's not good enough. I think I'm gonna say Yeah, permit is not good right now. The common branch here is I don't know how to frame permit to get to maybe and perhaps for either of them.
谁知道？
他什么时候会到达？谁知道呢？
Oh, I found out how I goofed. And now I don't remember how I goofed. Oh, yeah.
部分。
第一部分，
It's section. Oh. To find out it's why that was marked wrong.
“合成”
学生们合成了一个团队。
单。
Whoops. That's a misread on the section. Wait.
百般。好看。
那部电影没有很好看。
写作。
我的写作不太好。
公。
Oh, wait, that's an alarm.
公车。
他正在等公车。
Oops. I was I need to silence. I mean I need to preserve the
弟弟。
他有两
the
个弟
second
弟。
syllable. Right? Yeah.
因子。
2和3都是6的因子。
日子。
今天是个好日子。
Oh, wrong tone. 1-4 mix up. I meant to type 4. 大音经音机大音机。
分开。
他们决定分开了。
This is to break up.
见面。
我很期待跟他见面。
打印机，
喷墨打印机，
Oh no. So is this a dwarf or a bureaucrat?
Cai,
Hardware section.
Hoang, Ho,
Well, I misspelled shack.
女儿，
他的女儿很聪明。
羊，
Okay. So bad for woo. Jeez, bad for woo. Okay. All right, we gotta go. We gotta go. Way late. Way late. Go. Elephant. Birdman. Wall. Electricity plan, bottom, but who was it? Oh, James Bond. Duh. Xiang. Ying. Hong. Yeah. Gun. 像橡条 Oh yeah, 橡条圆雀It's such a hard time with this one. Who? It was just a response, reply. 计划，计划。Plan. Oh no, to partition. Or no, plan. That's plan. Oops. Hoang, 掉。街道。康复。地点。夏天。划分。This is partition.正确 correct. Oh wait, wasn't one of them? Oh, that was from previous. 关掉. All right, quickly here. Hulk. Office. I mean, inside the office. Boss yelling at Hulk forever, spraying things from his tongue and wondering if he'll continue living like that, right? Now we have James Bond basement giving a tour, and giving a tour of the electric plant. Then one of the elders plugged themselves in because they are a sun that provides electricity, so they acted as a sun, right? What was it? As who as, or I forgot how this. We're gonna use roll. It's a roll. Okay. We have Xena, bathroom, chapel. Chapel saw a holy elephant, but Xena has problems, so Xena also saw Slender Man and thought of an elephant as well. And they look alike because she has problems. Likeness. They resemble an elephant. Slender Man resembled an elephant. Okay. We have Yoshi. Yoshi outside of the English Manor. Immaculate lawn and whatnot, and he found a bird man who's very hungry. And just plop on the ground and gave him a heart to eat. He ought to be grateful for what he takes for granted. Oh, the Birdman had a shack. Right, forgot the shack. Okay, then we have Hermit. Hermit in front of the temple.
with no one around. It's all empty, right? It's all empty except for a dollhouse. Except for a walking dollhouse where he took the crossbeam out of the dollhouse, and therefore dollhouse is empty as well, just like his heart. Or Kermit. And then we have Yoshi. No, not Yoshi. Yugi. We have Yugi in the bathroom of the electricity plant. Where there are electrified cocoons. And he's listening. And he's under a white mystic tree, listening to the electrified cocoon make music that sounds like 60s music, 60s rock guitar solos. All right, cool. And then let's add to the fold. So Bai Tian. Bai Tian. Daytime. The thought is white sun day, right? I think this is okay now. This one, yo. Gotta think of Sprout. In order to lead up to. I think this one's alright. Yeah, oh, this one's not good. So permit also. To also permit something is also perhaps. Permit. So it's permit into also. Perhaps. That's a problem. And this one, the left hand side was pretty refreshing too. It's all around problematic. So how do we do this? Huo. So we have to do Huo first. Have to get Huo down. Huo. So Huo is the Hulk. It's do or else. Emphasis on or. And then or permit. Which gets us. Or maybe. Right. Stone. Brown. This is Che. And it was the tone 4. Che. And authentic. No problems here. I think we're okay with this now. And then we're good with Fu. Which is the double sandals, double left sandals, return or recover. All right. So what am I? I'm 2 hours behind schedule. Ugh, I don't think the guys are gonna like this. But all right. That's a wrap for HanziHero today in Chinese. You're gonna watch this later? 谢谢. Right. As always, you're more than welcome to follow along, drop your hot takes, and be ready to discuss it. Obviously, always ready to throw my hat in the gauntlet. Discussions breed idea exchanges and whatnot. Had 2 today. Don't really have time for a 3rd. So hopefully that doesn't happen for now. Until then, those who are only interested in Chinese or in traditional Chinese, 大家下次见. Right, see you next time, folks. And I am gonna take a quick bathroom break and I'll be back for Spanish. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. Bienvenidos a todos. Hoy es el día 32, right? 32. It is day 32. Let's get right into it. We're running a little bit behind, so I think today we're just gonna do all the exercises and I'll do the legendary stuff tomorrow. Yeah. I'll cut a little bit of the time. Okay. Sorry, I got a little sidetracked. I kind of wanted to get to this point a lot earlier, maybe an hour earlier, you know? Okay, so let's go over this really quickly. Talk about interactions. We had a lot of verbs yesterday. Llamar, ver, visitar, conocer, Enseñar. Hmm. I feel like I'm missing one. That's okay. We have gente, masculine. La parte, feminine. País. Any other locations? Any other locations? People. Pueblo. Ciudad. Parque. Zoológico. Zoológico. Like there was something else. Or visiting. And knowing. Was there a grammar point? Talk about interactions. Oh, a plus person. Persona. That was something I kept dropping yesterday. Alright, so let's go over the pods and stuff, see if I remember off the top of my head. So we had 2 pods. Right. 2 pods. I don't remember what the title of the pods are. Okay, pod 1. Way up here. Village. Village grandparents. Sure enough, this was Lily. Basically, a person was sharing that their nice grandparents, like abuelos simpáticos, right? They hang out and visit their grandparents, so visitar. Quiero visitar y ver, to see parents, and that they live in a village, basically. I actually don't remember what word they use for village, now that I think about it. Huh. And then Lily, of course, said, well, that's interesting. If I cared about it, if I cared about villages, if I cared about village folk. Obviously she doesn't. There are very few things she cares about. Okay. Next one was, I think this was Falstaff, right? Yeah, humans and travel. Humans and travel. So it was 2 people talking about where they live. Like, where people live. Oh, no, not where people live. This is 2 women. Dos mujeres. Dos mujeres. They were talking about how they go to hospitals. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, they go to hospitals to, like, see doctors. Right? Like, seeing doctors and whatnot. And, of course, Falstaff would say, people go to see each other, like, go to places and talk about go to places. What bears do is, you know, they just go around, look for a nice tree, Look for a nice tree and chill. You know? Easy. And then our last thing was pizza. So did I learn anything else? Hospitals, medicos, hospital. Nope. Still very limited. So the quest. It's the quest for pizza. Which I thought it might be Junior or Zadi. Turns out all three. So we're in the park and Eddie is just chilling over here, like doodling and stuff. And then Vikram seems to always be like the stand guy for whatever reason. So he's over here, Vikram, for his like Vix. And then we have a picnic table down here. And we have Lily and Zadi next to each other. And Junior is over here, right? And basically Junior go talk to Lily and Lily's like, I want 2 pizzas. I want a pizza. And then Zadi's like, yo, I want a pizza too. And Junior being Junior, nice little kid, we go to Vikram and he's like, can I have 2 pizzas? And then this is an interesting question. Then Vikram says, or like you want to click like, oh, so 2 pizzas. And one of the choices is 3 pizzas. But that's technically wrong because Junior wouldn't be greedy, right? So it's 2 pizzas. And they say it's, and Vikram said, you know, 10 dólares, por favor, right? So no tiene dinero. So then you go to Eddie and Eddie asks, you know, you ask Eddie, can I have $10? And Eddie's like, 10 dólares. Que, right? Which called por qué? And he's like, well, I'm buying 2 pizzas for Lily and for friends. And Eddie's like, oh, that's pretty sweet. Here's $10. So Eddie is just like, all right, for your good friends. You go back, you grab the pizza. You're like, 2 pizzas. There you go. He didn't even buy pizza for himself. That's it. Good old Junior. All right. Oh, wait. I know. Another one. Amor. Sorry, amor. Because amor was used in this family stuff, right? To love. Oh, and tele. La tele. Lugar. There's also lugar. I'm not sure if Alguno. I don't think Alguno was part of this one. But lugar, or place. Alright. Let's get into it. We'll do a truncated version of today. We're not going to do the legendary, it's just pop open. Right. What else? Did I miss anything else? Enseñar, amar, ver. Oh, usualmente. Man, usualmente and normalmente just slips my mind. Ayudar, that's fine. Alguno was part of this. And the rest is fine. Yep. Okay. Alright, describe how you feel. Tienes hambre. Okay, hungry. We have ganas. Tengo ganas. Feel like. So I have this feeling to eat pizza. Agua porque sed. Sed for thirsty. Calor. Calor for hot. Yes. And frío. Okay. Tener, remember that the verb querer can look different in certain things with its a changing to le. Like, yeah. And then tango does the same. Yeah. Tango, tienes, tiene, tenemos, and tienen. Pretty good. Alright. Let's boost.
20 o 21.
21. Oh, we're still counting up. Okay. 20 or 21. Oh, I see what you did there. 21.
Ellos no son adultos.
Adultos. Okay, adults. Oops.
Mis padres.
Mis padres son adultos. Adultos.
Mis padres son jóvenes.
Jóvenes. Okay. Opposite. And there's a extra accent, right? In the plural version. Muchas mujeres aquí son jóvenes.
¿Cuántos años tienes tú?
I'm looking for how many years you have because that's still fine in interpretation. How many years you have?
¿Cuántos años tiene el señor Romero? ¿Cuántos
¿Cuántos años
tiene
el señor
Romero? ¿Cuántos
Romero.
años tiene el señor Romero?
Mi hijo se llama Luis.
Oh, how old is he?
¿Tú
Okay.
tienes
that's right.
21 años?
21. Did I know that? 21? No, this is special actually.
21
21
años.
when it's next to años. Pretty sure. Because if you do it isolated, it's still 21. But this is a special thing. Kind of like alguno as well. It's probably going to show up again. I didn't see it yesterday, but maybe we'll see it today.
No, yo no tengo 21 años.
Ah, no. Okay, ¿cuántos años tienes?
Ella tiene 22 años.
22. Oh, I totally forgot about the accent. So that means I wasn't... Yeah, I was placing the accent in a different place. I was placing it on bent. 22.
¿22? ¿Cuántos años tienen las señoritas?
Dangerous question.
¿Cuántos tienen? Tienen las señoritas.
Adultos.
Adultos aquí son jóvenes. Okay.
Las
Las
señoritas
tienen
tienen 22
22 años. Rápido, rápido, right?
La pizza.
La pizza.
25.
25.
Yo tengo 25 años.
Mamá, tengo sed. 24 días.
24.
24
El chico
tiene 24 años.
Tengo mucha hambre.
Hambre. Hungry. Eduardo tiene mucha hambre y no hay comida. Comida en la nevera.
¿Quieres una pizza?
Sí, claro. Naturally.
Ellos quieren 2 jugos.
Repeat.
Bebo muchos jugos porque tengo sed. Bebo muchos jugos porque es sed. Bebo muchos jugos porque tengo sed.
Oh.
Tengo.
Oh, tango sit. Oh, I gotta make sure I'm using tener. Oof.
Tú no tienes 23 años.
23. Yeah.
Mi esposo
Mi esposo no tiene 23 años. ¿Cuántas pizzas?
pizzas
¿Cuántas pizzas hay?
hay?
Para la fiesta?
Fiet.
How did I kick Eris instead of para? Eris.
Ella
Jeez. Ella quiere dos
quiere
jugos.
jugos
Porque tiene sed.
por
Okay.
necesita
23
$23.
Okay.
¿Cuántas
¿Cuántas
pizzas
hay?
hay
Para.
la fiesta?
Alright. What else are we learning? Let's go. Gray. Wait, we already had gris. We already had marron.
Tengo frío.
Okay, tengo frío. Sure. Whoops. I am water.
El abrigo.
El abrigo
Yo
is also
tengo
review.
mucho calor.
Calor. Okay. Okay. For frío and calor. Él tiene mucho calor.
Calor.
Okay.
Mi
Mi marido siempre tiene calor.
Estos abrigos son marrones.
¿Quieres estos pantalones marrones?
¿Quieres estos pantalones marrones?
Marrón.
¿Por qué tienes 4 abrigos?
Porque tengo mucho frío. Oh, yeah. If you have 4 coats.
Tengo puesto un abrigo gris.
Tengo puesto un abrigo gris. Another word for dress or coat. Wait, what is
Puesto.
this? Oh, no.
Puesto.
I have on. I don't actually know how this works.
Puesto.
So it's kind of like a Tango kit, but still puesto. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look in. Have on a. I don't remember how puesto works. Lucia no tiene frío porque tiene puesto su abrigo.
Abrigo.
Tengo puesto un abrigo largo.
Largo, long.
Tenemos
3 vestidos largos. Okay.
Tengo un.
Tengo un. Oh, I have on. Tengo
Pues
puesto
un
abrigo
largo.
largo. Okay.
Ella tiene
Dos faldas largas. Okay.
Ella
Tiene puesto un vestido largo.
¿de verdad?
De verdad. Yep.
¿De verdad tú tienes 23 años? ¿Verdad?
Tienes.
Tú.
Tú tienes 23 años.
No tengo miedo ahora.
Miedo ahora. Afraid? Miedo? Yeah, miedo.
Tengo miedo de la película.
¿De verdad? Pero es una comedia.
¿El niño tiene sueño?
Sueño. Sleepy.
Tengo sueño.
¿De verdad? Son las 3 de la tarde. Oh, 3 in the
A mí no me gusta bailar.
Bailar. Okay. So now we have the act of dancing. And then the ami thing.
Esos animales tienen sed.
Animales. We have animal. Sort of. At animal. Animales. Okay. A Luis le gustan los animales y tiene un gato gris.
Tengo ganas de comer algo.
Ganas to like feel, right? To feel. Eating what? Something. Algo.
¿Tienes ganas de ir de compras? ¿Tienes ganas?
Ir de compras?
¿Tienes ganas de ir de compras?
Ir
De
de
compras.
compras. Ah! Oh, ganas needs a de as well.
Nosotros no bailamos mucho.
Bailamos. Okay. Don't dance much. Okay. Ellas bailan con su abuelo. Okay.
Tengo ganas de bailar.
De verdad, pero tú nunca bailas.
Yo no bailo bien.
Yo no bailo bien. A funny observation.
Gris.
Abrigo. Cerrado. Bailar. Persona.
¿Tienes ganas de ir de compras? Ganas de ir de compras.
Okay. With a feel of thing. Okay. That's the end. Okay. Cool.
¿Tienes ganas de ir de compras? De ir de compras.
Pizzas.
¿Cuántas pizzas hay para la fiesta?
Tengo muchas ganas de bailar.
I really feel like dancing.
Tengo un abrigo bueno para el frío. Tengo un abrigo.
Abrigo para el... Wait.
Tengo un abrigo bueno para el frío.
Oh, bueno para el... Bueno para el frío. Good for the cold. Weather? Oh, weather is... Okay, weather is implied.
¿Cuántas pizzas hay para la fiesta?
Mi número favorito es el 21.
Mi número es el favorito. Es... Wait. Mi número...
Mi número favorito es el 21. Favorito es...
I see.
El 21.
Okay.
Yo quisiera tener 21 años.
21 años. Would like to be 21 years old. Kind of a roundabout way of saying I would like to be considered an adult.
A mí no me gusta bailar.
A
mí no me gusta
bailar.
Tenemos ganas de bailar en esta fiesta.
El perro
tiene sed. Queremos 2 jugos de manzana. 21 y 22. Okay, there's 21. We're gonna continue without legending. Let's go.
Yo quiero una pizza.
Oscar.
Lynn camina a su casa.
Okay.
Ella tiene 2 pizzas.
Okay.
Ella ve a Oscar en la calle.
Hola, Lynn. ¿Y esas pizzas?
Son del restaurante de Emilio.
Me encanta ese restaurante. Yo también quiero...
Ah, pero el restaurante está cerrado.
¡Ay, no!
Aw.
Tú tienes 2 pizzas. ¿Puedo comprar una de tus pizzas?
No, lo siento. Una es para mi abuela Lucy y la otra es para mí.
¿Puedo comer un poco de tu pizza?
Oh, Oscar and Lucy's got a thing with Lynn, man. I'm telling you.
No, Oscar. Eso es extraño.
Extraño exchange.
Lynn se va.
Ahora de verdad quiero una pizza de ese restaurante.
Yeah, he's trying to sneak a slice from the pizza because the restaurant is closed, but she already ordered.
Oscar llama a alguien por teléfono.
Oops. Alguien. Called someone. Yeah, called someone by
Hola
phone.
Lucy, soy Oscar. ¿Tienes planes para la cena?
What's your plan for dinner?
Sí, pizza con Lynn. ¿Quieres comer con nosotras?
Well played, Oscar.
Sí, está bien. Muchas gracias.
Dang. Yeah. You wanted her to invite him for dinner? Well played. Lo siento. Planes. Pero. Ahora. Abuela. Nice. That was pretty good story. Alright. Alright. We need keyboard. Alright, let's go.
Limpio.
Limpio.
Adulto.
Adulto.
Negro.
Negro. Sucio.
El niño.
El niño no es un adulto.
¿Cuántos años tiene? ¿Cuántos? ¿Cuántos años?
¿Cuántos años tiene tus padres?
Mis amigos tienen 22 años.
Mi número favorito es
Oh.
el 21.
I had a typo.
Mis abuelos no son jóvenes.
¿Cuántos años tiene? ¿Cuántas? ¿Cuántos?
Las señoritas tienen 22 años.
Soy un adulto.
Las señoritas no tienen
20 años.
años.
Okay. Lo que dice usted tiene 21 años.
Mi favor es el 21.
That's just a roundabout way to show that 21 can be used as a number without the 21. Tenemos $22. Up and away.
Nervioso.
Amarillo.
Amarillo.
Jugos.
Jugos.
Limpio.
Limpio.
Tiene sed. Usted. Sed.
Hermano. Tiene 20 años.
21.
21, 22, 23.
Ella quiere 2 jugos porque tiene sed.
Este niño tiene hambre a menudo. Hambre.
Nosotros tenemos 24 años. Oh, 24. Mi padre no
tiene
23 años.
La pizza cuesta 25 pesos.
Pick the wrong thing. Tengo 25.
No, gracias. No tengo hambre, pero tengo sed. ¿Tienes jugos o una cerveza?
Me gusta el número 25.
Tienen.
Tienes.
Felipe, tengo hambre, pero no tenemos comida. Tengo que ir al supermercado, pero estoy cansada. Compramos pizzas.
Oh, pero estoy cansado. Oh, they want to go. My bad. I thought they were at a point already. Did I screw this up? No. I'm gonna use usted most of the time. Right. Tiene.
Mi
esposo.
esposo
Mi esposo.
tiene 23 años.
How was this incorrect before?
Felipe, tengo hambre, pero no tenemos comida.
Oh, there, Steve.
Guapo.
Guapo.
Largo.
Largo.
Negro.
Negro. Rubio. Okay.
Ella tiene puesto un vestido largo. Peso. Puesto.
Abrigo.
Abrigo.
Rubio.
Rubio.
Adulto.
Adulto.
Cerrado.
Tenemos 3 vestidos largos.
Sucio.
Sucio.
Persona.
Gris.
Frío.
Yo tengo mucho calor.
Tengo
puesto un abrigo bonito.
Quiero comprar unos zapatos grises.
No, no quiero ir al museo. Tengo mucho calor. Vamos a la piscina.
¿Piscina? ¿Quieren nadar?
Tenemos mucho frío esta mañana.
Oops. How's it going? It's going pretty alright. We're kind of strapped for time today, so just doing our routine. Me encanta. No. Eso. Oh. Or aquel vestido. I'm kind of actually curious. Vestido gris. Okay. All right.
Tengo
Tengo un
abrigo bonito. Puesto.
On. Opuesto. How are you doing? What have you been up to since the last time we spoke, SD? Mi abrigo es
Marrón.
marrones. Tengo frío. Necesito mi abrigo. Tengo un abrigo. Oh. Oh, Okay, just testing. You're good. You got back from Washington a few days ago. It was cold. We went around the White House area, sightseeing and stuff. Okay, go on. We still have I didn't end up watching all of Narnia yet. Actually, that was the last time we spoke.
Gusta.
Me gusta tu sombrero.
Sombrero. Marrón. Mucho.
Tengo mucho calor. No necesito una chaqueta. Chaqueta works.
Tenemos mucho frío esta mañana.
You saw the cherry blossoms? Aw, that's nice. That's great. The Narnia play wasn't bad. The one you guys saw before, which was the second one in the series, was very good though. When compared to that, this one was lackluster. Oh, okay. So is this like the third one? Where is this place?
Amarillo.
Amarillo. Rubio.
Animales. Persona.
This is the first. Ah, okay.
Tú bailas.
Tú bailas mucho con tu novia. How was like the place? Like how was the people? Was it crowded? Was it nice? How? Give me more details.
Limpio. Abierto.
Bailar. Adulto.
De verdad.
De verdad, ¿tú tienes 23 años? Oh.
Nosotros no bailamos mucho, bailamos.
Tiene.
¿De verdad tienes mucho frío?
It was pretty crowded. Yeah, it wasn't too overwhelming though. I see. You went around pretty early, so there weren't too many people there. Yeah. Have you seen cherry blossoms before? Have I already asked this when we were talking about it?
De.
Nosotras. No, you have not? So, what do you think? How does it make you feel? Does it make you feel everything Japanese people make it out to be? I'm kidding, of course, but I don't know you're into the symbolism of sakura trees, but there is quite that feeling when you're just looking at a cherry blossoms just chilling there.
Tienen.
Necesito cansado. Dormir un poco. Okay.
Tengo miedo de estos animales.
El niño tiene miedo de tu perro.
And you don't know, you didn't really have any feelings per se, you just thought they were nice and then went about your business. Okay. Yeah. One of the things, I don't know if it's a coincidence. It's largely a coincidence because I didn't know this about Japanese before for a while. But whenever I look at plants, especially blossoming trees, it's a very fleeting moment. So when you sit there and you're like, or standing there and you're looking at the trees, those blossoms like come and die within the like those actual little things, those things die after like 2 weeks. When they blossom, they fall off and then they give way to trees, to leaves, right? Every other time the tree is not that color. So the whole idea is that when you're viewing cherry blossoms, which is also coincidence, it often gives you a feeling of fleeting moments. And the idea of fleeting moments is you celebrate the moment. It's something everyone's sharing. You gather around in cherry blossom and you have a fun time, right? You enjoy the moment that you're in among the cherry blossoms. And when that moment is over, things will turn over. It's a fleeting moment. Each moment is very important and monumental. So that's kind of the idea anyways, in a very truncated, superficial way. But generally, it's one of those things you observe something. Flower culture. Like flower culture in China and both like China and Japanese culture tends to go and talk about these like fleeting moments. When a flower blooms only for like for a couple like less than a day before it dies, and it only blooms like once every 20 years or 30 years or something like that. Like incredible flowers, like particular flowers that I can see in media and whatnot. It's about those little moments. Yeah, you were a bit more potato brain. You saw them though. Oh, nice, pink trees. That's fine. I mean, obviously it's the first time, but that was kind of the idea behind why there are cherry blossom viewing or flower viewings in general. There are flowers that, you know, come around every year, which are like cherry blossoms, but they're only around in like a very, very small portion of the year. I haven't ever gone to like the viewing of a auspicious flower, but apparently that's kind of one of those things. Like, did you see the solar eclipse? Or actually, I'm not sure where you are if you had a chance, but over here in the United States, it happened twice in a year. I think it was last year, where the total solar eclipse happened. So it's kind of like one of those things. Oh yeah, that's right. It was in the path. New York was in the path. I wasn't sure how. Also, yeah. So it's kind of like that. You know, you saw the solar eclipse. It's one of those things. You saw it. It's so brief, but it's kind of like an experience, right? Obviously, cherry blossoms happen more often than a total solar eclipse, or like seeing a comet or something come by. Something about it. Yeah. Kind of like a New Year's celebration. Spring festivals come by once a year. Although in this case, cherry blossoms is life, right? It's a living thing that is turning over, while New Year, like solar eclipse and New Year's, they're conceptual, they're figurative concepts, where while you're looking at a flower, it's literally turning over. That is its lifespan. You slept through them? I didn't know they happened. Check Twitter out. I ran through a solar eclipse. So like during the second solar eclipse, I was running. When I walked out, I'm like, it's one of those weird moments where it seems like everything's so dim, but everything's so lit at the same time. Like the end of the world kind of situation. Like all at the same time, everything seems really dark, but everything is also lit. So it has like this weird filter, like you're wearing sunglasses the whole time. And then when I was running, the eclipse happened. Like a bunch of people like had those things, those like eye protection stuff while I was running, because at some point when I was coming back on my circuit, one of my neighbors was like, hey, do you want to check it out? It's like, no, that's okay. I know what's going on. And I didn't want to like stare at the cliffs, but it was kind of nice. I didn't watch the first one, but the second one happened to be right when I was running. So it was an interesting feeling when you walk outside and everything is all the objects are visible. Like day, but the whole area was like in this really weird dark feeling. So it was both dark and lit at the same time. Very weird. Funny moments. It's just... Yeah, you slept through both of them. Your sleep schedule is very erratic. Okay. Well, hopefully that's not affecting your quality of life, SD. You gotta pep up. For most of last year, you slept through the mornings and woke up at night. I can relate to that. I can definitely relate to that. Okay, so we're gonna keep going. The boy... Okay.
Mi favorito perro.
Oh, animal. No,
Animal.
es
El
perro.
perro.
Okay. What? Oh. Backwards. Oops. We don't dance. No bailamos mucho.
Mi hija.
What about food? You didn't talk about food. What'd you do for food, SD? Pizza and food trucks? What kind of pizza? And what kind of food trucks? Interesting, food trucks. Was something going on there?
Tiene.
Oh, that's right.
Sueño.
Tengo ganas de escuchar música.
Tiene. Oh, wait. Uh-oh. Am I drawing a blank? I don't remember anymore. Really? I was gonna go with something else. Huh.
Tengo muchas ganas de bailar. Tengo muchas ganas de bailar. Tengo muchas ganas de bailar.
That's also not what I thought. Oh. Oh, because of... Oh. Then you order from this local... Okay, you had a pepperoni, sausage, and pepper pizza the first day. Then you order from this local spot the next day. It was like southern food. It sucked and was expensive. Oh, rip. And you don't remember what you ate on third day. Fourth day, that food truck, it was chicken tenders and fries for $20. Didn't know you could ruin chicken tenders until then. Yikes. how did all of this happen? Am I even familiar with chicken tenders? You guys didn't go to Chinatown? Oh yeah, I forgot that Momofuku closed permanently due to COVID. Yeah, I forgot that the Momofuku in DC permanently closed. No, you didn't, unfortunately. You remember the recommendation you gave me to? Not by name, but it's just that you were... Okay. You drove through it, I see.
Mi animal favorito perro.
Dang. So, what you're telling me is you'd even say if you liked the pizza on the first day. So you're telling me you had a not memorable pizza, then you went to a place that sucked and is expensive, and then the third day you're like, nah, it's not even memorable, and then the fourth day you just had even more suck. Everything else sucked. Oh boy, sorry to hear that. I think honestly, if I were gonna do a hot take about the food, because I used to be a local around the area, if I were hosting and like say I had a car, we'd probably actually drive out of the DC area and head to Rockville and go to like Joe's Noodle House. It's about like 30 minutes away. It's like the greater DC area. That's part of Maryland, or so you head out to Rockville because you know you're at that edge. So, well, the problem with the DC food area is lots of those areas relocated. They got pushed out. What is it called? Gentrification? I think that's probably what I would say. Gentrification happened in the DC area. Basically, like, people with money came in and then elevated like the cost of things, but it makes the place like nicer and more commerce friendly. But at the same time, the people who couldn't afford to live there anymore moved out. Yeah, in New York City right now. Yeah, that's what's happening. Gentrification happened. Oh yeah, that's right. You're in New York City, so like Manhattan, like lower Manhattan is getting gentrified, right? So lots of the stuff is relocating elsewhere. So lots of the former like Chinatowns have sprawled back out to other places like Brooklyn and Queens and whatnot. So you can kind of see like the shadow of what it was. My home Chinatown was along Canal Street, the one in lower Manhattan. And it's like a shadow of its former self. Now it's like Flushing is still going strong, and then you have one in Queens and Brooklyn. Yeah. So that's kind of why you kind of want to stick to very specific places that survive the gentrification, as opposed to going to any location that is temporary. Momofuku is a very viral and important restaurant, and that closed down due to like COVID. The management and how much it costs, but that is one of the celebrity people who has one in like the West Coast. I think his original place is in West Coast or something, but there was one in DC actually before it was permanently closed. It's cost rent way too high. Yeah. Yeah. Things become like consistent, but they're not like great, or like what I mean is they're not interesting. but they become safer, right? Safer things. Convenience is elevated in gentrification, but novelty and interest kind of appreciates. De verdad. I don't know. Wait, you know what? I'm gonna try to phrase this differently. How about just tiene miedo? Oh, I meant no, yeah. I was thinking ustedes tiene. I don't know how this works. Why de verdad? I guess really? Oh, I guess that's what they're using for really. I see. I see what they mean now. Yeah, it's a way to say really. Yeah, I guess. I was gonna say like something else, like maybe en verdad, de verdad. Okay, I see. So can you form it in a sentence as well? Like for example, place it in de verdad. You can place it in place of like mucho. Can you actually do that? Or muy? Does it function in the same position when you say de verdad? Because that's how I was interpreting that question. Or is it at the end? Like following something, like if you were making a statement, for example, I'm really afraid, right? I'm really afraid instead in a statement. So does de verdad go at the end? Go after miedo? Or does it still stay in the front? Oh, it goes after the end. Okay, thanks. Okay.
Me.
You can put it in the front and at the end. Oh, okay. Either. Okay. Interesting. I wasn't familiar with that.
Favorito.
Whoops. Mi animal
Favorito. Perro.
Tengo un abrigo bueno para el frío. ¿De verdad tienes miedo? ¿Tienes miedo de verdad? Yeah, I was thinking of those two. Well, we'll have to try the second one because didn't test it. Mi esposo.
No.
Esposo no.
Tiene 23 años.
Okay. Here we go. ¿Tienes miedo de verdad? Yep. There you go.
Tenemos mucho frío esta mañana.
Frío.
Felipe, tengo hambre, pero no tenemos comida. Tengo que ir. ¿Qué tienes puesto hoy?
¿Qué tienes puesto hoy? I gotta do taxes today, so we're going to try to watch anime today, provided I don't like go into midnight, going too late, and then I gotta do taxes. Like literally do the taxes. I have been reading about certain things that I have to do for taxes for a while, but I haven't actually literally do my taxes yet. Oh, today.
Me.
Oh.
Marido. Tiene.
Siempre tiene
calor.
Tengo muchas ganas de bailar.
Oh, ganas de. Okay. Right.
Mi hija tiene sueño.
Okay. No tengo ganas de estudiar hoy. Yeah, to feel like, etc. Yeah. I just gotta remember that I'm not conjugating in a different way. Oh. Do I need like? What is it? Lao or El? I was seeing if I needed a oh, I've got de, but I was seeing if I needed an article. Hold on. I've got the de. Wait, is pizza feminine or masculine? Hold up, we'll find out. We'll find out. Just don't even at me right now, okay? Oh, they just don't want it. Interesting. Interesting. No, we're not doing legend today. I don't have time.
Quiero un perro.
Papá, tenemos que hablar.
Oh, this one's good.
Quiero un perro.
Junior, tener un perro es mucho trabajo.
Papá, por favor. Soy muy responsable.
¿Ah, sí? Entonces, tienes que limpiar el carro.
Está bien.
Lavar el baño.
Yeah, we plan to finish the unit. Yeah.
Sí.
Y lavar las ventanas.
And we'll go back and do the legend tomorrow. All of them.
¡Ay, no!
3 horas después, Junior termina de limpiar.
Papá, mira.
¡Qué bien! Tú eres muy responsable. Ahora puedes tener un perro.
No, gracias. No quiero un perro.
¿Por qué no?
Estoy muy cansado. No quiero ser responsable.
And there you go. Quiero cansado. Cansado. Ventanas. Entonces, perro. Life stories. Alright, let's do our practice.
Me encanta
la música de Enrique.
Los perros de Carla son grandes. Carla, son grandes.
They should be quick. Okay. Spanish facts. Although you may already know this, but C and Z in Spanish is pronounced as a the. Zapatos. I use s, but interesting. Zapatos. Interesting. That's only Spain, yeah. I use zapatos most of the time. It's not. I would say it's not only Spain, but what I mean by it is, I use "se" because of Chinese. So, not for the reason of Spanish, but I use it because I speak Chinese. But yeah, kind of a mix for me. Yeah. But that is an interesting fact. Using the batos. And even "se" in a, except for when it's "ke," right? It's "se" when it's "se," but it's only "se" when it's not "ke." Okay. Got it. Interesting. Yeah, I've gotten so used to saying "se," largely because of high school. So maybe we'll adopt it. Yeah. Like conozco. Conozco would be an interesting one. I should listen for that, see what it sounds like. We just got conocer yesterday. Conozco. Pero
¿Te gusta la Madonna?
¿Te gusta la ropa de Madonna?
Nos gusta mucho la música de Madonna.
I don't know what I clicked incorrectly.
Nos gusta. Nos gusta mucho la música de Madonna. La música de Madonna.
English is harder than Spanish. La ropa de Duo siempre es elegante. And I don't mean like comparing. I'm talking about like translating Spanish back to English is harder than the other way around. I make more English errors translating than anything else in all three languages, honestly. Actually, because Duolingo still expects you to be grammatically correct in English. I'm like, okay.
La. Maicon.
You loose.
Mus. De. Maicon es mi favorita.
Have you tried out Dreaming Spanish? It's all YouTube comprehensible, so I'm assuming you could stream it? No, you cannot stream Dreaming Spanish. Because most of that are restreaming YouTube content. So, when you restream someone else's content, it ends up on a queue, and they can choose whenever to copyright strike you or take down the stuff. This happens. I know this because when you're streaming video games, you get hits and queues for claiming as well. You don't have to claim them, obviously, but when I was like playing, for example, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, anyone who was posting certain cutscenes and whatnot, they all end up on my copyright queue as well, even though I don't even own the material. So even if it's under fair use, it would come up. So Dreaming Spanish is their YouTube videos. I looked up Dreaming Spanish though, thanks for your suggestion, and I looked at it. It is comprehensive, like it's CI. The guy is unapologetically CI, which I actually disagree with, but that's a very interesting way to interact with Spanish. It's very popular, but I can't stream it. or I wouldn't want to stream it because at any time they can choose to retroactively claim their YouTube videos. I think the setup of Dreaming Spanish is fantastic. The business model is dubious, in my opinion, because it's not in a lot of the content is double dipping on viewership. So they're kind of double dipping, which is interesting. Yeah, CI is gaining lots of traction in language learning space and just on the internet in general. Yeah. It has gained traction for a while, but thanks to the internet, it's got a big boost. Yeah, comprehensible input is like the buzzword next to immersion, right? I actually even think CI might have swallowed up immersion. It's like most people who use the jargon, right, use buzzwords like immersion, they're actually referring to CI. So it gets swallowed up. It's kind of like LLMs get swallowed up in generative AI. Like generative AI is swallowing up LLMs. So whenever someone's referring to generative AI, they're talking about LLMs. Yeah. I do CI in my own free time. So because I don't I try to avoid restreaming content. Unless there's some sort of explicit clause that they say are off, like they offered it and contributed to public domain, which they did not. WaniKani and HanziHero did though. Duolingo already has a platform. It would be cool though. I do like the whole Dreaming Spanish thing. I think the one thing that stick out that I know that I can't stream this is because they're double dipping on their own content. It's kind of like having which is a perfectly valid model for stuff. Like for example, I enjoy watching Corridor Crew. Corridor has their own website in which they have the videos that they have, but they also make separate production videos for that website. But those videos may also be redirected to YouTube as well. And that's what Dreaming Spanish does. So they have multiple ways to fund their thing, but it is still double dipping. You see multiple TikToks with close to 1 million likes and even more views when people promote comprehensible input stuff. Yeah, encouraging people to learn like kids do. Yeah. Yep. Comprehensible input. Many buzzwords, but CI is definitely one of them. Easy listening is another. Easy listening. CI. Grades, any form of grades, so any graded stuff. So if you put graded stuff in your like content and whatnot, it spikes really high. What's another one? Immersion is still quite an excellent buzzword. I don't have these words in anywhere, obviously, because I'm tackling language learning approaches as opposed to what is very good or what is very bad. I would have to actually know if it's good or bad, because my only prior experience for most of these languages is formal education. Easy listening, no koto o Iku koto ga nai. Yeah. So if you put easy listening, I think that's a really big bonus. And I think those people are very good at it. Obviously I'm not very good at it, but I do listen to things comprehensively. It's a very reliable thing. if I get the go ahead, right? If a developer say contacts me, or someone said like, hey, don't worry, stream this, I'll show it. You got my guarantees. Like what I mean is, if someone wants that, like I have no problems with Wagotabi and stuff, but the problem here is there's no guarantees. I actually quite like the way unapologetic the developer of Dreaming Spanish is. He's very unapologetic for all of his faults, like to a fault. And I quite like unapologetic designs, which gives you an opportunity to talk about trade-offs and whatnot. I did look into it about 3 weeks ago. I think it's over 3 weeks now. Human being, maybe 3 or 4 weeks. Yeah, I try to find like some sort of fair use clause or something like that for Dreaming Spanish. Couldn't dig one up. Question: do you believe children are better at learning language than adults? I answered this a couple times before, which I'll answer soon, actually, when I'm going over the 100-day review of WaniKani. Children and adults learn differently, so it's incredibly difficult to compare them. So, that's the quickest answer. However, if we're talking about better, you measure, like if you're talking about measure output, we would need to take obligation out of the equation in order to normalize the motivational effectors. And then we also have to take into account the adults' maturation in which they understand how they leverage what it is to be an adult, right? Then you can try to measure it with an output in order to do that. And one of the biggest weaknesses to the metrics of formal education versus comprehensible input versus immersion versus like heritage speaking, that type of thing, is pre-selection. Obligatory pre-selection and leveraging. So oftentimes one of the things that is a boon for comprehensible input is pre-selecting for adults that are voluntarily invested in learning by a method. And obviously those would generate really wonderful positive separation from adults who are obligated and not interested in learning a language, but it's part of a curriculum that is optional. So oftentimes the comparison is, here we're going to take all the data from people who are likely doing foreign language as a general education requirement, averaging all of that out, including those who want to learn a language, right? You take those performances and you compare it to a self-selected method. So the idea is, yes, it would create a statistical significance. Now, about children has a similar selection factor here. Children has obligations. Adults do not. So then when you're comparing those two sample sizes, it's rare to have a chance to have enough sample sizes where a child who learns a language and then later that same child is part of the same experimental group as an adult. So you have longitudinal studies where you compare a pile of people who learned a singular language per se. Like they're all monolinguals, and as an adult, they voluntarily, with the right pre-selection of wanting to learn another language, be obligated to learn another language. So the question is, how do you simulate the obligation? Well, one of the things is, say you get, whoever learns a language is incentivized, right? You get a job, you get a career if you manage. So if you normalize the motivations and stuff between the child and the adult, which one learns better? Well, I'm gonna say conservatively, without any like data or anything like that, it's probably not as significant as you might think. So the prevailing thought is children are better than adults, like the conventional thought. And then there are people who would argue if you pre-select for adults that have the proper leverage of adult strategies, they are capable, they have the potential to outpace their younger self. Both of these situations have pre-selection bias. It positions the hypotheses, like sample selecting bias for that hypothesis. Now, if you took a random separation, I would say it's probably negligible, largely because one group doesn't have a representation and the other group does. Language learning, acquiring an acquisition of a language is mandatory for children's group. It is not mandatory for adults. So the best you can match is to select for adults who are motivated to learn a language. And with that comes a negligible difference with, I'm going to say modestly, a negligible difference. Sometimes even better or slightly worse, but probably averages out. So the long story short, in my opinion, is I reinforce the idea that there are selection biases. And those selection biases makes this question very, very difficult to answer in a statistical manner, right? Like, for example, am I learning a language better than my child self? Well, my child self would be incapable of sorting Japanese, Chinese, and Spanish at the same time. Like, I'm going to tell you now, it's probably not going to be that. I'm leveraging something that that did not exist when I was a child. So is it fair to compare a skill, a large amount of skill sets that exist as my adult self that don't exist as my child? And then is it also fair to compare the child having certain obligations that don't exist as the adults? That's probably one of my greatest criticisms, one of my persistent criticisms when reading people talking about what is better, what is not. Well, first of all, when someone says, oh, this works for children, and you're talking to adults, then no, that's inappropriate. And then when you're talking to adults, yet you're trying to pass them on to children, that's inappropriate. As in, it's a translational approximation that is very, very, that is the very difference of it. So when you go and communicate and talk to people on how they learn, are you talking to adults? Are you talking to children? And then within the subset of adults, the adults will have a lot more spuriousness in terms of their learning strategies than children. Children are far more consistent, so it may seem like they are consistently better than adults because adults are not individualized, trained, and practiced. So for example, if children are fundamentally closer to each other, but adults are fundamentally far apart from each other, like the range in their fossilization of their abilities, if you are able to normalize that spuriousness in adults, then you would be able to better, in my opinion, measure the capacities of learning between children and adults. Unfortunately, it's more a one-size-fits-all thing. So if you apply one strategy across the range of adults' profiles, you will probably get a more mediocre averaging effect than children, who you're talking about the one golden hallmark of psychology. Child development that's like the pinnacle, the foundation of a lot of psychological studies, because of all the groups, one of the fundamental consistent things that are viewed is when you're young. The growth, the pattern, the behavioralism, that stuff is incredibly consistent. The moment you start comparing it to a pile of representative adults, then you could have spuriousness. by chance, if you go out and survey some people, right, for a psychological evaluation, you can easily pre-select for cultural bias, background bias, multilingualism. There's so many things that would average in a meta-analysis. So adults are far more spurious. It's very difficult to compare it to children, which are incredibly consistent when it comes to psychological evaluations, at least in my opinion. That's what makes the field of psychology so nebulous the older people get. So all the way up to like maybe 13, 15 years old, possibly, incredibly consistent enough to be reliable psychological rigor. It stands up to scientific rigor. But then the moment you hit adulthood, like all that stuff, it just gets really wild. So in my opinion, if one from a scientific background, at least in my opinion, to suggest that you compare non-controlled experiments and non-blind observations as an adult group versus possibly less spurious and more consistent sampling, that is like comparing something that's uncontrolled and have no diligence of sampling control versus something that's very consistent. It's uninformative. Like you can't inform that. Like have a bunch of wild mice hanging around, and then you have a bunch of mice that are pre-selected to answer your own question. So which one do? You could say, oh, take the range of the wild mice, and if you take the best case scenario, then yes, adults learn better than kids. You take the worst case scenario, well yes, adults learn slower than kids. You take the middle, it's negligible. That whole range can be compared to your stable control sample, which in this case, it might as well be the children that are the control sample. The control sample will give you the same results every single time. The adult sample, which is a wild sample, right? It can be anything at this point. So anecdotally, we're speaking, I'm learning that I can juggle far more due to my strategies. But these are not strategies that are popular or emphasized as language learners. Like what I mean is the stuff that people talk about, like what makes comprehensible input work and like what makes immersion work, what makes SRS work, it's mechanical. It's very described as a mechanical way, and rarely did I find any of those things informative to any other different things. Which is great because you want it to be generalizable. Like, what does comprehensible input look like to many people? It should look similar, right? However, what differentiates a person who's successful at something as an adult is not what is common between all the adults. It is more likely what is uncommon between each adult. So for myself, I rarely engage with comprehensible input the way people are describing what comprehensible input is. So like, what does comprehensible input look like to the average person, or to the person who isn't me per se? Like, it's not a bad or good thing. Their exposure would be whatever they see in that video, right? Someone would say, oh yeah, I learned how to use comprehensible input now. Here's the video, this person described it to me. I look at the video and I'm like, okay, that seems like a good idea, but I already do something like that. But it looks very little like, in principle, it looks like that. It can be described like that too, but my entire examples and stuff would be different. Like, someone would say, oh, this is how you do comprehensible input. You read this grade reader and like you use this service, and then you farm YouTube videos to try to gauge your competence. It's like, yeah, that's the mechanical side of things. What does that look like in practice for me? It is contextually independent, right? How do you make Duolingo comprehensible input? Right? Comprehensible input is a concept of doing something slightly outside of the reach and acquiring new knowledge by juxtaposition to the things you know. So you can do that in many different ways. The idea is that the input is slightly outside your range of comprehensibility, right? Like the new stuff, but within the framework of something that you can comprehend to learn. Video games do that every day. So you don't see people trying to flock to making educational video games for comprehensible input. And before we talk about it, yes, I know I'm on Duolingo, it's a gamified app, but you don't see that. Obviously, because comprehensible input looks like a specific thing, which I have problems with, largely because it does the same thing that formal education does and other forms of method does. They put a one-size-fits-all and then they put a price tag on it. That's probably a slightly longer take, but I'm... Oh no, Coffers is back. Okay, we gotta move along here, but yeah, you've always been of the mind that as an adult you can leverage intellect more. Yes, you feel like deliberately study coupled with some other effective method. Yep, which gets you faster than like a 7-year-old. You have so many tools, right? However, not everyone has the discipline to evaluate them. Here's why I have a problem, a little bit of a problem with selection. Adults, not all adults want to learn anymore. Do you know, like, for example, what percentage of adults continue to learn in a empirical way, like a discovery way? You can count, it's less than 10%. Like their professions in general, like things start operating on intuition and feeling and repetition and iteration. A child is constantly operating on novelty of learning and reformation and discovery. And there are adults that do that in their career. And if you take those adults, the sample size is too small, in my opinion. And it's also not relevant oftentimes to language learning. However, I would argue that if you take those adults, it would be stacking the deck. It would be sampling bias. You are comparing the best case scenario of reality. However, if you really truly want to see the heightened potential of an adult, like you're comparing the best situation with an adult, you select for the less than 10% adults who continue to learn and innovate on their own. So those adults would run circles around their younger self. But that's stacking the deck. That's sampling bias. So when you average everything else, I would say over 80% of adults stop learning. As in, like, stop innovating on their learning and leveraging whatever knowledge they have because they don't need to anymore. They focus on more important things like maintaining a steady job, family. Many of the activities are iterating on small things. You're iterating. So iterating doesn't produce novel strategies, right? Like, for example, what do you do when you can no longer read any of the characters in a language? You have to redevelop all the learning strategy. Like, what happens when your verb is always constantly in a different place now? Those strategies are fossilized for the vast majority of humans. By the time they go, like scientists in general, they get stuck in their own disciplines, for example. They're not incentivized to, like, suddenly, you know, if you start learning virology and then one day you're like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna dump virology and go straight into protein chemistry, and then it's like, okay, I'm gonna become a physicist in another 3 years. Rarely do you have to uproot constantly, so it's not normalized anymore, right? However, if you take an adult that decide to focus on language learning, no competition. No competition. If you take an adult that focused on the skill of language learning, and then you compare it to their younger self, no competition. The adult would be faster, in my opinion, because they have specialized and fossilized their learning for the acquisition of a language. Now, how many of those people exist? Not that many, probably very few, and I would say less than 5% of the world population. I mean, you can barely have, there are less than 10% of the world population with people who dedicated their life to science, which involves doing that task already, to constantly needing to learn a different way and adapt to different, and even then, those people aren't learning new languages. They are learning something new, and it can be like a language, but it's not literally a language. It's more like scientific jargon, like theorems, compounds, microcosms of linguistics, right? Like, how do you sound like a scientist? How do you tell the difference between a virologist and a microbiologist? There's very clear ways to tell who is a microbiologist and who's a virologist, and those disciplines don't coincide, but they don't also swap too often in interdisciplinary. So that's kind of my long spiel about it. Being in an interdisciplinary thing still doesn't guarantee that an adult wouldn't rely on fossilized skills. And even for myself, I'm not saying like I'm a poster child or I'm exceptional. I spend most of my life now not pursuing a specialized career, right? And I still find that I can exceed my younger self. Largely because my younger self was undisciplined, right? Discipline comes from knowledge and experience. That's just completely lacking. Like, if you took a child and you placed them in the middle of a desert and say, learn Spanish, right? It's like, well, how do you get to learn Spanish? Well, I guess you can put the child in the middle of a Spanish village, provided like all the other essentials are being met, and they would sponge the Spanish, right? Meanwhile, you put the adult in the middle of a Spanish, they would look for all the efficient tools and methods that they have come to rely on in order to acquire the Spanish. Now, here's the kicker. If that method does not exist, then that adult is going to have to reinvest retraining all of their fossilized skills in order to acquire a new one. Meanwhile, the kid does not have to retrain. So how long is that retraining period? And you might be thinking, oh, that then it guarantees that educated adult is going to be slower than kids. Initially, it's going to be slower. And then the adult is more likely going to be consistently going to learn to a higher degree than the kid. The kid could easily decide to fossilize and rest at a period of mastery. They don't have to be incentivized to, like, the incentive goes away. So you can have kids that speak really well, very fluent, right? Very incredibly fluent, but have incredibly diminished execution of their language. For example, English. English is a great example. You have adults that go way into their 30s and 40s and they still use high school English because it's colloquialism. So fluency as an endpoint to measure potential language barriers, language competence also failed to take into account the upper limit of an adult due diligence and experience. I am more likely to continue learning a language in which I voluntarily choose to do versus a kid who is forced to do it, and then at some time they quit on their first thing because there are other interesting skills to tackle, right? Reaching fluency is the bottom of the barrel for an adult. Adults' aspirations go beyond the necessities of sufficiency. They go towards mastery. So how can you measure an adult proficiency if all your tests and measure is measured at the bare minimum of adults' incentives? That's one of my biggest criticisms about comparing adults and children. When was the last time a child says, "Oh man, I need to know 6,000 kanji in 2 years"? No, the child just keeps going. They go into it's disinteresting, right? Disinterested. Meanwhile, an adult, we'll just say like a 20-year-old. A 20-year-old, they have to juggle the idea that they know all this information. And in order to commit to it, they have to reach that upper limit. And so their dissatisfaction comes from the idea that they know where the pinnacle of mastery is. So they are more likely to quit because their sights are really high due to prior knowledge. Children are not. Children see something, they just do it, right? But they are not concerned. And why is that important to me? I try, ironically, to capture that emotion from a child while combining it with the due diligence of an adult. So my due diligence and discipline is I schedule when I learn, I partition, manage my lifestyle in order to best integrate all the things I practice. However, I approach it with a childlike mindset. I'm not concerned about the mastery of this language, even though everyone's going to tell you their favorite things. I'm not going to hyper optimize or min-max and overcomplicate my approach by using and juggling many people's favorite methods. I'm going to take the kid approach. I pick something that works and I start from there. So the idea by my approach when I'm self-studying is I'm leveraging what is very important as an adult. I know when I'm incompetent, where I try. I know how to read and output when something is not working. I know how to manage my time, right? These are the adult skills that a child does not have. Where does the child get these skills? Their parents or their guardians. If you rip that away, they no longer have the benefit of their adult surrogate. So to even bring this even better, the best way to learn a language is to leverage your adult discipline and your childlike zeal. Because a child does not learn language by themselves. They learn with adults around them. The adults are imparting a surrogate role that when you become an adult, you get to choose if you want to use them. A child learns a language because they're around adults that encourages them to learn a language. As an adult, you don't have children around you that obligate you to learn a language. Right? It's not like the children's gonna go up to you and say, "Hey, I think this is really fun. You should blindly jump into learning with me." But you can. But most people don't have that access. And what does that look like? And I encourage this, by the way, indirectly. When I hear people have children, when your child is interested in something, like, hey, you just found out your child is into drumming, join them. Do it with them. That's an obligation. So as a parent, you can be part of their learning experience, and they can be part of your learning experience. You learn to love again things that you didn't think you might like as a kid. So that childhood zeal is transferable when you become a parent. Parents tend to continue learning at some point because they have to relearn if they're choosing to participate in their child's activity. So in the long run, when someone says, "Do you believe children are better at learning languages than adults?" The answer is no, because children do not learn language without adults. And adults can learn a language without a child. Which is crazy, if you think about it. So who's better? Well, an adult can choose to learn a language at any time. A child can be completely deficient in language for the rest of their life without an adult around. So in the end, the child is actually operating with the discipline and experience of parents and or teachers and or guardians, regardless if it's in a formal setting. So if you isolate a child and see if they're better, they're not going to acquire language than you think. It's going to be haphazard. There's going to be a lot of holes, especially in this day and age when you have doom scrolling. How many kids do you think when they were exposed to melon, like, I forgot what it's called, something melon, did they develop deficiency in their communication skills? Because an adult did not provide the discipline. Yeah, cocoa melon. Yeah, that is a meta study, by the way. That is a rigorous, scary meta study. When kids are left to their own devices and they want to watch what they want to watch, things like cocoa melon will take their attention, and they actually develop delayed communication skills without the oversight of adults. It's so crazy how undisciplined children can be. And that's the one thing that I feel adults, even older adults who aren't incentivized to learn another language for a professional reason or something, or pragmatic reason, they do not execute the same discipline that they would do to apply to a child. So I think the biggest counter argument to trying to say that children learn better are better at language learning than adults is the idea that children somehow have the discipline, the schedule, and the exposure of an adult's oversight. Well, a child can be completely illiterate without adult guidance. Heritage speaker. Without adult supervision, being around adults for all my life who spoke Chinese and Mandarin, I still grow up illiterate. But no adult oversight, right? And now, what do? I can choose as an adult to efficiently learn a language. So no, I don't think child, in my opinion, stepping back in a bigger scope of things, I don't think child are better at language learning than adults. I actually think children can't even learn languages without adults around. You can make an argument, maybe AI will change it. You know, like, sure, put a kid in front of ChatGPT and maybe they'll learn the language, but that sampling and data set comes from adults. It comes from a precursor. So it's really shocking how reductive language learners can become without having perspective on what is actually contributing to a child's language learning. Multilingualism in children, right, in like countries and stuff, that's enforced by adults. If a child gets the choice of doing so, I can probably honestly tell you the human condition would dictate that the child probably learn one language, stick to that one language, and then move on to the next interesting thing in which that language gains accessibility to others. And that's probably English. So now we're also talking about like another thing about being the default language, right? So you could argue that most children might be better at learning English than adults. And I would probably agree with you. There's probably a statistical significance for learning English because there's an obligation exposure that doesn't require discipline. It's very difficult for a child to grow up in the modern age without being exposed to English. So in a way, that almost guarantees, sort of, that they would at least absorb some English with no adult oversight at all. But even then, programs like CoComelon will demonstrate that if a child gets to choose what they consume each day, they will develop communication deficiencies, regardless of the language. You watch something enough, a child will be hooked on it. And hooking on it can deflate any attempt to learn a language. It is the adult discipline that is the strongest asset, in my opinion, that isn't taken into consideration. How does Duolingo work? Well, the Duolingo does not work for anyone who lacks discipline. Even a child. Like, if there's no one telling you, if Duolingo isn't designed in a way to tell you, hey, you got this wrong, you should check it. You got this right, you should check it. Then when you throw a child into like a heritage speaking situation, they could say anything. They could do anything and acquire anything without context or discipline. And they would be underdeveloped in the language. You know, certainly they probably acquire patterns and whatnot, but it's still with the expectation that adults are the model. So it's kind of chicken or the egg, I would say. It's wild. I thought about this for some time. It's not a counter argument to comprehensible input, by the way. Like, I like that all these methods exist. The nice thing about having lots and lots of methods is that then adults can leverage that. Having lots and lots of methods are not very, in my opinion, this is my hot take. Having lots and lots of competing methods for language cripples a child. It cripples even teenagers, as in it will overwhelm them to the extent that they won't even try doing it in the first place. So is formal education bad at teaching kids if they want to learn a language? No. Is it efficient? Probably not. However, most of the time when people talk about teaching something efficiently, it also involves adult investment, like adult discipline, oversight. So when when people say, oh, immersion works really well to another person, and that other person is using comprehensible input, but not like total immersion or something, both of them are likely adults. A child cannot distinguish between, in my opinion, what they are doing that is total immersion and what is comprehensible input, or both, and whatnot. So it is up to the adult supervision to provide that guidance. Otherwise, you could have them watching Roblox and doom scrolling for the rest of their lives, and they wouldn't develop a single language, even though they hear the same phrases over and over and over again. That's the scariest thing I've seen so far, the Coco Melon thing. Like, it's a little bit disheartening, but at least some of that stuff is there, right? Crazy. I like the question though. I think I've been developing a way to answer that question a little bit better these days. Yeah. Adults, they have now, voluntary, disciplined, obligated adults. No contests. They're better than their child counterpart. But that is stacking the deck, right? That's looking for an ideal situation in the adults. So you're elevating the potential of an adult while the child has no choice. The child's potential is due to its adult oversight, the surrounding adult oversight, oftentimes, especially when it comes to sticking to one task and learning one language. When given the choice of multiple languages, even in the United States, its pragmatism ends up taking hold. It's a foundational human condition. They would choose the most appropriate language, English, or whatever the most appropriate language it is to their country, right? That gives them the most accessibility, and they stop developing language then. And then they become those same adults that people keep saying learn worse than their child counterpart. You didn't take an adult, you didn't take a child that had oversight to learn lots of great languages and then suddenly compare those same adults who then take those skills to learn new languages later. That's no contest. Well, where are you getting most of this information from, right? Like, if you ask yourself, who is selling comprehensible input? Who is saying all these success stories? There are people who and then there is a counter argument. Some people said, oh, you know, I just started picking up a language like 10 years ago. It's like, have you looked at their professional background? What do? They are statistically not representative of the average. Like, yes, you could argue like, but they said if they can do it, anyone can do it. It's like, well, yes, that is technically true. Eventually, all the adults could do that when you use their step, because you become more like them, right? You practice, you can acquire retraining very well with dedication. You have discipline. As a child, retraining a child midway is a different story, right? They do not have the discipline for that. So yeah, I agree with most of the things that are being sold. They work really well, very, very well. The irony here is it's because they're adults that they work really well. If you ask a child, like, for example, let's ask a child to retrain, like, let's think like a child. Like, well, hey, why don't you go learn Spanish? It's like, but that's boring. You're done. That's it, you're done. As an adult, well, you could tell the child, like, hey, well, Spanish could be useful in the future. You're done. You know, the child thinks it's boring. You're done. Unless you want to push your adult oversight on the child. That's not provided by the child. Like, the child has no capacity for that, in my opinion. Like, they have to develop that capacity. So, kudos for being older. Alternatively, it's kind of nice to have a childlike enthusiasm. So I try to channel a childlike enthusiasm. Yeah. Just lots of adults aren't willing to put it as much time as a kid because of life and it's not practical. Yep, exactly. And it's so hard to test that. It's so difficult to test that. If you gave, like, how about if someone out there that really want to put their money where their mouth is, pay adults, fun, academically inclined adults, money to see how well they learn another language. It's providing obligation, right? It's removing obligation from the equation. But in this day and age, most of the samples deal with obligation. Even when you're comparing like college students, it's obligation. In my opinion, I think comparing college students with children is like comparing adults at a point in which they are least likely to be enthusiastic about learning another language outside of the use cases of language learning, and then comparing it with that. Now, some people say, oh, well, we could select for all the kids who chose foreign language as a major, right? To stack the deck a little bit. Yeah, but they're in college. They have other things, like paying for college. Aspects of things that children are not juggling. So if you like inject those obligations into children, would they slow down? It's like, well, they most likely would slow down. I think adults are already doing so many more things on top of learning a language that it's so incomprehensibly, in my opinion, it's inconceivable how one could so confidently say adults and children are comparable in learning strategies. It's so incredibly inconceivable. Like, when you wake up, I think an adult is thinking about an exponentially more amount of things, no matter how much they want to clear their mind. Meanwhile, a child is not juggling those things. So you aren't only just learning a language, you are doing everything else on top of learning a language. That's incredibly impressive. So if I were to argue who is better at learning a language, The potential lies in the adults. Like, they have the highest potential, but they don't operate at the highest potential available. Children do, or children mediocrely do. With adult oversight, they might operate at a higher potential because the adults are providing due discipline that children don't need to worry about. Yeah, children don't need to worry about how they're going to use their language to get food, how they're going to moderate their current language that they're using to get all their stuff in order to learn a new target language. Adult oversight alleviates all of that the child's necessity for those things. So do those count? In a very, very small lens, they don't count. Like, if you're only concerned about language learning, then yes, children are better than adults because you're not quantifying all the other things. So whenever someone says total immersion and comprehensible input is great and it's the one size fits all model, I disagree. It's not true. All these methods exist and all have their supporters and backers and whatnot, is because an adult mind can juggle all of them. That's what's so fantastic about being an adult thinker. You are no longer a child. It's crazy to even think that the best way to learn something is to pretend and simulate like you're a child again. So you're telling, in my opinion, this is a hot take, in my opinion, the best way to learn a language is to not leverage anything that makes you an adult, and then trying all your power to try to be like the child you once were. I think that is so illogical and counterintuitive. It actually is incredibly disheartening. Like, how could you think spending the vast majority of time ignoring all your experience and all your leveraging and all your scheduling in order to think that is the best way to do things? You are both your old child and an adult. So what do? What is the most comprehensive way of learning a language? All of the above. Do a little column A, B, C, organize the schedule, whatever keeps you motivated, disciplined, and consistent. Because whatever you're doing, the more you mold everything into your lifestyle is what makes adults impressive. A child does not have a lifestyle yet. They're trying to establish that lifestyle. And how do they maintain that lifestyle? The adult does all the thinking, most of the thinking. So the child is not focused on that. They're unhinged and need to be directed towards something. So if there's anything that's kind of insulting, I find this a little bit insulting. When someone says, I cannot learn another language as an adult because I'm no longer a child, that's what I mean by the retroactive diminished return on thinking about what you can learn, right? You're thinking that because you're not a child anymore, which is ideal for language learning somehow, some way, that adults do not have a way to leverage all of that. So the whole idea behind this misconception is the idea that people keep drawing juxtapositions between how a child learns a language versus an adult. How about optimizing, individualizing, and dynamically developing things that are geared towards leveraging adult skills? The first one is probably addressing the idea of motivation and obligation, right? So you can cover that by reducing the amount of time. Okay, Duolingo seems to catch that pretty well. Remove the time investment, but that's one innovation that is very low-hanging fruit. What's the other innovation? how to crosstalk. Like, for example, no one talks about, like, actually, Dreaming Spanish actually kind of sort of talked about crosstalk. But now I'm not only talking about crosstalk between languages, but crosstalk between concepts. Mnemonics comes up a lot, right? Mnemonics, which is not contextualized. It doesn't have to be contextualized. Mnemonics can be isolated from the actual definitions and stuff. So you can create stories that abstractly attach to your mnemonics. So you can acquire vocabulary without needing to know how one can get from, like, saying Frankenstein, for example. Frankenstein is in the bathroom of the house and he has a copier. He was looking for his sandal under the sink, and since he has 2 left feet, he used a copier and copied the one sandal that he have. And what does this give me? Fu. Fu is to return. That is adult thinking. A child, you tell that to a child, and let's see how far the child gets. Like, what's Frankenstein? Mama, you know, ¿Quién es Frankenstein? Right? Like, what's a chapel? Right? So that kind of thing, like, why would you anticipate that Frankenstein, why does it make sense that Frankenstein could have 2 left feet? And why does the 2 left feet help me remember that it's Frankenstein in order for me to remember that the initial is Fu? That is adults. I think adults can do that, but most adults don't no longer do that. They don't need to do that. They barely need to learn new things. They need to iterate on things they already learned. And children are constantly that. And honestly, to beat over a dead horse, I'm probably just gonna pause here and then finish it tomorrow, because I love this discussion. So I'll probably finish this lesson tomorrow, make it a thing, because I got 3 digressions in today. I would bet the money on me as an adult. I would blow the socks out of my younger self. Like, no contest. But I really want to emphasize this gigantic but with 3 T's. I don't want, this is for, like, it's a weird flex. It's like the opposite of things. I am a outlier, in my opinion. I spend most of my time, because I don't have a profession anymore. I'm not spending time needing to juggle, trying to make something that I've been working years and years to be better at. So I'm used to constantly trying new things. And that's only possible if you're not having to worry about food, money, shelter, a significant other, family members. So it's incredible. It's I don't even know how, like, emotionally, I can't express how disappointing that someone thinks they can do all of that and still be unable to learn a language better than their younger self, if not as good as their younger self, all provided that there's an even playing field, right? So to me, I'm biased. I'm very biased, and there's probably lots of holes in my anecdotal narrative because this isn't based on scientific evidence, right? This is all corollary stuff that I'm aware of so far. Whoever you are, if you are older, you are far more competent than you were younger. Now the question is, how do you tap into that? And I think that answer is so hard to put in one box. But I think in the future, there are going to be systems and interacting systems, even that, and modular systems, maybe because of AI and whatnot, that will be able to individualize language learning, have enough granularity in language learning that when someone goes to use a tool to aid them in language learning, it will be individualized to that person. Like provide the motivation, how to integrate it. Like for example, my first take is, do you have a job? Oh, you have a job. Is there anyone in that job that speaks another language? Start there. Because no matter what, you have to be at your job, right? And when you're at your job, do you already have another coworker who you speak to who speaks another language? That, in my opinion, would level the playing field between a child and an adult. Because you're alleviating the need to juggle an additional activity. So, long story short, like really long story short, the hot take here is the older you get, your lifestyle comes first. So make the language part of your lifestyle. If it's not part of your lifestyle, hopefully you're privileged enough to make time for it, or do not have to make it as part of an artificial part of your life. A child does not have a lifestyle yet. They don't need to juggle that. Whatever they learn is gonna become possibly part of their lifestyle. An adult has so many lifestyle choices. So how do I learn without being exhausted and burned out? I already do all of these things. Learn another vocabulary word. I've been learning English vocabulary words for so long that I can't even tell you when I'm not trying to learn English. So the difference between me, I would say, in a bad or good way or desirable way, if you will, is that I didn't stop learning a language. So when you ask someone, if you're trying to select for adults who represent the highest potential, ask them. Even if you're not learning a foreign language, do you stop learning your language? If they say no, then they are more likely going to be able to do all the skills that are necessary to acquire a target language at a heightened potential. And that would be far greater than their childhood self. But I think that doesn't characterize the vast majority of adults now. I think they learn enough language and they stop. So why is that important to know? Is because everyone's right. Or I'm gonna phrase this in a different way. Almost everyone who has an opinion on language learning is partially correct. And I think this is one of the things that science teaches really, really well. When there are so many different opinions and or scientific corollaries that are happening, the reality is it's probably multifaceted and it involves all of the above. So I am actually not saying any singular person is incorrect. I am suggesting that any singular person has part of the picture, but the picture is far too multifaceted at the current state of the whatever we understand about human intelligence and learning to piece it all together. So yes, comprehensible input is fantastic. Yes, SRS is fantastic. Yes, formal education works because I still have yet to learn more than 2 or 3% of the stuff that I learned from 20 years ago. But this is me, as in someone who continued to try to learn language and be part of it. Spanish continued to stay part of my life. So I actively still retain the 20-year-old knowledge. Is that an example of formal education working? Yeah, kind of, right? Do I know how efficient it was? I really don't know. You can't tell anymore, right? So it's pretty neat and also disheartening. So if you're whatever age you are, at least I can say, if you can picture yourself using Japanese, for example, for no apparent reason other than it's always part of your life, that's the winner. I think that is the winner. Adults require, in my opinion, that, or sufficient, we'll use sufficient, not require, necessity, but it is sufficient to acquire a target language if the activities that they are using for that target language is part of their lifestyle. If it's not part of their lifestyle yet, they can make it be part of their lifestyle. And then I would say it's almost negligible, statistically negligible, which methods you use. Because eventually an adult will leverage most of the methods. A child does not. Sometimes a child would stick to a singular method, doom or bust. Not doom or bust, success or bust. If you put a child on top of like SRS, they will think that SRS is where they get everything, right? Isn't it coincidental that the ones that struggle, in my opinion, the ones that currently struggle with language learning are the ones that only stick to one method? Like it's even happening with adults, as in like children, like young adults from like 18 to 20 getting burned out on one method. The one method becomes so boring and then they become complacent, so they passively learn. It happens to children too, like all the time. An adult can leverage that. They know when they're bored, so they'll inherently leverage, seek new ideas. But if you're approaching language learning, honestly, it's not even about language learning, skill development. If you're approaching skill development like you were like a kid, so like that whole phrasing like, oh, I'm not as strong as I once was, or kids have more neuroplasticity, you can convince yourself however you want that you want to decide, yeah, I'm just gonna pretend like I'm no longer an adult. I'm just gonna throw all of that experience deep down, in the locker room somewhere, and reject and spend like 60 to 70% of yourself pretending like a person you're not, and try to embrace the past. Yeah, you're going to think that one tool teaches you how to be fluent. You're looking for that tool that teaches you how to do one thing and only one thing, so that you do it so well you're gonna get it, right? And that's what most people sell on the one thing, one-stop shop. In no way, when I started my journey, did I ever thought I was gonna stick to doing one thing, even with one thing. So Duolingo, day one, if you look at the video for day one of Duolingo and look for day 30, 60, 90, 200, 300, even with using one tool, I do not do the same thing or speak about the same thing in any of those. The idea is that's what makes you really exceptional as an adult. You have lots and lots of things you can use to help you. So it's a testament that 90% of the comments that I get on language learning streams and whatnot, it's about, oh, did you find the one thing that can do it all? It's like, hey, I see you only doing this. It's like, what do you mean I'm only doing this? Just because you only see me doing this, what do you, like, are you ever right? Which I have yet to ask enough people if they truly think that when you see someone do something, your first inclination to think is, oh, they're only doing this to learn something. And it could be true. I actually kind of believe that it's probably true. I would say if you go to like a video game stream, for example, someone's playing Souls games, and then the immediate comment that most people would make in a younger age, like less than 20, they're just like, oh yeah, Souls games are the best. What other Souls games do you play? Like, oh, I like this Souls games most. My first question when I go into it is like, what type of games do you play by any chance? Because thinking like a kid and thinking immaturely and, you know, like your younger self, your world is like this small. So when you're learning a language and you approach it like a kid, well, I wouldn't be surprised that the vast majority of people go around saying, oh, you know, you only do this. It's just this easy. Like, oh, all you have to do is move to Japan, forehead. That's the best way. Or you can use this tool, which does everything. So I want to do everything to make it do everything. It's like, oh, I use Anki because I can take all the video game things and put it into an Anki format. I can take all of the graded reader stuff and put it into an Anki format. That's one thing. You're converting everything to one way of learning. And that, to me, it's poetically achieving exactly what people want. They want to learn like they were a kid. That's great. I read books because I want to read books. I watch podcasts because I want to watch podcasts. If I can't understand a podcast and it's incomprehensible, I use English subtitles and capture words based on the English subtitles one at a time. So you can make things into comprehensibility without necessarily having to be entirely in the target language. You, as an adult, know exactly how to distance and discipline yourself to capturing individual abstract associations. If you want to learn as a kid, yes, do total immersion. By all means, do total immersion. Throw yourself, move to Japan so that you're forced to learn as a kid. That's great. What else are kids miserable about? Well, they start neglecting their health. They have no form of professional outlook. They're not going to be emotionally intelligent when they start learning, right? They have to develop that again. And then they have to start over in a new life, right? They have to switch their entire lifestyle, uproot their entire lifestyle, and do that. That is good because you're learning like a kid. Awesome. Ask yourself, can you do it? If you can, it will probably work. As an adult, you are committed to it. So you have the oversight of being an adult, making a decision, and committing to learning as a kid. So that still works. In my opinion, because you're an adult. It doesn't work if you're actually a kid. If you are actually wholeheartedly, literally a kid again, moving to Japan, you will fail to learn a Japanese language. Like if you move to Japan, you're going to encounter other problems before you even manage to acquire the target language. Because in my opinion, you're forgetting that you're also an adult. So you can't do that negotiation. Like, are you discounting the fact that you can move to Japan? You can feed yourself? You can use your native language to get by while you're acquiring the target language? You can not say bad things all of a sudden, and then you can learn things the right way? Are you discounting the fact that those things don't exist to your contribution of learning a language? Because if you throw a kid in Japan without adult oversight, I think the most casual thing they would do is eat a lot, sleep, and run around and look at whatever is interesting, instead of forming abstract thoughts and sentences and writing poetry and being interested in like science or asking or debating politics. You know what they do? They doom scroll Cocomelon and watch the same clip over and over again. Over and over again. And over again. They would doom scroll and not realize that they saw the same repost 10 or 20 times of the same exact thing. Reposted and remixed. Now, 20 years ago, when I was still learning Spanish, I wouldn't be able to say this. Like, this is all retrospect, right? I think we live in an unprecedented time that while comprehensible input is being viral, right? It's great. Language learning, I think language learning has... It's a golden age for language learning. Opportunities, right? It's fantastic. I think language learning is on the uptrend. And yet, at the same time, we also live in an unprecedented time where children, their capacity to learn is being challenged by their innate human condition for engagement. While adults have the ability to exercise due diligence, they already struggle with that. When was the last time you heard a 25-year-old having trouble doom scrolling, yet they have all the time in the world, and yet because they have all the time in the world, they're bored because all they want to do is doom scroll? That's an adult, like, or what I would qualify as a young adult, right? 20 years old. Now you have a kid who's 6 years old or 7 years old, and you're saying, oh, they're good at learning language, right? Like, you just let them hang around the house and they'll just acquire language. No, they would be doom scrolling on Cocomelon and not developing communication skills. The reason why this is unprecedented is because the internet has been around competing for your child's engagement back then. Smartphones and devices and AI and whatnot and entertainment are not at the palm of most people's fingertips. Now, in my opinion, you'll see the value. Personally, you'll see the value of being an adult. An adult oversight is what makes that opinion possible, in my, as a really hot take. Children are better at language learning because they learn a language with adult oversight. When you're don't have adult oversight, children are terrible at learning a lot of things, but they are definitely wholeheartedly good at learning the thing that catches their attention first and continues to catch their attention. So yes, they can be really, really good at learning a language if it interests them. An adult can learn whatever they want if they have discipline. So an adult can learn things they don't want to learn and discover that they love the thing that they don't love at first. A child does not have that conception yet. They barely have permanence yet about their skills. And sure enough, in their 20s, I'm still talking to like 20-year-olds that think when they learn a skill, that skill is useless and a waste of time because their obligations tell them that the skill is worthless. And that's it. That's the end. I think that's childhood. That's immature thinking. When you learn a skill, you bring it with you, man. Like, an innovative thinker is someone like, okay, well, I like Spanish. How do I get Spanish to be part of my... I love video games too. Maybe I can play video games in Spanish. A child doesn't do that. If the game is in English, it's gonna stay in English. Right? Like, if Cocomelon, if the first thing they watch, oh, here's a good one. This is gonna be my last hot take. People who think that one language sounds better than another language when they're watching something. how much of that is due to childhood exposure, or how much of that is to adult discipline? Because I can tell you, when I watch something in English and I watch something in Japanese, they are very different experiences. A child would say whatever you watched first and you're used to is the most preferred way, right? You can't learn new appreciations when you're immature as a child. So much like language learning, whatever you stick to is probably the best way you've learned, and then whenever you have to learn a new way, you're probably not going to like it at first. But you can always choose to default like a child to the thing you prefer. So yes, don't teach your dog new tricks, I suppose. I mean, old dog, new tricks, right? So no, I don't like Duolingo as my only source of input, much like anything else. In another year, it's probably going to look very different, right? And no, I'm also not going to abandon Duolingo like it's a waste of time. Duolingo is part of the entire process. So I rotate things through, and then I continue to collectively use all the tools. So that's probably one thing I want to end with today. I'm not gonna finish this, but don't worry, we'll get caught up tomorrow. It's no big deal. So today, what I really want to end with, we'll make it a special exception day. Today, what I really want to end with is adults are creative. Children can be creative, but they're more learning. So adults, you've learned a lot of things. Leverage that, right? Get creative. How could don't sell your experience short. Like, if you like to read something backwards, then why not read Spanish backwards? Or why not read backwards in your target language? Heck, most of my normalization of grammar is speaking English in that structure. Like, I legitimately, it's easier for me to read a Japanese sentence. Like, if I don't know something, I would translate it in the Japanese structure. You can do that. A kid can't. A kid has to understand the abstraction of the relation between those things first. And they would need adult experience in order to do that. An adult does not. An adult can love grammar more than they can as a kid. I with lack of a better word, I kid you not, if you hate grammar before, as an adult, you'll probably hate grammar less. Not that you don't hate grammar, but you would probably hate grammar less than the child, because the adult has form and abstraction. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, grammars, you don't have to worry about grammar, or you don't have to worry about hearing things, or like you don't have to worry about story because children don't have to do that. It's like, yeah, well, children don't, because you're not a child anymore. Leverage all of it. Make nonsensical sentences. If nonsensical sentences get you to use and dexterously command words, that's far more than a kid can do. Right? And you'll negotiate them. In fact, I would even argue that fear of developing a habit that you can't change is because of that childhood learning bias. Adults change habits very quickly if the habits are currently being worked on. In fact, an adult rapidly start habits and drop habits compared to a child. Like, some people always think about, like, oh yeah, one day the child is playing soccer and then, or football, and then one day they're doing basketball. It's actually a lot longer period than you think. It's a lot of longer period than you. An adult makes a snap decision about starting something, like, I don't know, every like 5 minutes They don't have a one-track mind most of the time, or at least I like to believe they don't, right? You're making decisions so rapidly every single day. You can do it with language learning. So yeah, today is gonna be very special. We'll catch up with everything later, but we're gonna wrap it up here. Yeah, I'm gonna catch up later. But thank you, ST, for the opportunity of answering a very interesting question, which I'll probably go into again later down the line. I think you gotta smile and remember that that kid that you once think of is still you, but you are so much more than that. And what's can be very disheartening and confusing is that we don't have technology or tools that would account for adult individualization, like adult spaciousness. So the greatest success and a reward for becoming an adult is being able to come up with your own solution. And that's absolutely the mark of adult academic and intellectual maturity. The moment where you can synthesize information and you tell yourself, well, I'll use this aspect, combine it with this aspect, and here's my plan. And that's what I'm going to execute. And then if all of these come up, I'll take this, integrate it here and here. You are the inevitable problem solver. Now, there are skills that are in different stages in life, right? So if you start something that's super unfamiliar and you can't see the connection, then yeah, start with taking someone's advice, using it, and then know and understand that you are an adult. You're going to be able to innovate on it. Sticking to a tool, face value, it leads to that same discussion I was having with during HanziHero about people cheating on Monster Hunter Wild by using tools outside the system. Inherently, I actually think those people who know what they want tend to achieve that more rapidly than those who don't. Instead, those who don't tend to reframe and have a smaller world perspective. As in, oh, that's not fair. I'm not allowed to do that. I can't learn to use mnemonics. Well, you know, a kid can look at an adult and say, that's not fair. You're using mnemonics. I don't understand that mnemonics. It's like, oh, you're right. So as an adult, you're like, okay, let's not use mnemonics. Let's not use mind palancing or webbing or workflowing at all and pretend like all those skills are useless, and then go and pretend and level the playing field with a child. When adult has to win against a child, an adult doesn't play on the level playing field as a child. So, in my opinion, why would you play on a level playing field with your younger self in language learning? It's kind of incredibly reductive and kind of a weird situation. There is a silver lining, and I still do it, right? In the end of the day, you can approach language learning with childhood zeal, so the enthusiasm of a child, with all the leverage of being an adult. So you take all your critical thinking, problem solving, and lifestyle choices, and your adult supervision that you would otherwise provide to a kid, and you slam it into your kid enthusiasm. When you combine youthful passion with all the things that make you an adult, every single content creator, in my opinion, nearly every single content creator that's a trailblazer represents those two things. Childhood zeal, inquisition, inquisitive nature, curiosity, and all the leverages of adult experience. Right? You have the source of motivation and passion, and you have the lifestyle choices and discipline to make it happen. A child star we'll save for another time. A child star is way different. And most of the child stars that lack supervision, adult supervision, you can look up the success and correlate that too, since we're talking about correlation. So I won't go into that. But yeah, that's a wrap for today. I absolutely love it. I would really love to finish Duolingo Spanish, but no, we'll call it for today. I'm already over my time. But thank you again. I don't want to make it sound like anyone's wrong. I don't think anyone's actually wrong. I think all of the things that exist right now on the internet, it's connected. And it's such a cop-out for science or scientific thinking. But generally speaking, if there are so many supports for different perspectives, the more logical way is try to explain all of them at once with a coherent picture. So what I tried to do today is address as many of the conflicting things. How can all of these things be true? And I think my current narrative accounts for many of the popular ones, right? And that's adult thinking, right? As always, right, we're going to end here. If you're going to watch this later, muchas gracias, right? You're always welcome to join along. Drop your hot takes, maybe even ask a preponderous question in which we can engage in longer discussions. I'm always welcome to long digressions, discussions, even at the expense of my lessons. Lessons are secondary to forming memories and understanding about language learning, right? So with that said, stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Hasta luego.